Chapter 151. Zhao Lingshan was so furious that her teeth itched, yet she didn't know what to say. She was very clear about how much her father had done and how much he had sacrificed just to build a good relationship with Qin Chen. Moreover, Master Liang Yu also cared deeply about Qin Chen, so she had to learn more about him. That was that. Thinking this, Zhao Lingshan stopped talking altogether. "What are you doing? Sit down." Qin Chen stretched lazily. Seeing Zhao Lingshan still standing in the carriage, he even patted the soft bed and said casually, "I..." Zhao Lingshan's face flushed with anger. "You lie there and tell me to sit down? If outsiders see this, who knows what they'll think happened? Don't you care about a girl's reputation at all? You're not thinking I'm doing something improper, are you?" Seeing her expression, Qin Chen reacted and said helplessly, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in you." "You..." Zhao Lingshan clenched her fists, grinding her tiger teeth back and forth. Her anger was on the verge of exploding. She was one of the 4 great beauties of the state of Qi. For him to say he wasn't interested in her was more humiliating than doubting her strength. "I'm afraid you wouldn't even dare." She sat down on the bed and sneered inwardly. She waited for a while, expecting Qin Chen to say something, but after a long time, there was no movement at all. "Why aren't you talking?" Turning her head, she saw Qin Chen lying there, already fast asleep. These days, Qin Chen had been cultivating relentlessly. For a warrior, going without rest for several days was nothing. With the improvement of his strength, he usually felt more energetic rather than tired. But after so many days without proper sleep, the moment he lay down on such a soft bed, he fell asleep immediately. Zhao Lingshan was stunned, completely speechless. She had been overthinking everything, while Qin Chen hadn't cared at all and had gone straight to sleep. Looking at Qin Chen as he slept, Zhao Lingshan stared at his face, and an inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in her heart. It was this young man who had stirred up a massive storm in the royal capital in just one short month. Yet no one realized that he was still only a teenager. From a youth once mocked as a useless waste, he had risen to become the top-ranked student in the final examination of Tianqing College. What terrifying power was hidden inside such a slender body? Zhao Lingshan's heart softened. A faint blush swept across her face, making her look incomparably delicate. With Strong and Wu Tao leading the way, the carriage traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the palace. Inside one of the palace courtyards, 3 young men and women had already gathered. Around them stood a group of imposing guards, heavily guarding the surroundings. "Your Highness, 4th Prince, it has been a long time. Your cultivation has grown even more profound. I fear I couldn't withstand even a few moves from your Highness now. I'm truly ashamed." Inside the hall, a deep-eyed young man wearing a luxurious military robe smiled as he spoke to a handsome young man dressed in gold and silver robes, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden python on his chest. "Lord Zhang, you are too modest. We haven't met in many days, and your cultivation has already reached the late prefecture stage. This trip to the blood spirit pool will surely allow you to break through to the heaven level. It's only a matter of time." The handsome young man with the 5-clawed golden python smiled faintly. "Your Highness, calling me Lord Zhang really frightens me. In the future, please just call me Zhang Yi. Although I've broken through to the late prefecture stage, I'm still far inferior to your Highness, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Truly shameful." Zhang Yi spoke with extreme humility. He was the son of Zhang Shaojun, Marquis of the Southern Expedition, and one of the 8 great talents participating in this blood spirit pool baptism. Zhang Shaojun was one of the most renowned marquises of the state of Qi, having rendered outstanding service. However, in recent years, the Marquis of the Southern Expedition had been ostracized, and his position had become unstable. Because of this, Zhang Yi urgently needed to build strong connections. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort rang out. A slender, beautiful woman sneered, her lips curling with disdain. "4th brother, who's this expert flatterer? Comparing himself to a firefly against the bright moon? He's one of the 5 nation representatives of the Great Qi competition. If that's the case, Wouldn't it mean that all the so-called geniuses of Great Qi are nothing but useless trash? If so, perhaps I should suggest to father that Great Qi replace its participants altogether. Princess Xixuan, this. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Yi's forehead, his expression extremely awkward. Lu Mei, do you have to speak like that? The fourth prince shook his head helplessly. Lord Zhang is simply being modest. Modest? Princess Xixuan smiled lightly, though the contempt in her eyes was completely undisguised. Her gaze suddenly shifted to a corner. Are you two the so-called geniuses of this year's Tianqing College? In front of Princess Xixuan, how could we dare call ourselves geniuses? Li Qingfeng immediately stood up and answered respectfully. He had been arrogant and domineering before Wei Zhen and others, but in front of Princess Xixuan, he didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Princess Xixuan was the most favored daughter of Zhao Jing, ruler of the Great Qi state. She possessed extraordinary talent and had already reached the late prefecture stage at the age of 19. It was said her strength rivaled that of the fourth prince. She was the most famous female genius in the state of Qi. She was also one of the four great beauties of Qi, and ranked first among them. Beside him, Wang Qiming also hurriedly stood up. Though rebellious at heart, as a commoner entering the palace for the first time, he couldn't help but feel nervous. These were princes and princesses of the state of Qi. In the past, a single sentence from them could wipe out entire families and cost countless lives. Are you from the Wuan Marquis family? Princess Xixuan asked. Yes, Princess Xixuan. I am Li Qingfeng, son of the Wuan Marquis. Joy surged in Li Qingfeng's heart. He hadn't expected Princess Xixuan to have heard of him. Another shameless ass-kisser. No wonder you only managed second place in the year-end exam. Princess Xixuan shook her head lightly. Li Qingfeng's excited expression instantly collapsed, leaving him unbearably embarrassed. In the early days, Qi Wu alone would have been better than all of you combined. I really don't understand how trash like you ended up among the so-called top talents chosen for this ceremony. Sixth sister, the fourth prince frowned. That's enough. Father's decision isn't something you and I can casually criticize. Your Highness, Princess Xixuan said coldly, I find my words perfectly reasonable. These wastes are not only nothing special in the royal capital, yet they still get the chance to enter the blood spirit pool. If the other talents from the 5 northwestern states saw this, they'd think the talents of Qi are nothing but garbage. Just then, a loud, sharp voice rang out. When everyone turned to look, they saw a young man wearing a blue military robe, radiating an extraordinary aura, stride into the courtyard. Chapter 152. He walked with the bearing of a dragon and a tiger, his posture proud and commanding. A faint arrogance lingered between his brows, as if he were the most noble and overbearing person in the entire courtyard. Qin Feng. In the courtyard, the pupils of the fourth prince and the others suddenly shrank. Brother Qin. Zhang Yi stood up with a smile. Your Highness, Princess Xixuan. It's been many years. I've been doing well. Qin Feng smiled faintly as he passed by Zhang Yi, not even sparing him a glance, leaving Zhang Yi standing there awkwardly. When he approached the fourth prince and Princess Xixuan, his voice was calm and resonant, each word striking the ground clearly, as though he were greeting old friends. Please don't worry, fourth prince. The fourth prince smiled back, but his pupils contracted slightly, his heart far from calm. Many years ago, he and Qin Feng had both been students at Tianqing College. They were known as the Twin Prides and the Twin Heavenly Stars. At the year-end examination, the two had fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, he was defeated by Qin Feng in the arena. For all these years, this defeat had haunted the fourth prince. He buried himself in bitter cultivation, hoping that one day he could reclaim his lost dignity. However, after graduation, Qin Feng had followed Qin Batian, the king of Dingwu, straight to the battlefield and spent years fighting. Now that he saw Qin Feng again, the fourth prince felt that Qin Feng was even more terrifying than before, like a peerless sword sheathed away, yet unable to conceal its overwhelming sharpness. With Qin Feng's arrival, the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly became strange and oppressive. My good brother hasn't arrived yet? After exchanging greetings, Qin Feng glanced around the hall casually. His gaze finally fell on Li Qingfeng and Wang Qiming. "Your Highness, Fourth Prince, I believe it's necessary to suggest to His Majesty that the opportunity for these people to enter the blood spirit pool be revoked. Letting this kind of trash enter the blood spirit pool is not only a waste of 4 precious slots, but also a humiliation to our great Qi state." Li Qingfeng and Wang Qiming's expressions changed drastically. Too much. Qin Feng had directly called them garbage. Li Qingfeng's face shifted repeatedly. In the end, he lowered his head and pretended not to have heard anything. "You're only a few years older than us. What's so great about that? In 10 years, who knows who'll be stronger?" Wang Qiming couldn't hold back anymore and shouted coldly. "What did you say?" Qin Feng was startled. He hadn't expected anyone to dare refute him. Turning his head, a cold gleam burst from his eyes. "So it's a pariah. Say that again." Wang Qiming grabbed his sword. His entire body erupted with fighting intent, and the aura of peak early-stage prefecture level surged forth like an unyielding war god. "A pariah is still a pariah. No matter how many times I say it, it won't change your filthy origin." Qin Feng sneered. Even a lowly pariah dared to speak to him like this. It seemed that after years on the battlefield, too many people had forgotten his name. He stepped forward as the qi in his body began to circulate violently. It was time to re-establish his authority. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain, crushing down on Wang Qiming. "Qin Feng, this is the palace." The fourth prince shouted angrily. Qin Feng had gone too far. Did he think the palace was his personal training ground? "Qin Feng, do you dare fight in the palace? Are you trying to rebel?" Princess Zixuan also shouted sharply. "Your Highness and Princess Zixuan, please don't accuse me unfairly," Qin Feng said indifferently. "You both saw it clearly. It was this brat who provoked me first and even tried to draw his sword. He showed no intention of restraining himself. Rest assured, I won't kill him. I merely want to see what kind of talent Tianqing College has produced this time." Boom! Under the crushing pressure, Wang Qiming's face turned deathly pale. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. The pressure was so terrifying that even drawing his blade became incredibly difficult. "No, impossible." Wang Qiming clenched his teeth, staring at Qin Feng as his legs trembled violently. Is this the #1 genius of the royal capital? The supreme pride of the Qin family? He was only a few years older, so why was the gap so terrifying? "You want to draw your sword at me?" Qin Feng walked forward slowly, his expression cold and sharp like a blade. "Do you know that on the border battlefield, everyone who dares draw a weapon at me ends up dead?" Boom! Wang Qiming let out a muffled grunt and was blasted away. He slammed heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Just an ant." With a look of utter disdain, Qin Feng turned around and sat down on a chair. He looked at the enraged fourth prince and Princess Zixuan and said calmly, "Your Highness, Princess Zixuan, there's no need to be alarmed. I merely sparred with this so-called genius of Tianqing College. As expected, he's nowhere near your level." The expressions of everyone present were ugly, yet no one dared to speak. Li Qingfeng's face turned pale as he stared at Qin Feng in terror. He knew Wang Qiming's strength very well. In the year-end exam, he had barely defeated him after exhausting himself. Now, half a month later, Wang Qiming was clearly stronger than before. Yet in front of Qin Feng, he couldn't even withstand a single move, just the released pressure had sent him flying. How terrifying was Qin Feng's strength? He himself probably wouldn't last a single exchange either. "Are you all right?" The fourth prince helped Wang Qiming up, took out a healing pill, and fed it to him. Then he said to a guard, "Help him go rest." "Thank you for your concern." "I'm fine." Wang Qiming shook his head and struggled to stand, his teeth clenched tightly. What a proud young man. The fourth prince sighed inwardly but said nothing. After this incident, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely heavy, silent, and oppressive. Creak, creak. At that moment, the sound of a carriage echoed outside the hall. Everyone looked up and saw a massive carriage slowly stop at the entrance under the escort of 2 guards. It's the carriage of King Kang's mansion, Sister Ling Shan. Princess Zixuan's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward and lifted the curtain. The next instant, her expression froze. Her eyes widened as if she had seen something utterly unbelievable. You. She pointed inside the carriage and staggered backward as if she had seen a ghost. Everyone looked at Princess Zixuan in confusion. What on earth had she seen to be so shocked? Before their eyes, a pair of long male legs stepped down from the carriage. This. How could a man come down from Princess Lingshan's carriage? Everyone's expression mirrored Princess Zixuan's shock. Their eyes bulged as their minds went completely blank. Chapter 153. She had never heard of Zhao Lingshan being associated with any famous man in the capital. Now, seeing a man step down from Zhao Lingshan's carriage left everyone utterly shocked. If word spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar among the younger generation of Wangdu. Who are you? Why are you in Lingshan's carriage? You actually dared to. Once she came back to her senses, Princess Zixuan's face was filled with fury. A terrifying killing intent swept outward and surged toward the man who had just stepped down from the carriage. At that moment, the man's face was fully revealed to everyone. Why is it him? Li Qingfeng's expression froze instantly. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Qin Feng was also stunned, his mouth hanging open as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't seen Qin Chen for many years. Compared to 4 or 5 years ago, Qin Chen's temperament had changed dramatically, but Qin Feng still recognized him at a glance. So this is the palace. I didn't even get enough sleep. Standing beside the carriage, Qin Chen yawned lazily and looked around. Bang! Li Qingfeng staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. As the son of a marquis, he could tell at a glance that Zhao Lingshan's carriage was actually a horsebed carriage. Combined with Qin Chen's words earlier, Li Qingfeng instantly imagined Qin Chen and Zhao Lingshan lying together on the soft bed. He nearly vomited blood on the spot. Zhao Lingshan was a goddess in the hearts of the younger generation of Wangdu. If they knew that their goddess had been lying on a carriage bed with Qin Chen, they would go completely insane. You bastard! How dare you do such filthy things to my sister Lingshan? You're courting death. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Princess Zixuan exploded in rage. Her hair practically stood on end as she turned into a flash of lightning and rushed straight at Qin Chen. She had already made up her mind. No matter who Qin Chen was, she would seize him and teach him a vicious lesson. Sister Zixuan, stop. It's not what you think. His name is Qin Chen. He's the champion of the year-end exam at Tianqing College. He came to the palace to receive the blood spirit pool baptism just like me. You've misunderstood him. Zhao Lingshan hurried forward. Her face turned pale with fright as she quickly blocked Qin Chen. What? He's Qin Chen. Princess Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then became even angrier. Sister Lingshan, don't be fooled by this guy. So what if he's a champion? Men are all rotten to the core. Seeing Zhao Lingshan still defending Qin Chen only made Princess Zixuan even more furious. She knew Zhao Lingshan too well. Cold on the outside, but soft and naive on the inside. Qin Chen must have tricked her with sweet words. Move aside. Let me teach him a proper lesson. Sister Zixuan, you really misunderstood us. Qin Chen and I met on the road. We were both tired, so we shared the carriage. It's really not what you think. Zhao Lingshan's face was burning red under the scorching gazes of the crowd. She wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole. You met on the road and got into your carriage together. You weren't hurt, were you? Princess Zixuan scrutinized Zhao Lingshan from head to toe, as if checking whether she had been violated. Qin Chen, if you've got balls, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and face me. Sister Zixuan. Zhao Lingshan's face flushed like a ripe apple as she stomped her foot in anger. Princess Lingshan, who is this crazy woman? I have no idea what she's screaming about. Qin Chen frowned deeply. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, this woman started pointing at him and screaming insults. Even with his patience, he was about to explode. Crazy woman? Everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning. Their faces stiffened, twisted, and pale, almost collapsing on the spot. Who was this woman? She was His Majesty's most beloved sixth princess of the state of Qi. And she had just been called a crazy woman? Li Qingfeng and the others felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. This Qin Chen's courage was monstrous. Did he really not fear death? Qin Chen. Sister Zixuan is His Majesty's sixth princess. Zhao Lingshan stomped anxiously. A princess? Qin Chen looked Princess Zixuan up and down suspiciously and said speechlessly, "She looks sloppy enough already, but that temper is absolutely rotten. Is this what people call big tits and no brains?" His gaze drifted toward her chest, and Qin Chen's eyes widened slightly. It had to be said, Princess Zixuan's curves were indeed impressive. Compared to Princess Lingshan, she was a full size larger, and her figure was far more explosive. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Princess Zixuan glared at Qin Chen furiously, nearly going mad. Especially since his eyes were blatantly staring at places he shouldn't be looking at, making her want to gouge his eyes out. Qin Chen. This is His Majesty's most favored Princess Zixuan. What kind of attitude is that? Apologize to Princess Zixuan immediately. Zhang Yi stood up and shouted coldly, his face full of righteous indignation. He was secretly delighted. This was a perfect opportunity to curry favor with Princess Zixuan. And who the hell are you? Qin Chen frowned impatiently. Why were there so many nobodies? He narrowed his eyes and glanced toward Qin Feng in the hall. Wasn't this bastard supposed to stir things up? I am Zhang Yi, son of the Marquis of Jingnan. If you know what's good for you, you'll immediately apologize to Princess Zixuan. Otherwise, I won't be polite. I don't know you, and I don't give a damn. Qin Chen snorted and walked toward the hall. Did I say you could leave? Princess Zixuan shouted coldly and stepped forward. Princess Zixuan, dealing with trash like him would only dirty your hands. Let me teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Yi volunteered eagerly and stepped forward to block Qin Chen. Sister Zixuan, you really misunderstood. Zhao Lingshan was on the verge of going insane. Why wouldn't anyone listen to her? Get out of the way. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes coldly. Zhang Yi sneered. Boy, I know you're the champion of this year's Tianqing College exam, but in my eyes, you're nothing special. I advise you to apologize immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure you understand what regret truly means. He knew Qin Feng was also extremely unhappy with Qin Chen. They had clashed days ago, and Qin Chen hadn't shown up afterward, clearly out of fear. If he taught Qin Chen a lesson today, he would please Princess Zixuan and curry favor with Qin Feng at the same time. Killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Yi, don't take this any further. The fourth prince frowned and spoke. Your Highness, Zhang Yi turned respectfully to the fourth prince. That's not the case. I only want Qin Chen to admit his mistake. Of course, if he refuses, I'd also like to experience the strength of this year's champion myself. Paw! 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 A burst of applause rang out from outside the hall. Well said, Lord Zhang. A young man wearing a robe embroidered with a five-clawed golden python entered with several followers. Yes, Your Highness. All the guards immediately dropped to one knee. It was Zhao Feng, the crown prince of the state of Qi. Chapter 154. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Yi, Li Qingfeng, and the others hurriedly bowed with respectful but uneasy expressions. Qin Feng also stood up from the side and cupped his fists. I pay my respects to the crown prince. There's no need to be so polite. Zhao Feng waved his hand casually, then took a few quick steps forward, personally helping Qin Feng up as he smiled warmly. Brother Qin, why be so formal with me? His demeanor was gentle and familiar, as if greeting an old friend. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "The crown prince is the heir of the state of Qi and the future emperor. How could Qin Feng dare to be rude? That's not right." Zhao Feng shook his head and reproached him lightly. "What kind of relationship do you and I have? There's no need for such formality in the future." The two exchanged smiles, chatting cheerfully. The fourth prince frowned slightly and said, "Second brother, this is the preparation hall for the blood spirit pool. Why have you suddenly taken an interest in coming here?" Zhao Feng glanced at him indifferently. "Fourth brother, this is the royal family's hall for gathering talents. I want to see for myself what kind of talents our great Qi state has. Is that a problem?" After speaking, Zhao Feng turned to Zhang Yi with a smile. "I heard what young Marquis Zhang said earlier, and I think it was very reasonable. I've also heard that this year's Qin College has produced several students entering the blood spirit pool. I'd like to see what kind of so-called geniuses they are, and why father made an exception for them." His gaze then shifted coldly to Qin Chen, eyes narrowing. "Especially you. Sister Ling Shan is the daughter of Prince Kong and carries royal blood. You riding in the same carriage as her is a stain on the dignity of the royal family. If your cultivation were strong enough, it might be tolerable. But if your cultivation is weak, wouldn't that make the royal family a laughingstock? Zhang Yi, go spar with him and see what he's really capable of." "Yes." Zhang Yi was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that a casual move would earn him support from so many people. With excitement burning in his eyes, he looked at Qin Chen and sneered. "Qin Chen, you heard the crown prince. His Highness also wants to see your strength. Come on, let me see what you're made of." Zhang Yi stepped forward with a cold smile. The fourth prince's expression changed. "Second brother, this isn't appropriate. Qin Chen is one of the participants entering the blood spirit pool this time. If something goes wrong, father will blame you. Can you bear that responsibility? Fourth brother, you're being overly cautious." Zhao Feng sneered. "I merely asked Zhang Yi to have a discussion with him. What could possibly happen?" He then looked straight at Qin Chen. "Why? You don't dare? Are you just fishing for fame and reputation? Afraid of losing, or do you simply look down on Zhang Yi?" Hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression turned icy. "Qin Chen, if you've got the guts, come out and fight. If you're worried, I won't even use true Qi, just pure physical strength. I'll even give you one hand. You wouldn't dare refuse even then, would you?" Qin Chen's face remained calm, but his eyes grew colder. "Another idiot who hasn't even entered the blood spirit pool yet, daring to challenge me." He could see clearly that Zhao Feng and Qin Feng had an excellent relationship. This was obviously a setup meant to give Qin Feng an opening. Zhang Yi, however, was completely brainless, willing to be used as a knife just to curry favor with the crown prince. Qin Chen looked around at everyone present and sneered. "Since the crown prince has spoken, I'll spar with you. Qin Chen, don't be reckless." Zhao Lingshan's anxious voice rang in his ear. Zhang Yi was the champion of Tianqing College 3 years ago. His cultivation has already reached the late prefecture stage. Even if he gives you one hand, you're still no match for him. Don't act impulsively. Qin Chen laughed lightly. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If someone wanted to show off in front of him, they'd better weigh their own worth first." His strength had already reached 50 horsepower. Even a heaven-level expert would be worth fighting, let alone a mere prefecture-level martial artist like Zhang Yi. A simple sparring match is boring. Qin Chen smiled faintly. "How about this, whoever loses kneels on the ground and barks like a dog twice. What do you think?" Everyone stared at Qin Chen in disbelief. Had he gone insane? Zhang Yi was challenging him, and he didn't back down, that was one thing. But now he was asking to humiliate himself to death. Just because he won the year-end exam, did he really think he was invincible? Everyone present had graduated from Tianqing College. When they graduated, nearly all of them had once been champions. "Well, since you're eager to be a dog, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Yi was furious, then sneered coldly. Qin Chen was far too arrogant. Did he really think he stood a chance against him? Ridiculous. He would let Qin Chen understand what true despair was. I think we should forget about the wager. Princess Zixuan suddenly spoke. After all, we're all here to spar. There's no need to hurt feelings. Although she despised Qin Chen and wanted to beat him senseless, she didn't want Zhao Feng and Qin Feng to get exactly what they wanted. Lu Mei, that's not right. The crown prince smiled. Qin Chen proposed this wager himself. That shows confidence. Since that's the case, why spoil his enthusiasm? Your Highness is absolutely right. Zhang Yi strode forward. The crowd retreated, leaving only Qin Chen and Zhang Yi in the center. Zhang Yi smiled coldly. Qin Chen, you'd better be careful. Don't lose in a single move, or the reputation of this year's champion will be completely ruined. As his words fell, Zhang Yi's entire body erupted with fighting intent. A terrifying aura burst forth like a raging hurricane, slamming straight toward Qin Chen. Boom! The battle intent surged violently, pounding the air. It was clear that Zhang Yi intended to use sheer momentum alone to crush Qin Chen. Opposite him, Qin Chen did not move at all. Drink! Zhang Yi roared. His eyes widened as his momentum climbed even higher, like raging waves and collapsing mountains. He pushed his aura to the absolute limit, causing the entire hall to tremble. Not far away, Li Qingfeng, Wang Qiming, Zhao Lingshan, and the others all felt their expressions change. Their qi and blood surged uncontrollably. So strong. Even the guards in the hall were shocked. As expected of a genius of the state of qi. At just over 20 years old, he's already a late-stage prefecture-level expert. His momentum alone surpasses many of us guards. If we fought him head-on, one of us could barely handle him, maybe even three at once. The martial arts cultivated by the children of marquises are all top-tier techniques. Compared to them, our skills are far inferior. The guards exchanged stunned glances, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 155. If you want to fight, then fight already. Shouting for so long like you're singing opera, what the hell are you doing? Qin Chen frowned as he watched Zhang Yi roar endlessly without making a move. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhang Yi, who had been holding his momentum for a long time, almost stumbled to the ground. Nima! He had been gathering momentum for so long, yet it had no effect on the other party at all. How was that even possible? Prince Zhao Feng also frowned. Zhang Yi, if you're going to do it, then do it quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Yi was depressed. He condensed his strength and blasted out with a punch. Jidao Manquan. With a sharp shout, Zhang Yi's right fist shot forward like a falling mountain. Jidao Manquan was the signature martial skill of Zhang Xiaojun, Marquis of the Southern Expedition. Relying on this technique, Zhang Xiaojun had risen from a mere school captain to a renowned Marquis of the state of Qi. Countless generals and soldiers had died under this fist technique. Jidao Manquan was a mid-tier Shen-level martial art, divided into 6 levels. The first level trained the stance. The second level granted the power of 30 horses. The third level gave 50 horses of strength. By the 6th level, one could possess 500 horses of power. However, the Jidao Manquan Zhang Xiaojun obtained was incomplete. It could only be cultivated to the 4th level, granting 100 horses of strength. Even so, it was enough to earn him great military achievements. Zhang Yi's cultivation was at the late prefecture level, and his Jidao Manquan had reached the 3rd level, giving him the power of 40 horses. This was the source of his confidence. In terms of raw strength, he claimed to be nearly invincible among prefecture-level warriors. Boom! The massive iron fist tore through the air with a shrill whistle, instantly closing in on Qin Chen. Zhang Yi had already imagined Qin Chen's fate, shattered bones and collapsing to the ground in agony. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the void, the two fists collided. Bang! What Zhang Yi expected did not happen. Qin Chen stood rooted in place, unmoving. What? He blocked it? Zhang Yi was stunned. Is this the confidence you were bragging about? Qin Chen flicked his sleeve casually and said mockingly, I thought it'd be stronger. What, did you skip breakfast this morning? That punch just now had at most the strength of 20 horses. Don't get cocky. Zhang Yi roared, his face flushing red. I didn't use my full strength because I was afraid I'd kill you with one blow. That wasn't entirely bullshit. If he killed Qin Chen, His Majesty would definitely hold him accountable. Zhang Yi had indeed only used about half his strength earlier. If you want to die, I'll help you. Qi and blood surged violently through Zhang Yi's body. He grinned viciously as cracking sounds echoed from his bones. He gathered his strength and struck again. Boom! The punch detonated in midair, as if a bomb had exploded in the void. This time, Zhang Yi used 70% of his power. Bang! The terrifying fist wind collided head-on with Qin Chen, yet Qin Chen still did not move. How is that possible? Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. 70% of his power, ordinary late prefecture-level warriors wouldn't survive it. Yet Qin Chen was still standing. I don't believe it. Again. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Yi attacked once more. Boom! 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 His fists rained down like a storm, the violent wind howling through the void like a level 7 gale. This time, he held nothing back. What a terrifying fist technique. So strong, worthy of being the Marquis of the South Sun. With this power, even we'd be blown apart in one punch. The guards all changed expressions, murmuring in shock. Even Lian Ganglai and Wu Tao, the deputy commanders of the guard army, looked solemn. At Zhang Yi's age and cultivation, they had been far inferior. The power behind those fists was enough to challenge heaven-level warriors. No wonder talents like him were chosen to represent the state of Qi against the elites of the 5 nations. Qin Chen, be careful. Zhao Lingshan clenched her fists anxiously, her heart pounding. Lingshan, don't tell me you really have something going on with Qin Chen? Princess Zixuan frowned as she noticed Zhao Lingshan's reaction. Sister Zixuan, I already told you, it's not what you think. Zhao Lingshan stamped her foot, her face flushing. Qin Chen was personally warned by my father and master. We must maintain a good relationship with him. Yet even as she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, worry unmistakable. Princess Zixuan sighed. Zhao Lingshan's reaction clearly wasn't just because of her father's warning, she was genuinely concerned. Not far away, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Boom! After taking several punches head-on, Qin Chen was finally blasted backward. So that's all you've got, Zhang Yi sneered viciously, his confidence surging. He pressed the attack, unleashing dozens of punches in succession. Each blow forced Qin Chen to retreat, his feet stamping heavily into the ground. I didn't expect my good brother to be this tough, Qin Feng said with a faint smile. To endure so many punches, most mid-stage prefecture warriors couldn't do that. But that's the end of it. If Zhang Yi wants to kill him, 3 moves will be enough, maybe even less. Qin Feng shook his head, confident he had fully grasped Qin Chen's limits. Qin Chen lasted this long, but he's basically finished, the prince laughed. Before his voice faded. Is that it? My turn. Qin Chen suddenly moved. His body flashed, narrowly dodging Zhang Yi's punch, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at Zhang Yi's left side. What? Zhang Yi's pupils shrank. Before he could react, Qin Chen's iron fist slammed into his chest. Bang! A dull explosion rang out as Zhang Yi was sent flying backward. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. What? The entire hall was stunned. Just moments ago, Zhang Yi had been completely dominating the fight, Qin Chen could only defend. Yet in a single instant, Zhang Yi was defeated? No one had even had time to react. With this little bit of strength, you still dare to pretend to be forced? Qin Chen sneered, dusting off his hands before casually glancing at Qin Feng. If he hadn't deliberately concealed his strength, Zhang Yi would have been finished in a single punch. There was no need for all this trouble. But now, the effect he wanted had been achieved. At least Qin Feng would no longer dare to underestimate him. At this moment, voices of shock and argument erupted throughout the hall. Chapter 156. It's unbelievable that Zhang Yi was defeated by Qin Chen. Qin Chen is the champion of this year's Tianqing University final exam, but Zhang Yi was also the champion of Tianqing University's year-end final exam a few years ago. He's several years older than Qin Chen. How could he lose? Don't forget, Zhang Yi didn't reveal his true strength and only used his right hand. Qin Chen seized the opening and attacked suddenly, leaving him unable to react in time, which led to his defeat. That's right. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's later stage strength, Qin Chen would have been crushed. It's just a pity that Zhang Yi was too arrogant. He deliberately restrained his power and let Qin Chen fight him with one hand. He never expected to humiliate himself and lose face in front of everyone. The surrounding guards suddenly understood what had happened. Zhang Yi had thought he could easily defeat Qin Chen, but instead, he completely disgraced himself in public. It's not entirely arrogance. Zhang Shaojuan's greatest strength during the southern expedition was his physical body. Zhang Yi inherited his legacy and has already surpassed the average prefecture-level warrior in strength. If any of us went up, we wouldn't last long. This shows just how terrifying Qin Chen is, a true martial arts monster. Yeah, I heard Qin Chen used to be a complete waste. Then he suddenly rose up and swept through Tianqing College to win the championship this year. No one could stop him. He's only 15 years old now. In a few years, when he's the same age as Zhang Yi, how terrifying will he be? In a few years, maybe even Qin Feng won't be able to suppress him. Hush! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhang Yi grew even angrier as he listened to the whispers around him. He had originally wanted to show off in front of the Crown Prince and Qin Feng, to gain a sense of accomplishment. Instead, he was beaten by Qin Chen. His face was completely gone, there wasn't even any skin left. That was just my carelessness, Zhang Yi roared. Qin Chen, let's fight again without holding back. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stepped forward furiously. If he didn't regain his dignity now, how would he survive in the capital in the future? How would he ever raise his head in front of the Crown Prince again? Fight again without holding back? Qin Chen sneered. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Look at your age and look at mine. Look at your cultivation and look at mine. You're the idiot here, don't treat everyone else like one. You? Me what? Qin Chen cut him off coldly. Challenging me makes you feel superior? If you have real ability, go challenge the Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, Qin Feng, or Princess Xixuan. Instead, you pick on someone 5 or 6 years younger than you. I don't even know where you get the guts or the face. No wonder I've never heard your name among the so-called geniuses of the royal capital. All you can do is bully juniors. Pfft. Zhang Yi was so furious his lungs felt like they were about to explode. More whispers rose from the crowd. Indeed, with Zhang Yi's age and cultivation, even if he defeated Qin Chen, people would still say he was bullying the weak. For a moment, Zhang Yi was stuck. Advancing or retreating both felt humiliating. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Zhang Yi, step back. Prince Xiaofeng spoke coldly, his face dark. Yes. Hearing the prince speak, Zhang Yi could only retreat unwillingly. Wait. Qin Chen frowned and said coldly. Qin Chen, what else do you want? Zhang Yi snapped angrily. I'm already backing off. What are you still trying to do? Are you planning to deny the bet we made? Qin Chen sneered. The bet? Everyone froze and looked at Zhang Yi with strange expressions. Indeed, before the fight, they had made a bet. The loser was supposed to kneel down and bark like a dog. At the time, Zhang Yi had been certain of victory and agreed without hesitation. Now that it was brought up again, his face turned red with rage. Making him kneel down and bark like a dog was worse than killing him. Qin Chen, don't push things too far. You only won because you caught me off guard. Do you really think I'm afraid to make a move against you? Boom! A violent aura erupted from Zhang Yi's body. His late-stage true qi surged violently, pressing down on Qin Chen like towering mountains. Your Highness, Qin Chen said calmly, ignoring the pressure. Zhang Yi breaking his word doesn't matter to me. But this challenge was made in your presence. As the crown prince of the Qi state, surely you won't go back on your word like him? Qin Chen looked directly at Zhao Feng. All eyes, including those of the fourth prince and Princess Zixuan, fell on the crown prince. Zhang Yi, Zhao Feng said coldly, kneel. Your Highness. Zhang Yi's face changed drastically. Do you want me to break my promise? Zhao Feng's voice was icy. His gaze was sharp, filled with killing intent like a drawn blade. Under that gaze, Qin Chen's expression remained calm. A faint smile curved his lips. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Yi's face twisted between rage and humiliation. His heart struggled violently. Zhang Yi, the crown prince shouted again, his voice filled with anger. Did Zhang Yi really want him, the crown prince of Qi, to lose credibility in front of everyone? Thud. With no other choice, Zhang Yi knelt heavily to the ground. His head hung low as he clenched his teeth and began barking like a dog. Ha ha ha. Qin Chen laughed loudly. Look at that, just a dog under the crown prince's command. Whatever the prince tells you to do, you do it. Zhang Yi's miserable state made the surrounding guards want to laugh, but none of them dared to make a sound. In the crowd, Deputy Commander Wu Tao was terrified. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, soaking his back. Who was Zhang Yi? The son of Zhang Xiaojun, one of the most powerful marquises in the Qi state. Even ordinary nobles didn't dare offend him. Yet Qin Chen had forced him to kneel and bark like a dog in public, without caring about anyone's face. Remembering how close he had come to offending Qin Chen earlier, Wu Tao felt his legs go weak. At this moment, no one in the hall could remain calm. Qin Chen, I will never let this go. Zhang Yi roared inwardly. Kneeling on the ground, his face was twisted with hatred, as if blood might drip from it. His eyes burned with venom. Prince Zhao Feng's expression was equally ugly. He had intended to use Zhang Yi to suppress Qin Chen, win over Qin Feng, and gain favor with the crowd. Instead, Zhang Yi had completely embarrassed himself, losing both face and people's hearts. For a while, the hall fell into deathly silence, crushed by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. My good brother, Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, calm and smiling. Are you finally willing to show yourself? Qin Feng stepped out from the crowd, smiling faintly at Qin Chen. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Chapter 157. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. Qin Feng, the direct grandson of King Qin Batian, had been a legend of the Qi state from the day he was born. He awakened third-grade bloodline power and broke through to the prefecture realm at the age of 14, creating a record among the younger generation of the Qi state in the past 100 years. That same year, he defeated the fourth prince in the year-end final exam of Tianqing College and took first place, instantly becoming famous throughout the capital. After graduating from Tianqing College, he joined the army, starting as an ordinary soldier and rising step by step to become the #1 captain in the Qi state's army. In recent years, although he had not been in the royal capital, his legend still circulated endlessly there. He was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Qi state. Now, he had returned. Personally received by His Majesty Zhao Gao of the Qi state, he was promised the title of Champion Marquis as long as he won first place in the Five Nations Grand Competition. What glory! What prestige! Yet the very first thing he did after returning was challenge Qin Chen. The rivalry between the two geniuses of the Qin family had long been a hot topic in the royal capital. It was only because Qin Chen had avoided confrontation that the clash never happened. Now, was the battle between the two most outstanding talents of the Qin family about to erupt once more? At this moment, no one could remain calm. One was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the younger generation of the Qi state, destined to become a marquis and rise to prominence. The other was the most dazzling new legend of the royal capital in recent years, someone who rose from trash to brilliance. Yet both were members of the Qin family. This was something no one could ignore. Before, Qin Chen had avoided battle. Now that the two finally met, retreat was no longer possible. How would Qin Chen respond? "Ling Shan, did you get scared just now?" Qin Chen said gently. "There's an empty seat over there. I'll take you." Smiling, he slowly led Zhao Lingshan forward. He completely ignored Qin Feng's greeting. As if Qin Feng didn't exist at all. Everyone was stunned, their mouths hanging open. Arrogant, far too arrogant. Qin Chen ignored Qin Feng outright. How much courage did that take? One had to know that even the fourth prince didn't dare treat Qin Feng lightly, and even the crown prince usually greeted him with a smile. "Qin Chen, you." Qin Feng's face darkened. Even with his strong self-control, anger surged within him. But his scheming was deep, and he forcibly endured it. "Ignoring me?" Qin Feng sneered. "Trash is trash. I'm used to it. You don't even have the courage to face your own brother." "Your Highness," Qin Chen frowned, "is this the palace? Why do I hear a mad dog barking non-stop? It's noisy." Pfft. Everyone nearly spat blood. Their minds exploded in shock. Calling Qin Feng a mad dog, Qin Chen was absolutely insane. Did he really want to die? "Qin Chen." Qin Feng finally snapped. Furious, his true qi erupted violently. The entire hall was swept by surging energy, and a terrifying pressure condensed in the air. "Do you want to die?" His roar thundered through the hall. Qin Feng's face was gloomy, like a furious war god as he strode forward, glaring at Qin Chen. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The hall trembled under the pressure. The terrifying aura around Qin Feng surged like an unstable volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. "Qin Feng, stop," the fourth prince Zhao Wei shouted, stepping in front of him. "Your Highness, get out of my way," Qin Feng said coldly, his face dark. "Qin Feng, mind your attitude." Princess Zixuan snapped angrily. The fourth brother and sixth sister, the crown prince said with a faint smile as he stepped forward, "This is an internal matter of the Qin family. The royal family should not interfere." In an instant, the two sides faced off. The hall was filled with tension, heavy and suffocating, like gunpowder about to ignite. The guards stood silent. No one dared speak. Even their breathing became shallow, afraid of disturbing the terrifying atmosphere. "The Emperor has arrived." A shrill voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall, shattering the stalemate. A plump man dressed in a golden dragon robe strode into the hall, his eyes shining brilliantly. It was His Majesty Zhao Gao of the Qi state. Beside him stood two men with extraordinary auras. One was a towering figure, it was Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu. The other wore a gray-brown robe and had a stubbled beard. He stood beside the king of Lingwu, his presence equally formidable, clearly another powerful expert. "These must be the talents of our great Qi state," Zhao Gao said with a smile as he entered. "Truly outstanding. Full of heroic spirit. I greet Father." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Crown Prince Zhao Feng, fourth Prince Zhao Wei, sixth Princess Zixuan, and Qin Feng all hurriedly bowed, deeply respectful. Qin Chen also bowed slightly. For his mother's sake, he did not wish to cause trouble. "No need for such formalities," Zhao Gao said with a smile. "You are all the pride of the Qi state. The Five Nations grand competition will depend on you." Though he spoke casually, he clearly noticed the strange atmosphere in the hall. With just a few words, he dissolved the tension. Qin Feng and the others were overwhelmed with gratitude, especially Li Qingfeng, who was so excited he barely knew how to breathe. "Fenger, why are you here?" Zhao Gao asked, turning to the crown prince. Zhao Feng hurriedly bowed and said nervously, "Father, your son heard that the top talents of our Qi state had gathered here, so I came to take a look and convey your majesty's concern." "Good. You are thoughtful," Zhao Gao said with a smile. Yet Zhao Feng's heart trembled. He knew very well that if his father wanted to investigate what had happened here, the truth would be uncovered within moments. "Let me introduce them to you," Zhao Gao continued. "As you all know, the king of Lingwu is one of the leaders of the Blood Spirit Pool expedition. In addition, Master Yuanfeng is also one of the leaders. He will guide you into the Demon Ancestor Mountain Range." Master Yuanfeng? Many people were surprised. They had never heard of him before. Yet anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the king of Lingwu was clearly no ordinary figure. "Follow me, gentlemen," Yuanfeng said arrogantly as he turned and led them toward the hall entrance. "Prepare to depart." As his voice fell, Master Yuanfeng suddenly let out a long howl. The sound was sharp and piercing, soaring into the sky like thunder. Though it reached Qin Chen and the others clearly, it caused them no harm, showing his extraordinary control. Li Qingfeng and the others were puzzled, unsure of what Master Yuanfeng was doing. Chirp! Suddenly, as if answering the howl, a piercing cry came from above their heads. It made everyone's eardrums ache unbearably. All of them looked up in horror. Chapter 158. Above their heads, thousands of meters in the sky, a gigantic bird-type blood beast came diving down. The bird's momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it descended from the distant sky. Its figure transformed from a tiny black dot into a massive black cloud that blotted out the sun. Terrifying demonic power swept over the entire hall along with a violent hurricane. Not good. How could such a ferocious blood beast suddenly appear over the royal capital? Be careful. Protect His Majesty. The crowd was thrown into chaos. Guards rushed forward in panic, surrounding Zhao Gao while drawing their weapons, treating it as an enemy invasion. This bird-type blood beast was overflowing with vicious aura. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a cruel and violent creature. If it attacked from the air, ordinary people would have absolutely no chance of stopping it. "There's no need to panic," Zhao Gao said calmly from within the crowd, a faint smile on his face. "This blood beast is a flying mount tamed by Master Yuanfeng." Tamed by Master Yuanfeng? Is Master Yuanfeng an animal trainer? Such a terrifying blood beast is at least a third-order blood beast. That means Master Yuanfeng is at least a third-order, heaven-level animal trainer. No wonder he can stand on equal footing with the king of Lingwu. Hiss! The crowd gasped sharply, shock flooding their faces. Animal trainers were an extremely noble profession on the Tianwu continent. When warriors ventured into the wild, what they feared most were vicious blood beasts. Yet in order to strengthen themselves, warriors constantly hunted blood beasts. Every day, countless warriors across Tianwu died beneath the claws and fangs of blood beasts. However, there existed a special group of people who could communicate with, control, and even tame blood beasts through unique cultivation methods. These people were known as animal trainers. The number of animal trainers was extremely small. Most people would never encounter even one in their entire lives. Yet unexpectedly, such a figure existed within the Qi state, and his strength was clearly extraordinary. In full view of everyone, Master Yuanfeng let out a sharp whistle. The bird-type blood beast descended and landed in the open area outside the hall. It lifted its proud head and released overwhelming demonic pressure. The bird was enormous. With its wings fully spread, they spanned dozens of meters. Its entire body was covered in dark blue iron feathers that gleamed with metallic luster under the sunlight. Its pair of claws were blood red. As they touched the ground, they instantly pierced through the hard bluestone pavement as if it were tofu. Is that the legendary third-order blood beast, the Bloodclaw Green Eagle? The Bloodclaw Green Eagle is infamous for its brutality. It's said it can rip heaven-level warriors apart. My God! If I had such a blood beast, I'd be arrogant enough to walk sideways everywhere. The crowd erupted into excited chatter. Even Qin Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected an animal trainer to exist in the Qi state. Among all professions, animal trainers were indeed extremely rare, and extremely dangerous. "Gentlemen," Yuan Feng said proudly as he noticed the shock on everyone's faces, "this blood-claw green eagle is a blood beast I personally tamed. It will also serve as your means of transportation to the blood spirit pool." Animal trainers possessed an extraordinarily high status. No matter where Yuan Feng went, he was treated as an honored guest. "It's getting late," Zhao Gao said with a smile. "Depart early. I'll be waiting here for your good news." "Everyone, get onto the blood-claw green eagle," Master Yuan Feng said coldly as he sat atop its neck. Qin Feng shot Qin Chen a cold glance. It seemed there would be no opportunity to deal with Qin Chen here. He would have to wait until they reached the Demon Ancestor mountain range. With a leap, Qin Feng landed on the back of the blood-claw green eagle. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fourth Prince Zhao Wei and the others followed, leaping up one after another. The blood-claw green eagle was tens of meters long and nearly 10 meters wide. Its back was flat and broad, easily accommodating everyone without feeling crowded. "Sit properly," Yuan Feng warned. "Stabilize yourselves with true qi. If anyone falls from the blood-claw green eagle, no one will be able to save you." The flying altitude of the blood-claw green eagle exceeded 1,000 meters. Falling from such a height would turn even a third-order martial artist into minced flesh, let alone Qin Chen and the younger students. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes flickered as he sat on the eagle's back. He glanced at Qin Chen nearby, a dangerous thought flashing through his mind. As if sensing something, Qin Chen turned his head. Zhang Yi had already lowered his gaze, appearing calm, as if nothing had happened. Qin Chen sneered inwardly. It seemed Zhang Yi truly hadn't learned his lesson. "Qin Chen, I'll sit next to you. I want to ask you about cultivation later." A clear, pleasant voice rang out as Zhao Lingshan sat down beside Qin Chen. "All right," Qin Chen said with a helpless smile. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bring himself to. After all, he had ridden in her carriage earlier. Rejecting her now would be too shameless. Just as he finished thinking, a fragrant scent drifted over. "I'm warning you," Princess Zixuan said as she sat down on Qin Chen's other side, her tone sharp, "Don't get any ideas about my sister Lingshan. Otherwise, I won't be polite." She stared him up and down suspiciously, clearly not trusting him at all. Qin Chen was completely speechless. "Enough," Yuan Feng shouted. "Everyone hold steady. We're leaving." With a thunderous flap of its wings, the blood-claw green eagle surged upward. A massive force pressed down on everyone, making their bodies sink. The surrounding buildings rapidly shrank as they rose to several hundred meters in an instant. Hold on to the blood-claw green eagle's body. Its wings continued to beat powerfully, creating violent air currents. The wind screamed past them like blades, scraping against their faces. Breathing became difficult, nearly suffocating. Looking down, the once grand royal capital of Qi quickly shrank until it vanished from sight. Piercing through the clouds, the blood-claw green eagle continued to ascend, and the air around them gradually grew thinner. At this moment, the difference in cultivation became obvious. Qin Feng and the fourth prince remained calm, as if the raging winds had no effect on them. Princess Zixuan and Zhang Yi struggled slightly but still maintained composed expressions. As for Zhao Lingshan, Wang Qiming, and Li Qingfeng, they were extremely nervous, especially Li Qingfeng. He clutched the eagle's back tightly with both hands, his face pale as he didn't dare glance downward even once. Chapter 159. Xiao Zhan, it seems that two of Great Qi's young talents have achieved quite impressive results. Standing at the head of the blood-claw green eagle, Yuan Feng swept his gaze backward and said with a smile. Xiao Zhan stood at the front of the blood-claw green eagle. The violent hurricane battered against him, yet his feet seemed rooted in place, completely unmoving. "It's decent," Xiao Zhan replied. "But I've heard that the other four countries have also produced many outstanding talents in recent years. I don't know what the outcome of the Five Nations Grand Competition will be for our Qi state." Xiao Zhan shook his head, clearly not very optimistic. Indeed, Yuan Feng sighed. This time, when I traveled through the 5 northwestern countries, I saw many outstanding geniuses from the other 4 nations. Talents are emerging everywhere now. No one can say for sure who will truly stand at the top. After a brief pause, he continued, after this trip, I plan to leave the 5 northwestern countries and head to a more distant land. Master Yuan Feng, you're leaving? Xiao Zhan was startled and asked hurriedly. Yuan Feng nodded and sighed. Xiao Zhan, you don't understand. The 5 northwestern countries are simply too remote. Resources are scarce, and true qi is thin. With your cultivation, if you were in the outside world, you might have already broken through to the 5th level of the sect realm. But look at you, how many years have you been stuck at the mysterious realm, unable to advance even a step? He continued seriously, this time, if His Majesty Zhao Gao hadn't sent you and other experts to assist me in taming the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, I wouldn't have agreed to escort the talents of Great Qi to the Demon Ancestor mountain range. But after this journey, I must leave. If you're willing, you can come with me. With the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, you won't have to worry about the dangers along the way. With your talent, once you step into a broader world, your future could be extraordinary. Xiao Zhan fell silent for a long time, then slowly shook his head. His Majesty has treated me with great kindness. How could I leave? Let's not speak of this again. Yuan Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Every man had his own will. There was nothing more he could say. This time, the hope of the 5 nations grand competition rests on Qin Feng and the 4th prince, Xiao Zhan said softly. Is that young man sitting on the back of the Bloodclaw Green Eagle? Yuan Feng said as his gaze landed on Qin Feng. As expected, his aura is extraordinary, and his cultivation is solid. He can breathe freely on the back of the Bloodclaw Green Eagle without moving at all. That shows his control over true qi has reached an astonishing level. What's more rare is that he's already at the peak of the late prefecture realm. Even many early-stage heaven-level experts might not be able to do this. Yuan Feng couldn't help praising him. It had to be said, Qin Feng's performance was dazzling. Anyone riding a flying blood beast for the first time would inevitably feel nervous or uncomfortable. Many would even be terrified. Yet none of those emotions could be seen on Qin Feng's face. He was calm and composed. Those arrogant eyes alone marked him as someone extraordinary. As for the others, they were nervous to varying degrees. Even the 4th prince, who appeared relatively calm, was no exception. Xiao Zhan, Yuan Feng warned solemnly, the Bloodclaw Green Eagle is extremely fast. If anyone loses focus, even heaven-level experts could fall. You must ensure these youngsters don't fall. If they do, I may not have time to save them. As he spoke, Yuan Feng swept his gaze backward again. Suddenly, his expression froze, and shock appeared on his face. Xiao Zhan, who is that young man? How? Yuan Feng's eyes widened as he spoke urgently. Who? Xiao Zhan turned to look, confused. His eyes instantly widened as well. On the back of the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, a young man was yawning lazily. He looked sleepy, then simply lay down on the eagle's back and even crossed his legs. Fuck. The two of them felt as if lightning had struck them from the outside while their insides were roasted. Their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. This was thousands of meters in the sky. Even Xiao Zhan himself had to circulate his true qi fully just to stabilize his body on the Bloodclaw Green Eagle. Yet this guy was casually lying down and sleeping. Wasn't he afraid of falling to his death? Both of them felt their brains spin violently, nearly fainting on the spot. Xiao Zhan, who is he? Yuan Feng asked darkly, clearly displeased. Using his Bloodclaw Green Eagle as a bed was simply too much. This genius is named Qin Chen, Xiao Zhan said awkwardly, his face twitching. He's the grandson of Qin Batian, the king of Dingwu. It's him. Yuan Feng was stunned. Yuan Feng had stayed in the Qi state for some time and had naturally heard Qin Chen's name. Is this guy insane? Yuan Feng's expression darkened. This was the first time he'd seen someone treat his Bloodclaw Green Eagle like a bed. What made it worse was that he had just told Xiao Zhan that even heaven-level experts might not be able to sit firmly on the eagle's back. In the next moment, Qin Chen lay down and crossed his legs. The slap to the face was brutal. How the hell did he do it? Yuan Feng muttered. After the shock and anger, another thought surfaced in his mind. After observing for a while, the two finally noticed something unusual. Their mouths fell open as their hearts were shaken. A thin layer of true qi covered Qin Chen's body, forming a strange arc. When the violent wind struck his back, it generated enormous pressure, but instead of blowing him away, it pressed him firmly onto the eagle's back. In other words, Qin Chen didn't need to expend much energy at all. He only needed to maintain a thin barrier of true qi. The stronger the wind, the greater the force pinning him down. Such a method actually exists. Yuan Feng and Xiao Zhan stared at each other in disbelief. It wasn't just them. Qin Feng and the others were also stunned out of their minds, nearly going insane. Although Qin Feng looked calm earlier, he had actually used tremendous strength just to stay steady on the eagle's back. Who would have thought Qin Chen would be even more outrageous, sleeping directly on it? The gap was immediately obvious. As everyone was still in shock, a vicious glint flashed through Zhang Yi's eyes. His heart surged with excitement. Qin Chen had been too arrogant. Zhang Yi had been desperately looking for a chance to kill him, and now the opportunity had practically delivered itself. A sinister smile flickered in his eyes as he secretly and viciously injected his true qi into the back of the blood-claw green eagle. Screech! The blood-claw green eagle cried out in pain, instantly roaring in fury. It had kindly carried these people, yet someone dared to injure it. Enraged, its massive body suddenly shook violently. Bang! A terrifying force erupted. Zhao Wei and the others instantly felt their bodies lose balance and were about to be flung away. Grab onto the blood-claw green eagle. Don't let go. Yuan Feng shouted in alarm, hastily calming the suddenly enraged blood beast. Hold on. Xiao Zhan also roared urgently. Zhao Lingshan and the others reacted quickly. Though the incident was sudden, they managed to grab onto the eagle's back in time. Even though they were tossed into the air, they weren't thrown off. Xiao Zhan let out a breath of relief, but before he could finish exhaling, his face changed drastically. No, Qin Chen is in danger. Only then did he remember that Qin Chen had been lying flat on the eagle's back. At this moment, his situation was almost certainly fatal. Panic surged. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in anxiety as he hurriedly looked over. Chapter 160. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's mouth hung wide open, completely shocked. His eyes fixed on the ground, and his whole body was numb. He saw that under the violent shaking of the blood-claw green eagle, everyone else was pale, clutching the eagle's feathers tightly and not daring to let go. However, Qin Chen remained calm. At the moment when the blood-claw green eagle's body quivered, he rolled over naturally, shifting from lying flat to lying sideways. After turning, his true qi shield deformed slightly but remained firmly attached to the eagle's back, unaffected by the violent motion. How did he do it? Xiao Zhan was baffled and nearly went mad. Although Qin Chen's method seemed simple and understandable in theory, it was almost impossible to replicate. When the blood-claw green eagle trembled, the surrounding wind constantly shifted. The direction changed, the wings vibrated, and the eagle's entire body fluctuated. The true qi shield on Qin Chen's body had to constantly adapt, keeping him firmly fixed to the eagle's back. One tiny mistake, and the whole process would fail catastrophically. Even Xiao Zhan did not dare to attempt it. But Qin Chen did it effortlessly. Xiao Zhan could only gape in disbelief, feeling as though his brain wasn't functioning properly. This kid, there must be some secret technique allowing him to stay so firmly on the eagle's back. Xiao Zhan was stunned, Zhang Yi was shocked. He had deliberately angered the blood-claw green eagle, intending to throw Qin Chen off, yet Qin Chen remained completely unaffected. No way. With such violent shaking, even a heaven-level expert could fall. And yet Qin Chen is lying flat on the eagle's back. How is nothing happening? Zhang Yi couldn't understand it, frustration swelling in his chest. He couldn't even kill this guy. He was like a ghost. Who hurt Xiaoqing just now? At that moment, Master Yuan Feng suddenly turned around and roared furiously. After communicating with the blood-claw green eagle, he had discovered the reason for its anger. Someone had harmed it on its back. Yuan Feng's fury ignited. Taming the blood-claw green eagle had required enormous time, money, and the help of many Qi state experts. This eagle was precious to him, like raising a child. He would never allow it to suffer injustice. And now someone dared to harm it. How could he remain calm? If the blood-claw green eagle became enraged and broke free, what would happen? Without the eagle, how could he leave the 5 northwestern countries and enter a broader world? The cold, heavy atmosphere radiated from Yuan Feng. Everyone on the eagle's back was silent, not daring to speak. At the same time, Yuan Feng silently guessed who would dare such an act. Whoever it was, if it wasn't confessed, it could cost them their life. Don't lie to me. If you admit it now, that's fine. Otherwise, I will find out later. Don't expect me to be polite. Yuan Feng's anger was apparent. Xiao Zhan frowned. Who did it? Just admit it. I know it must have been unintentional. If you confess, we won't punish you. Zhang Yi's heart raced, but he maintained a calm expression. He secretly thought, I just performed a secret move. No one should have noticed it was me. For a moment, the eagle's back was silent. Yuan Feng snorted coldly. At this instant, Qin Chen suddenly sat up, yawned, and said, I know who did it. Who? All eyes fell on him immediately. Qin Chen looked at Zhang Yi and said faintly, it's him. Qin Chen, you fart. Zhang Yi's heart jumped violently as he suddenly stood up, glaring. What are you talking about? He wobbled dangerously in the wind, nearly flying off, and scrambled to clutch the eagle's feathers. You're certain? Yuan Feng asked, his face darkening. Of course. I clearly saw Zhang Yi strike the back of the blood-claw green eagle. It was clearly a test of its defensive power, Qin Chen said with disgust. To be honest, I was also curious about the blood-claw green eagle's defense. But you didn't need to hit it so hard. You almost killed it with one blow. What's the point of that? Poof! Zhang Yi's anger nearly caused him to spit blood. He said anxiously, Master Yuan Feng, Lord Xiao Zhan, don't listen to Qin Chen's nonsense. I didn't do anything just now. Then he glared at Qin Chen. Qin Chen, when the blood-claw green eagle trembled, you were just lying there, your head tilted slightly outward, eyes closed. How could you possibly see my actions? That's nonsense. Qin Chen tilted his head curiously and said, how can you claim to understand my actions so clearly? When the blood-claw green eagle shook, everyone panicked and grasped its body. You had the leisure to observe me. And you weren't affected by the eagle's vibrations at all. Tut, tut, you truly are a genius. You can predict the actions of a blood-claw green eagle in advance. That's fierce and powerful. Qin Chen tooted, a face full of admiration. Everyone glared angrily at Zhang Yi. Indeed, just now, the eagle had trembled violently. Everyone had panicked, clutching its body, unable to think of observing anyone else. Leisure and elegance? Impossible. Zhang Yi was speechless, sweat dripping down his forehead. He quickly spotted Princess Zixuan and stammered, I just saw Princess Zixuan for a moment, and then I saw you. Don't get angry. Princess Zixuan's face darkened, her expression furious. Zhang Yi, what are you saying? Princess Zixuan, you look beautiful, like a fairy in the sky. I couldn't help being attracted. Please don't blame me, Zhang Yi said boldly, having decided he'd rather endure her anger than admit what had actually happened. Princess Zixuan was so enraged that she would have slapped Zhang Yi if they weren't on the eagle's back. Master Yuan Feng, Lord Xiao Zhan, I swear I didn't touch the blood-claw green eagle, Zhang Yi added hastily. Qin Chen is accusing me on purpose to take revenge. By the way, just now, we were all sitting on the eagle's back. Only Qin Chen acted unusually, lying flat like that. How could anyone else have done it? Perhaps he used some secret technique to provoke the eagle and frame me. It had to be said, Zhang Yi was both thick-skinned and cunning. He spun a complex story under pressure. Yuan Feng looked at Qin Chen and admitted that Zhang Yi's reasoning had merit. How could Qin Chen, an early-stage prefecture-level warrior, sit firmly on the eagle's back with just true qi, without some secret technique? Even Yuan Feng himself might not have been able to do it. Thinking this, Yuan Feng's doubt toward Qin Chen grew even stronger. Chapter 161. Not only he, but everyone present was also suspicious of Qin Chen. It had to be said that Qin Chen's previous actions were far too unusual for ordinary people to pull off. Being stared at by the crowd, Qin Chen remained calm and said, "Since everyone doesn't believe me, just ask the Bloodclaw Green Eagle. It must know who heard it just now." Asked the Bloodclaw Green Eagle? Suddenly, the crowd looked like idiots. Do they think the Bloodclaw Green Eagle is human? That it can answer questions? Moreover, if its answer could be known by communicating with it, Master Yuan Feng would already have done so. The Bloodclaw Green Eagle can't speak, it can only express emotions. Even as an animal trainer, I can only roughly interpret what it means. I can't ask it who actually heard it, Master Yuan Feng said, humming coldly. If Master Yuan Feng can't, let me try to communicate with the Bloodclaw Green Eagle. Let him try. Everyone stared at Qin Chen as if he were a ghost. Is Qin Chen's brain completely mad? Who does he think he is? A trainer? Even Master Yuan Feng, who tames the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, cannot communicate with it freely. What could a little boy like him do up there? Does he even know how to train animals? Or communicate with a blood beast? Zhao Lingshan, you can see that Qin Chen is a boastful and arrogant guy. Don't be deceived by him, Princess Zixuan said, taking the opportunity to speak to Zhao Lingshan, her face full of disdain. Zhao Lingshan's forehead darkened instantly. Zixuan elder sister, you are really wrong. Moreover, Qin Chen is not that kind of person. Princess Zixuan didn't expect Zhao Lingshan to defend Qin Chen at a time like this. She shook her head in frustration. Lingshan must have been too enchanted by him. She couldn't allow Qin Chen to harm Lingshan. Princess Zixuan clenched her teeth secretly, her eyes filled with determination. Ignoring the crowd's suspicion, Qin Chen stood up on the eagle's back. Qin Chen, what are you doing? Don't stand up so quickly. Xiao Zhan shouted, panicked, rushing forward. This Qin Chen was too bold, actually standing on the back of the Bloodclaw Green Eagle. Was he looking for death? The flying speed of the Bloodclaw Green Eagle was so fast that even a heaven-level warrior might struggle to remain upright. Qin Chen, a prefecture-level martial artist, risked being blown away by the wind before he fully stood. Xiao Zhan, both shocked and angry, rushed forward. Yet, before he could reach Qin Chen, his outstretched hand froze. Qin Chen stood steadily on the eagle's back. The strong wind whipped his robes, but he remained perfectly balanced, as if walking on solid ground. How could this be? Xiao Zhan was terrified. His eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth seemed wide enough to fit an egg. Even if he pushed his 4th-level Xian-level true qi to the limit and nailed himself to the eagle's back, how could Qin Chen, a prefecture-level warrior, achieve this? In full view of the crowd, Qin Chen calmly moved toward the eagle's neck. Stop! Master Yuan Feng shouted a cold order, halting Qin Chen's advance. How do you intend to communicate with the Bloodclaw Green Eagle? He asked, his tone stern. At first, he had been dismissive of Qin Chen. But after seeing Qin Chen's strange behavior on the eagle's back, he could no longer ignore it. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to walk on the back of a fast-flying Bloodclaw Green Eagle. There had to be something extraordinary about him. Everyone else also fell silent, holding their breath. Zhao Lingshan, in particular, watched with hidden anticipation. These days spent with Qin Chen made her faintly aware that he seemed almost omnipotent. What he said could very well become reality. Everyone held their breath, staring at Qin Chen, waiting to see how he would communicate with the blood-claw green eagle. "It's fine. I'll just stay here," Qin Chen said, expressionless. Stopped by Master Yuan Feng, he squatted slightly, placing his hand gently on the eagle's feathers. His movement was delicate, almost magical. The crowd froze, eyes wide with shock and awe. Could Qin Chen really understand animal training? Could he truly communicate with a blood beast? It was incredible. No, it's impossible. How could he know how to tame animals? Zhang Yi muttered, nervous, sweating, and short of breath. At this moment, Qin Chen lifted his head. Everyone gasped, staring nervously. Qin Chen whispered into the ear of the blood-claw green eagle, "Blood-claw green eagle, blood-claw green eagle, whoever hurt you just now, if you hear me, throw them off your back and teach them a lesson." Bang! In an instant, chaos erupted. Everyone gripped the eagle's back in panic, hearts pounding. They had expected some secret animal training technique, but Qin Chen's communication was literally just talking into the eagle's ear. What kind of communication was this? The blood-claw green eagle was a blood beast. If it could understand human speech, everyone would be an animal trainer. How absurd! The crowd felt dizzy, their minds unable to comprehend it. "Qin Chen, is this your way of communicating?" Xiao Zhan's face darkened as he glared at him. Did this guy think everyone was an idiot? "Ha ha ha, this is amazing, oh my god." Princess Zixuan nearly fell over with laughter. "Qin Chen, are you joking with us?" Zhang Yi's heart sank, then raced with fury. "You'd better be careful," Qin Chen said, turning toward Zhang Yi, eyes full of ridicule. "Careful? Haha, careful about what? It wasn't me." Zhang Yi's face relaxed, speaking complacently, but before he could finish. "Oh!" The blood-claw green eagle roared, as if it understood Qin Chen's words, and suddenly shook violently. Everyone's faces went pale. Shocked, they clutched the eagle's back desperately. Zhang Yi did the same, gripping the eagle's feathers. Suddenly, a huge force surged through him. Before he could react, the momentum threw him off, and he fell into the clouds below. "No! Help me!" Zhang Yi cried out, panicked, his voice echoing beneath the clouds. Then, the blood-claw green eagle calmed, and everyone stabilized. Yet their hearts remained unsettled, each rolling in waves of fear. What had happened? Had the blood-claw green eagle really understood Qin Chen's words and shaken the person who had harmed it off its back? At this moment, everyone was inexplicably terrified, unable to calm down. Chapter 162. Master Yuan Feng, go and save Zhang Yi. Xiao Zhan shouted urgently. If Zhang Yi died here, how could he explain it to the southern marquis when he returned? Xiao Qing, go! Master Yuan Feng patted the neck of the blood-claw green eagle. The blood-claw green eagle turned its head, seeming very dissatisfied with Master Yuan Feng's request. At this moment, Master Yuan Feng also realized that it had been Zhang Yi who had hurt the blood-claw green eagle earlier. Yet now, the blood-claw green eagle refused to obey his command. King Lingguo, the blood-claw green eagle hasn't obeyed me, Master Yuan Feng said helplessly. Although the blood-claw green eagle was a beast he had tamed, their relationship was not one of slavery but of partnership. If it didn't want to act, there was nothing he could do. Qin Chen, the blood-claw green eagle understands what you are saying. Tell it to save Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi can't die here. Xiao Zhan looked anxiously at Qin Chen. Now, he could only place his hope in him. The blood-claw green eagle is a blood beast I tamed. Although it can understand what I say, if it doesn't want to act, even my words cannot force it. Master Yuan Feng snorted coldly. It wasn't Qin Chen's words that had made the blood-claw green eagle refuse to act. Even if Qin Chen spoke, would the blood-claw green eagle obey? Don't make me laugh. Blood-claw green eagle, give that boy a lesson, but don't kill him. The king of Lingguo would be in trouble if he dies. Since Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingguo, had spoken, Qin Chen could not disregard it. After all, Xiao Zhan had been in charge of the Lingwu kingdom and had helped him before. Moreover, it would not be convenient to kill Zhang Yi here. Ouch! After hearing Qin Chen's words, the blood-claw green eagle let out a reluctant cry, then suddenly folded its body and swept toward the clouds. Did everyone really see that? The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Master Yuanfeng's command earlier had been ignored by the blood-claw green eagle. How could it obey Qin Chen? Was this some kind of trick? Among them, Master Yuanfeng was the most stunned. Is Qin Chen a tamer, or is the blood-claw green eagle actually Qin Chen's beast? The blood-claw green eagle moved incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached Zhang Yi, who was falling. His face was pale, trembling all over, and his eyes filled with tears of fear. With a roar of displeasure, the blood-claw green eagle swooped down just before Zhang Yi hit the mountains, catching him around the waist and lifting him back up. Bring Zhang Yi up quickly, Xiao Zhan said urgently, looking at Zhang Yi, who was so frightened he could barely speak. Ouch! The blood-claw green eagle chirped twice. Qin Chen said, the blood-claw green eagle says it will only fly with Zhang Yi. Xiao Zhan looked at Zhang Yi, shivering in the cold wind, and sighed helplessly. As long as Zhang Yi was alive, the situation could be managed. Back on the eagle's back, Qin Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. At this point, no one dared look down on him. Everyone watched Qin Chen with wide, shocked eyes, their hearts deeply impacted. The ability to communicate with the blood beast had stunned them all. When Qin Chen had lain on the blood-claw green eagle's back, Qin Feng had been careful not to let him fall off like Zhang Yi. But now, after witnessing this, Qin Feng was completely shocked. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly just now. Otherwise, I might have been in danger, Qin Feng thought, staring at Qin Chen intently. He still couldn't figure out how Qin Chen had communicated with the blood-claw green eagle. Even heaven-level blood beasts had some intelligence, but communication with humans was extremely limited. Even an animal trainer like Master Yuanfeng could not communicate with a tamed blood beast so freely. Yet Qin Chen had done it. There had to be some extraordinary secret within him, otherwise, this would have been impossible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly. After all, Qin Chen's talent had been well known even before he left the capital to join the army. He had been considered a waste at Tianqing College, as he hadn't awakened his bloodline for years. But in just half a year, he had made tremendous progress, eventually winning the championship at Tianqing College by the end of the year. Now, he could even communicate with blood beasts. All of this suggested that Qin Chen had likely encountered some opportunity from heaven in the past 6 months, enabling him to advance so dramatically in cultivation. It seems we can't just kill this boy in haste. We need to find a secluded place and examine what opportunities he obtained, Qin Feng thought, a dark light in his eyes. In recent years, Qin Feng had experienced many adventures along the Qi state border. He knew very well that ancient relics, powerful artifacts, and other extraordinary finds could greatly change a warrior. After a while, many people had calmed down. Even Princess Xixuan looked at Qin Chen with a strange, unreadable expression. Qin Chen, was the blood-claw green eagle really injured by Zhang Yi just now? Zhao Lingshan asked curiously. Or what do you think? Qin Chen replied with a smile. Qin Chen, you should be more careful. Before, you humiliated Zhang Yi in the imperial palace, and now you've exposed him again. He's a vengeful person and will never let you go easily. When you enter the blood spirit pool, you must take care of your safety, Zhao Lingshan reminded him. Princess Xixuan added, don't worry. There are many generals and men of Qi state in the Yaozu mountain range. Once you reach the blood spirit pool, Zhang Yi won't dare to act. I hope so, Qin Chen said with a smile. Even in front of Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu, Zhang Yi had dared to act. Qin Chen did not believe he would be safe in the blood spirit pool. Moreover, there were people even bolder than Zhang Yi. It's fine. Zhang Yi learned his lesson and didn't truly provoke me. But if anyone dares to act again, it won't be this easy, Qin Chen said coldly, a pair of sharp, icy eyes flashing. The Yaozu mountain range was an immense range in the northwest mainland, spanning the 5 countries and stretching nearly 100,000 li. Its vast territory was filled with life, like a long dragon lying across the northwest lands. Every year, countless warriors ventured into the demon ancestral mountains within the Yaozu range, including many from Qi state. Many perished, but many also gained incredible wealth. Additionally, massive ancestral clans stood within the mountains. For example, Lingshanzong, the most famous in the 5 northwest countries, was said to have been established on the periphery of the Yaozu range. Rumor even had it that the headquarters of the Blood Demon sect, the scourge of the 5 northwest countries, lay deep within the demon ancestral mountains. Chapter 163. This was not without reason. The vast majority of clans would establish their headquarters in areas where blood beasts were abundant. There were 2 advantages to this. First, the sect served as a place to cultivate talent. Building it where blood beasts thrived made training disciples more convenient. Second, the blood beasts in the demon ancestral mountains were rampant, easy to defend against, and difficult to attack, making it extremely hard for rival sects to launch an assault. Shuling Pool was located in the heart of the Yaozu mountain range. A few days later, when the Bloodclaw Green Eagle flew into the demon ancestral mountains, everyone was struck speechless by the sight before them. Looking out, the distant mountains wound forward like a giant dragon across the continent, lush and jagged, making human life feel insignificant. Below, dense jungles stretched endlessly, and the roars of blood beasts echoed everywhere. Among them were countless monstrous blood beasts, some soaring thousands of meters into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Everyone's faces turned pale. Even warriors at the heaven level might struggle against such beasts, let alone ground-level fighters. Xiao Zhan said, "There are countless blood beasts in the Yaozu mountain range, and the blood spirit pool lies deep within. Without the Bloodclaw Green Eagle, it would take much longer to reach it, and we'd face countless dangers. If we aren't careful, we might be injured or even fall. Had we gone to Shuling Pool twice on foot, we would have suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, we have the Bloodclaw Green Eagle this time," Li Qingfeng said, finally exhaling in relief. "In the sky, though, it's not absolutely safe." Before he could finish, "Yo!" one sharp cry after another echoed through the air. Suddenly, dozens of black and purple flame birds appeared ahead. These blood beasts were only about half a meter in size, but there were hundreds of them, swarming everywhere. They had noticed the Bloodclaw Green Eagle that Qin Chen was riding and immediately attacked. "It's purple flaming birds!" Everyone's faces turned pale, shouting in alarm. Purple flaming birds were second-order gregarious blood beasts. Powerful purple flaming birds, and even some third-order heaven-level blood beasts, often roamed in packs. Ordinary sky-level blood beasts dared not confront them, they were ferocious beyond measure. Even though the Bloodclaw Green Eagle was heaven-level, if surrounded by so many purple flaming birds, it would be in grave danger. Suddenly, the swarm of purple flaming birds rushed forward like a living cloud. "Watch out! Prepare to fight!" Master Yuanfeng's face darkened, and he shouted as he prepared for battle. The next moment, the purple flaming birds were upon them. "Evil beasts! Seek death!" Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, gritted his teeth. A black sword appeared in his hand, and as he swung it, layers of light slashed into the swarm. With a sharp whistling sound, the blade carved through the purple flaming birds. Blood sprayed across the sky, and more than 10 second-order birds were instantly reduced to mist. Puff, puff, puff. Several purple flaming birds fell from the sky, screaming. It's no wonder he's the top expert of Qi state. The 4th level Xian stage is just one step below Zong level, truly extraordinary. Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. As a heaven-level warrior stepped into Xian level, their true Qi transformed into a far stronger force. Against this blade, ordinary second-order blood beasts had no chance. The Bloodclaw Green Eagle flapped its wings, using the wind edges like sharp blades, slicing several purple flaming birds in half. Master Yuanfeng, riding on the eagle's head, wielded a long whip. Each swing tore another purple flaming bird into bloody mist. Still, there were too many purple flaming birds. Some broke through and approached Qin Chen, Qin Chen, though not highly cultivated, was a talented figure of Qi state. After a slight shock, he quickly reacted. In a moment, several purple flaming birds were killed without causing any danger. Among them, Qin Feng was especially terrifying. With one hand, he obliterated 2 purple flaming birds into blood mist. In just a brief moment, hundreds of the birds had been cut down. The leader of one purple flaming bird screeched, attempting to escape. "Die!" Xiao Zhan roared, raising his sword. A strange blood force emanated from him, accompanied by a surge of saber energy. The leader of the purple flaming birds, a sky-level creature, was instantly struck down, turning into a bloody mist. The remaining birds panicked and fled, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. "Keep going." Xiao Zhan sheathed his sword and stood firmly on the blood-claw green eagle's neck. "It's terrifying. To be killed by a single sword, incredible." Li Qingfeng and the others muttered, stunned. Even if they had reached such a level themselves, it would be enough to dominate Qi state. After this wave of attacks by the purple flaming birds, everyone's nerves were on edge. They realized this was no ordinary land, this was the sky above the demon ancestral mountains, filled with danger at every turn. Later, the group encountered other high-level blood beasts. The iron-tailed griffin was slain by Xiao Zhan's blade, but the phoenix-feathered beasts were cunning, keeping their distance while releasing wind blades to strike from afar. Fortunately, the blood-claw green eagle's speed allowed them to catch up, and Xiao Zhan was able to seriously injure the creatures before they fled. Everyone's hearts raced. Even before reaching the deepest part of the Yaozu mountain range, they had faced countless flying blood beasts. If a 4th-level sky beast appeared, a battle could be fatal. To prevent accidents, Master Yuanfeng commanded the blood-claw green eagle to maintain a flight height of over 100 meters above the mountains. At this height, they could react to dangers in the sky, though special blood beasts on the ground could still pose a threat. Along the way, Xiao Zhan and the others remained tense. Fortunately, despite traveling thousands of miles, they did not encounter any particularly formidable blood beasts. Finally, the next day, the blood-claw green eagle approached the location of the blood spirit pool. When they reached the valley near the pool, everyone was shocked by the sight below. The valley was filled with barracks, resembling a massive military encampment. "Who is there?" As they neared the barracks, a fierce shout rang out from the sentry tower, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 164. The entire camp was covered in blood, radiating a terrifying aura. Xiao Zhan stood on the back of the blood-claw green eagle and said, "Xiao Zhan, have arrived. Report quickly." "It's Lord Xiao Zhan." Upon hearing the voice, a man respectfully alerted the sentry on the tower. Dang dang. The bell rang 3 times, signaling the arrival of an important guest. The barracks opened immediately, and a large number of soldiers emerged. At that moment, the blood-claw green eagle descended into the open space at the center of the barracks. "Yan Huai, your subordinate, has received the king of Lingwu, the 4th prince, Princess Zixuan, and Princess Lingshan," the burly commander announced. The leader, a man in his 40s dressed in black iron armor, radiated extraordinary presence. He approached and bowed deeply. As the garrison sergeant of Qi State in Zuolinki, he naturally knew who had arrived. "General Yan Huai, there is no need for formalities." "Is the camp ready?" asked Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu. "Your honor, king of Huiling, all preparations have been made," Yan Huai replied. "Good," Xiao Zhan nodded. "You've done well." Since the discovery of Zuolinki 100 years ago, this region had been a battleground for countless conflicts. As a result, garrisons from all 5 northwestern states were stationed around Shuling Pool. Even though the 5 countries had reached agreements and held the 5 nations grand tournament, some garrison troops had been withdrawn, while others remained. These garrisons were not only there to monitor each other and prevent violations of agreements but also to hunt blood beasts in the area and protect the blood spirit pool from destruction. Yan Huai was a general responsible for guarding the blood spirit pool. It was a dangerous and tedious task, dealing with blood beasts year-round. Moreover, a garrison post could last 10 years at minimum, and some extended even 15 to 20 years, a grueling assignment. Yan Huai's face remained cold and stern as he arched his hand. This is the duty of my subordinates. As Yan Huai conversed with Xiao Zhan, Qin Chen and the others looked around. Apart from a large number of sergeants, there were also many young warriors, around 20 years old, standing at a distance and observing them. Are these the talents of Qi State entering the blood spirit pool this time? Zhao Lingshan asked. It's said that 4 of them just graduated from Tianqing College. They should be the ones, a subordinate replied. Your Majesty, what do you think? In the past, spots for entering the blood spirit pool were selected from young talents in their early 20s. This time, you've broken tradition and granted 4 spots directly to recent graduates of Tianqing College. That's really unfair. Oh, unfair? Do you think it was fair before? Save it, who let us have no background? That's right. Look closely. Among the 8 spots, there are 4 princes, Princess Zixuan, and Princess Lingshan, all royal relatives. In addition, there are the legitimate sons of Jingnan Marquis, the legitimate sons of Marquis Wuan, and the legitimate grandsons of King Dinggu. The Zuolinki quotas were basically customized for these influential children. This time, at least there's a civilian included. There were none before, someone muttered. Though their voices were soft, the gossip was still heard widely. Silence! Yan Huai shouted coldly. Yan Huai's authority silenced everyone. Recently, they had endured enough of his stern commands. They are. Zhao Lingshan asked doubtfully. Princess Lingshan, they are the young warriors who participated in the 5 Nations contest in Daki. As early as a month ago, they were sent to the Yaozu Mountains for training and leveling, Yan Huai explained. Only those who qualified for the blood spirit pool could compete in the contest, which was a grand competition. Each country sent many talented warriors, not only to vie for the blood spirit pool but also to assert their national strength. The higher a country's talents ranked in the early decades, the stronger the nation was deemed. Although these young warriors were top talents selected from across Qi State, and had been training in the Yaozu Mountains beforehand, they were not yet qualified to enter the blood spirit pool. Nevertheless, if they achieved high ranks in the competition, Qi State would praise them. Yet despite their qualifications, they could not enter the blood spirit pool yet. This caused many to feel unbalanced and resentful. Looking at these young warriors, Qin Chen sighed. There was no real fairness in the world. Merely granting them the chance to participate already offered an opportunity to change their destiny. Qin Chen glanced at them and realized their talents still did not compare to Wang Qiming's. Their current cultivation was high only due to a few years of rapid advancement. Not convinced? Xiao Zhan stepped forward. The young warriors held their breath, silent under his imposing presence. The man before them was Lord Xiao Zhan, king of Linggu. Contradicting him could mean death, there was no argument. What? Weren't you all shouting just now? Why so quiet now? Are all so-called geniuses and Qi State cowards? Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over them like a sharp blade. Lord Xiao Zhan, we are not cowards, a young man said, face flushed, stubborn. We are unconvinced. Why should all the benefits go to nobles, leaving ordinary people like us no chance? If given an opportunity, we'll show that we are no worse than them. He pointed at Qin Chen and others with defiant eyes. Behind him, many others raised their heads, mirroring his stubbornness, clearly sharing his sentiment. All ordinary people, huh? Xiao Zhan sneered. His eyes swept the crowd like a sharp blade. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads. He continued, most of you come from across Daki State. Even if you aren't sons of officials, you are far from being ordinary. The so-called poor scholar, rich military adage applied. Cultivating martial arts required resources. Without access to proper training and pills, advancement was impossible. By their early 20s, many could already reach the middle or even late stages of the prefecture level. Even if not on par with the 4 princes, they were hardly commoners. Chapter 165. Under Xiao Zhan's gaze, all the young warriors could not help but lower their heads. Indeed, very few of them had the courage to stand out. But since you've made such a request, I cannot ignore it, Xiao Zhan said suddenly, his words carrying a commanding weight. In that case, who among you thinks they can surpass them? Step forward. As long as you can defeat them, I will make the decision and grant you their blood spirit pool qualification. How about that? Xiao Zhan's words caused an uproar in the entire camp. Everyone looked up in disbelief. If they could defeat these individuals, they could win a spot in the blood spirit pool. Could it really be true? Xiao Zhan is a household name in Qi State. Do you think my words are empty? Xiao Zhan's calm face dispelled all doubts. Suddenly, hearts raced, and eyes turned to Qin Chen and the others with intense anticipation. The blood spirit pool was a place that could transform a warrior's natural talent. As long as one entered it, even if they couldn't break through immediately, it was nearly certain they would reach the heaven level in the future. Throughout the history of Qi State, as long as a warrior who entered Zuolinki did not die along the way, none failed to reach heaven level. Moreover, almost all of them reached at least the peak of the late heaven level. Whether they could step into the fourth level depended on talent and opportunity. That was why everyone cared so much about Zuolinki's quotas. Previously, they had thought themselves hopeless. Now, Xiao Zhan's words reignited hope in the hearts of many talented young warriors. I want to challenge. A young man in his early 20s, with brown hair and bare arms, stepped forward. His muscles bulged, and scars ran along his arms, giving him the appearance of iron and blood. It's Zhong Chang. No, he's going first. Damn, I was in a daze before. Damn it. It's easy for Zhong Chang to claim a spot with his accomplishments. Seeing Zhong Chang step forward, many muttered angrily. They had wasted this opportunity in hesitation and could not forgive themselves. But it was too late for regret now. Everyone knew Zhong Chang's strength. After days of training, his power had reached the mid-term of the prefecture level, making him extremely formidable and ranking among the top talents. Who do you want to challenge? Xiao Zhan asked faintly. Zhong Chang swept his gaze over Qin Chen and the others before finally pointing at Wang Qiming. Him. Sure enough. Seeing Zhong Chang choose his opponent, many were even more upset. Naturally, Qin Feng, the fourth prince, and the top talents dared not challenge. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Chen and the newly graduated Tianqing College students. These four graduates, in terms of their early prefecture-level accomplishments, were merely wasting spots in the blood spirit pool. Among them, however, one was Princess Ling Shan, the beloved daughter of Lord Kong, with noble status; one was the legitimate son of Marquis Wuan, with extraordinary privileges; another was reportedly the grandson of King Dingwu, with a bright future despite being expelled from the Qin family. Only Wang Qiming, without background, was a civilian. Thus, he was the only legitimate challenger. Once Zhong Chang challenged him, others would have no chance to step forward. Wang Qiming, you may go up, Xiao Zhan said with a cold smile. Yes. Wang Qiming stepped forward from the crowd. Let's go. He glanced at the sword in his hand, standing motionless like a stake. Anger burned within him. These people were too hateful. Did they think they could bully him? Earlier, Qin Feng had injured him in the palace. Now, these people dared to challenge him. Did they truly wish to provoke him? His anger grew, yet his heart remained cold as ice, without a shred of emotion. At this moment, he was fully immersed in his own knife. He was the knife, and the knife was him. Don't worry. I won't hold back. I'll just beat you, so you don't need to worry, Zhong Chang said with a smile as he strode forward. If you want to fight, fight with everything you've got, Wang Qiming replied, coldly. You, Zhong Chang's face twisted. He had been arrogant, but now he felt ungrateful and disrespected. In that case, I'll do it, he said coldly, his qi surging rapidly along his meridians into his arms. In an instant, his arms glowed red, sending a burning wave into the air, distorting everything around him. The surrounding air trembled from the intensity. Zhong Chang's burning fire fist reached third level several months ago. After a month of training, his true qi has become even stronger. Ordinary martial artists are no match for him, observers noted. Yes. Zhong Chang's cultivation has reached mid-prefecture level. Even strong late-stage prefecture-level fighters would struggle against him in 10 rounds. It's said the boy he's challenging just broke through the initial prefecture level and graduated from Qin College 2 months ago. Zhong Chang will beat him easily. Damn. Why wasn't I the one chosen? The crowd sighed and felt regret. At that moment, Zhong Chang's fist, carrying the burning wave, shot toward Wang Qiming. Boom! The ferocious punch, like blazing flames, enveloped Wang Qiming, as if it could incinerate him entirely. Everyone expected Wang Qiming to be instantly defeated. Bang! At the critical moment, Wang Qiming unleashed his knife. The sound was astonishing, like a dragon's roar tearing the world apart. Boom! The flames split in two instantly, and a wave of Dao-level true qi hit Zhong Chang squarely in the chest without diminishing its force. Bang! Zhong Chang screamed, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a 3-foot-long wound gaping in his chest, meridians severed, and scarlet blood gushing uncontrollably. With only one move, Zhong Chang was seriously injured and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Suddenly, the crowd fell into stunned silence, shocked beyond words. Chapter 166. The meaning of the sword is the meaning of the sword. At this moment, everyone was shocked and stared at Wang Qiming. The boy actually understands the meaning of the sword. Is he only 16 or 17? It's impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded. The meaning of Dao is a profound artistic conception, attainable only after a Dao technique is fully understood. To grasp the intention of Dao means that the person has reached a level ordinary people cannot approach. Generally, even a strong heaven-level warrior may not comprehend the meaning of the sword. But now, a young man, just graduated from Qin College and only 16 or 17 years old, actually understood the rudiment of the Dao. Compared to him, the others seemed like children. This should only be regarded as the rudiment of Dao's meaning. There is still a distance to true Dao understanding, but it's not far. Beside him, Qin Chen's eyes brightened. The artistic conception displayed in Wang Qiming's knife just now was only a rudimentary form of Dao's meaning, not the true Dao. Even so, it was terrifying for a 16 or 17-year-old to grasp even this rudiment. Nearby, Qin Feng gazed at Wang Qiming with surprise. He had not expected this young man to achieve such comprehension in such a short time. However, as long as it was not true Dao intent, there was no reason for concern. Bang! In the middle of the field, Wang Qiming sheathed his knife and stood expressionless. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Xiao Zhan asked lightly. There was silence. The crowd looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Me. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to speak again, a young man in a light gray military robe stepped out, teeth clenched. His hair stood on end, his eyes burned fiercely, and a scar ran across his face, giving him a ferocious appearance. It's Jiang Zhong. Jiang Zhong's cultivation has reached the midterm peak of prefecture level. He is only one step from the late stage. He seems unwilling to give up. With his strength, he might earn a place. The crowd trembled and stared. Among them, Jiang Zhong was one of the strongest. Who do you want to challenge? Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed. Challenge him. The young man, Jiang Zhong, scanned several people before finally pointing at Qin Chen. Me? Qin Chen was stunned, touching his nose. Someone had chosen him as an opponent. This man should be Qin Chen, the grandson of King Dingwu. How dare Jiang Zhong challenge him? It's said this person is the champion of this year's Qin College final exam. His strength is certainly not weaker than Wang Qiming. The key point is that King Wu is a military god in the Qi state army. Jiang Zhong may wish to join the army and earn merit. That may be why he challenges him. Although they were training in the Yaozu Mountains, the news of Qin Chen's background was well known. Seeing Jiang Zhong choose Qin Chen as his opponent shocked everyone. By the way, I heard Qin Chen was expelled from the Qin family. He has nothing to do with them now. Moreover, he defeated Qin Feng, the second son of the Qin family, in the final exam, angering the Qin family. When Qin Feng returned from the border, he challenged him to a life-or-death battle but did not dare to fight. Now, both sides have already severed ties. It's plausible. Since arriving at the barracks, Qin Feng and Qin Chen have not interacted at all. No words, no eye contact. The rumors seem true. If that's the case, challenging Qin Chen has no consequences. Well-informed people whispered secretly, admiring Jiang Zhong's courage. Jiang Zhong had correctly assessed Qin Chen's situation, separated from his family, youngest among them, and relatively weaker in cultivation. Moreover, the Tianqing College year-end exam was almost a month ago. Wang Qiming had not yet understood the rudiment of Tao at that time, so Qin Chen must have learned it afterward. In other words, the exam rankings were already outdated. Then come. After touching his nose, Qin Chen stepped into the center of the open space. Be careful. With a low growl, Jiang Zhong's body surged with fury. Boom! A smoke-like aura radiated from him, and his genuine qi shook the crowd. Manwang Baquan. With a roar, Jiang Zhong's true qi surged like a human-shaped tank, rumbling forward. It sounded like thunder cracking across the mountains. Everyone could feel that this punch alone could fell an ancient tree. Manwang Baquan, Xian level inferior. The fist is like a thunder shock. This is the 4th level effect of Manwang Baquan. When did Jiang Zhong master Manwang Baquan? The crowd was shocked. This quadruple level Manwang Baquan could seriously injure late-stage prefecture-level warriors. No wonder Jiang Zhong was so confident. But the 4 princes and others looked at Jiang Zhong with pity. How could he possibly defeat Qin Chen? Some glanced at the blood-claw green eagle. Even Zhang Yi's face turned pale. If Qin Chen defeated Wang Qiming so easily, how strong would Jiang Zhong be? Sure enough. As expected, when Jiang Zhong's fist came, Qin Chen moved. He did not unleash energy, simply struck, plain and straightforward. Bang! In the void, iron fists collided like thunder. A scream followed. Jiang Zhong was hurled backward, landing painfully on the ground. How could this be? All the young warriors were stunned. Was there a mistake? Before this, Wang Qiming, understanding the rudiment of Tao, had defeated Zhong Chang with a single strike. Now, Qin Chen did the same to Jiang Zhong, clean, precise, flawless. Were all the top Tianqing College graduates this session exceptionally strong? Many young talents who had trained in the Yaozun Mountains were frustrated and embarrassed. Though they were 5 or 6 years older than Qin Chen, they were so much weaker. Was this fate? One by one, they clenched their fists, nearly in tears. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Xiao Zhan asked. Chapter 167. People looked at me, and I looked at them. Silence filled the air. It was a challenge. Even Jiang Zhong had been beaten with a single punch. I feared that any one of them might be taken down in the same way if they stepped forward. No one was willing to do it. No challenge. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, his expression indifferent. You are all the talents of Qi State. You should think more about how to survive in the next grand contest of the 5 countries and earn a better place, rather than fighting among your own people. Lord Xiao Zhan, were there any casualties in the contest among the 5 countries? Some people could not help but ask. What do you think? In the last 5-nation contest, a total of 116 young warriors participated. In the preliminary rounds, 17 people died, 39 were seriously injured or disabled, and in the end, only 19 were qualified to enter the final arena. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, everyone present shuddered. They had only known that the 5-country grand contest was an opportunity for rich rewards. Whoever earned a place, once they returned to the state of Daki, would be personally summoned by His Majesty and promoted to the rank of nobility. No one had expected the competition to be so brutal, with such a high rate of casualties. Almost half of the participants could be seriously injured, and 1/10 could die during the contest. Seeing the panic on everyone's faces, Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, "Although no major war has broken out among the 5 northwestern countries, there are constant conflicts and frictions between them. For instance, we have clashes with the state of Great Wei every year at the border, resulting in thousands, even tens of thousands, of soldiers dying annually. For a country, talented people are the greatest guarantee of its strength. To weaken other nations, many geniuses die each year at the hands of spies or rival factions. In this context, the so-called Big Match, which occurs once every 5 years." Xiao Zhan paused, glancing around. "We, Daki, are strong among the 5 countries, but we are not the strongest. Besides the 5 countries, talents from other regions, powerful sects and clans, also join the contest. This makes each 5-year session of the National Congress extremely cruel. In truth, the big match of the 5 countries was not limited to the 5 main nations. Powerful sects, clans, and even some smaller countries participated, making it a true contest of strength in the Northwest. The outcome of the contest could alter the balance of interests between countries before the next session." A young man drew a breath. "There are still other talented people participating in Dabi?" "Yes," Xiao Zhan nodded. The 5 northwestern countries did not literally mean only 5 countries. In fact, there were dozens of countries, large and small. The 5 countries were simply the top 5 in strength. The smaller countries, though weak, also cultivated talents to produce stronger warriors in the future and rise as influential powers. This principle was simple, but the participation of sect geniuses puzzled many. "What are they trying to achieve?" some asked. There were many powerful sects outside the 5 countries in the Northwest. But why did they send representatives to the 5-country contest? "Purpose?" Xiao Zhan sneered. "The purpose is simple: resources. For example, the quota for Zuolinki is not entirely from the 5 countries. Lingshanzong, one of the most important sects in the Northwest, also has 2 positions. Other sects have quotas as well. They may only occupy 1 or 2 positions, but most are competing for resources." Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed. More than 100 years ago, Daliang State, one of the 5 countries, discovered a medicinal garden north of the Yaozu mountain range, just a few thousand miles from Lingshanzong. When Lingshanzong learned of it, they also sent forces to contest it. The state of Daliang sent tens of thousands of soldiers to defend the garden, hoping to occupy it entirely by force. Lingshanzong, however, refused, and the 2 sides clashed. Lingshanzong, though lacking manpower, had many experts who used harassment tactics, making it impossible for Daliang to secure the garden. Even experts from Lingshanzong commanded blood beasts to attack Daliang's garrison. The battle ended with Daliang achieving a costly victory, occupying the garden, but losing tens of thousands of soldiers. Several famous generals were beheaded by Lingshanzong in the Demon Ancestral Mountains. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They had not expected such a deep grudge between Lingshanzong and Daliang. But Daliang suffered such losses. "Did they not fight back?" someone asked. Of course, Daliang retaliated. In anger, the king of Daliang sent a massive army to attack Lingshanzong. Hundreds of thousands of troops were mobilized. But Lingshanzong, hidden in the Yaozu Mountains, made marching difficult. They sent experts, set traps, and unleashed blood beasts. The 2 sides battled fiercely. In that war, Daliang suffered massive casualties, and Lingshanzong also lost many experts. Eventually, seeing that further fighting would only bring mutual destruction, the war ceased. Later, Zuolinki was discovered. After the first 5-country war, several major factions coveted the blood spirit pool and thus joined the 5-country grand contest. Now, each session of the grand match is not only a contest of talent, but also a battle for the Northwest's key resources. Some conflicts over resources can be resolved through the National Congress of the 5 countries. The more talented you are, the more influence you hold. Hearing Xiao Zhan's words, everyone fell silent. They had thought the 5-country contest was simply a competition for the blood spirit pool and a chance for gifted individuals to stand out in Daki State. They had not expected it to carry so many hidden implications. For a moment, everyone held their breath, their hearts heavy. Chapter 168. After this battle, the great Qi talents on the scene no longer despised Qin Chen and the others. Xiao Zhan's words had also weighed heavily on their hearts. You all will stay here. The blood spirit pool opens in 3 days. Take care of yourselves. I will send someone to inform you. Accompanied by Xiao Zhan, they were taken to the camp. The barracks were small tents, built one by one. Considering that you all need to practice, and to ensure you do not disturb each other, we have arranged tents for 2 people each. If you want to room with someone in particular, you may apply, otherwise, it will be assigned randomly. The atmosphere in the valley was tense. So many forces were stationed here that every group remained on edge. Ordinary generals and soldiers had a large tent for 10 people, while former training talents had 1 tent for 4. Qin Chen, however, was given a tent of his own, a preferential treatment. The 4th prince also had to have a separate room. As the 4th highest in the state of Qi, Xiao Zhan would never let him live with other warriors. The rest were arranged as follows. Princess Lingshan and Princess Zixuan shared a tent. Li Qingfeng and Zhang Yi had a tent. Qin Chen shared with Wang Qiming. Qin Feng ended up with his own tent. After arranging everything, Xiao Zhan left immediately. For many consecutive days, everyone remained exhausted. I'll rest first. In the evening, I'll go out to practice, so I won't disturb you, Wang Qiming said lightly. He lay in the tent fully clothed. Even in sleep, he held his sword as if it were part of his body. His entire being was like a vigilant cheetah, ready to spring at the slightest movement. What a knife maniac, Qin Chen thought, his eyes flashing. Among all these talents, he had a good impression of Wang Qiming. Rising from a civilian to become one of the few top talents in Tianqing College, his future achievements would surely be extraordinary. Sitting cross-legged, Qin Chen began practicing the 9-star God Emperor Ju. These days, he did not waste time on the Blood Claw Green Eagle and continued rigorous training. By now, his body's true qi had reached the peak of the initial stage of the prefecture level. He was only 1 step away from advancing to the middle stage. If he wished, Qin Chen could break through at any time. But he did not. He repeatedly performed the 9-star God Emperor Ju, compressing his qi to the extreme, flowing it into his 12 meridians, and filling his qi pool. Qin Chen wanted to be reborn in this lifetime, not only as Emperor Zhudianwu but also to reach unprecedented heights. At the same time, in Qin Feng's tent. I didn't expect so many troops to be stationed outside the blood spirit pool. Killing Qin Chen is going to be a big problem, Qin Feng muttered, frowning. He knew the blood spirit pool lay deep in the Yaozu Mountains. He had planned to kill Qin Chen before entering it, but now the setup was different. They lived in a military camp. Generals and soldiers patrolled constantly, and everyone had tents nearby. This made it extremely difficult to assassinate Qin Chen. These obstacles were not insurmountable. Qin Feng was powerful, but the most crucial factor was Xiao Zhan, king of Lingwu, living nearby to protect these talents. Any attempt would likely be discovered. It seems if I want to kill Qin Chen, I'll have to wait until later, Qin Feng thought, shaking his head. The top priority was to adjust his state. After 3 days, he could use the blood spirit pool to break through 3 levels of heaven level. Then, there would be no concerns. For this baptism of the blood spirit pool, I have suppressed my cultivation for a long time. I hope this legendary blood spirit pool won't disappoint me, he muttered, exhaling a mouthful of turbid gas, closing his eyes, and focusing his mind. Night fell. When Qin Chen opened his eyes, it was silent, and Wang Qiming was no longer in the room. After half a day of rest, Qin Chen felt refreshed. The center of the camp is accessible. You can go there at any time, a patrolling soldier reminded him. The talents here practice day and night, so food was provided 24 hours a day. Qin Chen nodded and stepped forward. In the dark, a bright moon hung high in the sky. The distant mountains were dangerous, shrouded in shadows, with occasional roars of blood beasts echoing through the night. Suddenly, Qin Chen heard sword sounds from a distant forest. Someone is practicing the sword, and the sound of the sword? Qin Chen followed the sound to the forest. In the moonlight, a young man was dancing with his sword, body erect like a javelin. The sword moved from one side to the other repeatedly. His movements were simple, draw and sheath, but every motion made the blade cut through the air with a sharp whine. It was Wang Qiming. It was tedious to draw and sheath a sword repeatedly. Most people could not endure it. Wang Qiming, however, had an unwavering expression. He made no sign of impatience, focusing his essence and spirit with each strike. If you practice like this, even a year won't make you understand the sword's meaning. Qin Chen shook his head. Who's there? The boy sprang up, turning sharply. His eyes gleamed like sharp blades, shooting cold light. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qin Chen, his terrible saber ready to strike at any moment. You, Qin Chen. Seeing Qin Chen, Wang Qiming frowned. What are you doing here? Do you even know how to wield a sword? Wang Qiming knew that Qin Chen's strongest sword and fist techniques belonged to him. Did he need to study other paths? A warrior could only master one direction. How could he achieve such terrible attainments in others? A little, Qin Chen said calmly. Your understanding of the sword's meaning is still superficial. The move that defeated Zhong Chang was just a rudiment. It is far from the true meaning. If I'm not mistaken, you've been focusing on the rudiment, trying to understand it, but continuing this way will only confuse you. Nonsense. Wang Qiming was unhappy. He liked Qin Chen, but hearing his words irritated him. He was a swordsman. Does he even know what a knife is? Ridiculous. Chapter 169. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. With a wave of his hand, Wang Qiming dismissed the guests. However, Qin Chen's mood had dropped to freezing point. After all, he had won the Star College Championship. Even though he had been defeated initially, he still ranked fourth. The gap between them was not very big. After these days of intense cultivation, he had made great progress. If he really fought now, no one could say who would win or lose. But he had come here to remain unpredictable, to push himself to practice harder. Who did Wang Qiming think he was? You can't believe me. I just don't want to see a born swordsman go astray. With reckless practice, he could ruin himself and become a waste, Qin Chen said calmly. What are you talking about? If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Qiming pointed his sword at Qin Chen, his eyes cold. He had only ignored Qin Chen's presence before, but now Qin Chen still dared to scold him. This was truly too much. Qin Chen's face remained calm, even as Wang Qiming pointed the sword at him. He looked at Wang Qiming's hands and said faintly. When you've been practicing recently, have your Shaoyang and Shaoshang acupoints often gone numb? Especially at midnight, did you begin to feel pain, just like now? Wang Qiming froze, eyes wide, his face pale. How do you know? His hands shook, utterly incredulous. Shaoshang and Shaoyang are located in the fingers. You probably thought that if you practiced too much, your fingers would tire and hurt. So when the pain appeared, you took Zhitong pills to relieve it. These pills work at first, but later they lose effect. You may have applied ointment to your fingers daily, but the results are poor. Not only does it not help, the numbness worsens. You? Wang Qiming was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, recently, his fingers had begun to ache. At first, he took Zhitong Dan, which helped, but later it lost its effect. He had applied topical oils, which slightly relieved the pain, but numbness had set in. He had never told anyone about this, and now Qin Chen knew immediately. How on earth did you know that? Wang Qiming asked, unable to believe it. It doesn't matter how I know, Qin Chen said calmly. I only know that if you don't pay attention to this, you won't understand the true meaning of the sword. Your hands will be ruined, and you will never hold the sword you dream of. Scaremongering, Wang Qiming said coldly, anger rising. What are you trying to do? You don't believe me? Then try pressing the Hozhui and patio points on your arm, and you'll see if what I say is true. Wang Qiming frowned but could not resist. He pressed the points. Hiss! A breath of cold air escaped him. Cold sweat burst from his forehead. Wang Qiming convulsed, pale, and nearly collapsed. How could this be? The pain was so intense that even a man of iron could not endure it, as if his entire arm no longer belonged to him. The Hozhui and patio points lie along the Shaoyang-Sanjiao meridian, Qin Chen explained. This means your problem has spread there. If untreated, it could become dangerous. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, I won't say more. He shook his head and turned away. Wait a moment. Wang Qiming's body trembled, his eyes wild. Every word of Qin Chen had revealed his own physical symptoms. At first, he had been skeptical, but now there was no doubt. Do you believe me now? Qin Chen asked, turning back. Please, give me advice. What's wrong with my body? The inexplicable, strange pain, as Qin Chen said, was linked to his physical condition, and to his pursuit of the sword. What you've been practicing is the Gufeng sword technique. It emphasizes personal will, like a solitary peak standing alone. This saber technique is excellent, but it isn't suited to you. Why not? Wang Qiming could not understand. How could the sword technique be the cause of his pain? He had practiced it for many years without issue. Why suddenly did problems appear? I can see that you train very hard, Qin Chen said. You practice the saber at least 10 hours a day. To improve your combat ability, you often go out to fight blood beasts, leaving scars. Am I wrong? Wang Qiming nodded. Qin Chen already knew these details from the year-end exam, it was no surprise. This wouldn't cause a problem for someone of your status, but as a civilian, it does. Why does being a civilian matter? Because as a civilian, you don't have enough medicinal support. Every time you are injured, you recover incompletely, which allows hidden ailments to accumulate over the years. These small issues eventually place a serious burden on your body. But your Gufeng sword technique requires focusing your own way. Every strike sends qi crashing into your meridians and damages your muscles. Most importantly, your recent understanding of the rudiment of Dao meaning is also a factor. Wang Qiming froze. How could this relate to the rudiment of Dao? The meaning of the sword is a swordsman's personal comprehension of technique. There is no absolute meaning. Everyone has a different understanding, based on their nature and perspective. Your rudimentary sword idea came from being wounded by Qin Feng. Your burst of anger and momentum triggered insight into the rudiment of Dao. But that anger aggravates your injuries. Moreover, trying to find the true meaning of Dao from the rudimentary form of anger is itself a deviation. Qin Chen spoke quietly, silently observing Wang Qiming. Wang Qiming's heart was in shock, like a raging storm. Because, as Qin Chen said, the reason he had understood the rudiment of Dao was that he had been shocked by Qin Feng, oppressed by momentum, and suddenly realized it. Even Lord Xiaozhan, king of Lingwu, could not see these things, but Qin Chen had grasped them at a glance. How many secrets lay hidden within this man? Chapter 170. Well, is there any way to help? Wang Qiming could not help but ask. Yes, there is. But... Qin Chen hesitated slightly. Please save me from this mess, Wang Qiming said firmly. Bang! He knelt on both knees, resolute. You are. Qin Chen was stunned. Unexpectedly, a man as strong and proud as Wang Qiming actually knelt down. I don't want to be a loser. I want to be stronger and become a truly top swordsman, Wang Qiming said, eyes firm like a rebellious eagle ready to soar 9 days. His determination shocked Qin Chen. Stand up. I won't ignore your sincerity, Qin Chen said calmly. Thank you, Dust, Wang Qiming said excitedly as he rose to his feet. He took a box of golden needles from his body. Qin Chen's voice dropped, don't move. Shwa! 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 Several needles shot from Qin Chen's hand in rapid succession. Before Wang Qiming could react, several needles had pierced his arm, sending a bitter numbness through his body. Wang Qiming's pupils shrank. It was too fast, Qin Chen's golden needles were almost instantaneous. If they had been real concealed weapons, escape would have been impossible. All right. Qin Chen quietly put the box away. Good, all right. Wang Qiming stared, dumbfounded. How long had it been since he felt anything like this? And yet, now, he felt a subtle change. Just as he opened his mouth, another golden needle pierced him. After the initial numbness, a cool sensation spread through his body, making him groan. In an instant, his entire arm felt renewed. It was like rebirth. He drew his saber, and his strikes were at least 20% faster than before. The pain and numbness in his fingers had vanished. It was incredible. Staring at his hands, Wang Qiming could not believe it. The injury that had plagued him for so long was suddenly healed. In fact, your injuries are not fully cured, Qin Chen explained. I merely unblocked the damaged meridians in your body, allowing your true qi to flow freely. Normally, you would still need several days of recuperation and medicinal support to fully recover. But in 2 days, you will enter the blood spirit pool. It enhances physical strength and transforms martial talent. Naturally, the remaining injuries will be healed. Wang Qiming's excitement surged. He clasped his hands together. Thank you, Dust. If you have any orders, just speak. I will not hesitate or fail you. Shaking his head, Qin Chen said, I only don't want to see a talented swordsman go astray. Show me your saber technique again. Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Qiming used his saber technique. The light of his blade lingered across the sky, forming a lonely and indifferent artistic conception. After his arm's recovery, Wang Qiming felt refreshed. His saber was cold and sharp, his power at least half as strong as during his fight with Zhong Chang. Show me, Qin Chen said. No longer daring to underestimate Qin Chen, Wang Qiming practiced a full set of saber techniques and then saluted. It's a pity you have reached the acme of Lu Feng, yet have practiced this all your life. Your saber technique is hollow, with the feeling of Ju Feng, but it has not yet reached regeneration. Regeneration? Qin Chen gently smiled, snapped a branch on the side, and suddenly the air transformed into a majestic halo, forming a solitary peak, majestic and full of vitality. Because of the environment you grew up in, your heart is lonely. There is no clear path in life, often seeming like a dead end. But as long as you maintain hope, you will see light. If you understand Ju Feng's saber, how much you grasp depends on your nature. With this movement, the solitary peak stood tall. In the dark, it resembled a giant beast awakening slowly in the wild, its momentum like a mountain beyond the sky. Qin Chen's eyes were sharp, his aura indescribable, sweeping over the world as if oppression had been lifted, and hope dawned in the loneliness. Wang Qiming was stunned. He gazed at Qin Chen's saber technique, his eyes inexplicably wet. Gufeng sword technique, this is the true Gufeng sword technique. Even in a world with no path, even at a dead end. He murmured to himself. Suddenly, an urge to cry overcame him. Tears streamed from his eyes. Yeah! I was born a civilian, starting from nothing. But through my own efforts, I joined the top Tianqing college in Daqi. In college, I was ridiculed and looked down upon, yet I persevered step by step. Others rested while I practiced. Others played while I practiced. Others slept while I continued to practice. Finally, I ranked 4th in the year-end finals at Tianqing College, attracting wide attention. All of this proves that nothing is truly hopeless. Everything depends on the heart to overcome obstacles. With effort and perseverance, even the most desperate can rise. Boom! At that moment, Wang Qiming felt shackles break within his heart. A clear, crisp energy spread throughout his body. Hum! He drew his saber again, swift and sharp. Trees in front of him were cut and split, collapsing with a roar. Is this the meaning of Tao? Holding the sword, Wang Qiming was calm, as if reborn. You understand, Qin Chen said with a smile, observing Wang Qiming, now like a new man. Wang Qiming truly deserved the title of Saber Maniac. He had grasped the meaning of Tao so quickly. Though still a primary-level swordsman, his future would be extraordinary. "Thank you for your guidance," Wang Qiming said, excitement in his voice. He knew his breakthrough today was because of Qin Chen. At that moment, he realized how vast the gap between himself and Qin Chen truly was. They are children of the Qin family. The difference between Chen Xiao and Qin Feng is immense, one in the heavens, the other on the ground. Qin Feng has always wanted to challenge Chen Xiao, but as long as I am here, I will never allow anyone to harm the little dust, Wang Qiming thought, quietly steeling his resolve. Naturally, Qin Chen had no idea what Wang Qiming was thinking. He simply did not want to see a talented swordsman go astray. If Wang Qiming had been born in a martial family, he would have had expert guidance. But in this remote northwest, there were no famous teachers. It was not easy to grow into a true talent. Chapter 171. After treating Wang Qiming, Qin Chen did not stay long. He went to the camp, ate something, then returned to his tent and closed his eyes. The next morning, Qin Chen was awakened by the sound of a gathering. Stepping out of the camp, he saw many talented disciples of the state of Qi had gathered. "I heard some of Qi's talented disciples arrived yesterday, but I was curious. This time, Qi sent those crooked melons and split dates into the blood spirit pool," a discordant voice rang out. From another section of the Qi barracks, several young warriors passed by. One of them, quite handsome, looked at Qin Feng's men with a sneering smile. Jiang Zhong, already irritable, scowled deeply. "What do you mean by that?" The handsome man sneered. "The Great Wei State. Luo Jingshan and Luo Mao are not interesting. I just want to see what kind of talents Qi has sent this time. Will it not be enough for us to defeat them like before?" "What did you say?" Jiang Zhong and his companions glared angrily. Luo Jingshan, however, remained calm, smiling. "Is there anything wrong with my remark?" When Qi's disciples arrived, many of them were already defeated by Wei State in earlier trials. Many immediately admitted defeat. "Too cowardly. I wonder if any of you can even stand this session, ha ha ha. Ha ha, Qi State is full of worthless people. Tut tut, just these crooked melons and split dates, and they dare to participate in the 5 countries grand contest? Not enough to stop the cracks in the teeth of Wei State. Hey, I can defeat 10 of them myself." The Wei State disciples laughed arrogantly. "Dare to say that again? Believe it or not, I won't be polite to you," Jiang Zhong roared, furious, stepping forward. "Do you want to use more people against fewer?" Luo Jingshan said faintly, still smiling. "Even if you did, you would still lose. Hateful, there's no need for so many to fight me. I, Jiang Zhong, can take you down." "Well, if you can stop me, I'll retract my words," Luo Jingshan said calmly. "You dare," too belittling. Jiang Zhong roared and unleashed his full strength. He threw a punch. Manwang Baquan. Boom! The majestic fist swept outward. "Childish tricks," Luo Jingshan said with a smile. When Jiang Zhong's fist was about to strike, Luo Jingshan merely clapped his palms lightly. Bang! The palm hit Jiang Zhong's chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted from Jiang Zhong's mouth. He was sent flying backward, hitting the ground heavily. A bloody palm print burned into his chest, heat radiating from it as if he had been scalded. What? Everyone was shocked. Jiang Zhong defeated with one move. Ha ha ha! This is Qi State's genius. So weak. Truly weak. Luo Jingshan laughed. The other Wei State disciples laughed derisively, their eyes full of mockery. Do the warriors of Wei dare to stir trouble in Daqi? At that moment, General Yan Hui appeared. His face was cold, his aura fierce and oppressive, like a tidal wave of killing intent sweeping outward. General Yan Hui, we only came to meet Qi's talented disciples. Just now, this one challenged us, but we didn't even manage a single move before being repelled, Luo Jingshan explained calmly, smiling. Yes, although there is tension between Qi and Wei, a genius cannot be harmed. Will you, a general, take revenge for him? Are all Qi's talented warriors just timid turtles? Several Wei disciples mocked them. Looking for death. Yan Huai's face sank. He grabbed Luo Jingshan with a sharp palm, intending to seize him like a chicken. As a general stationed at the blood spirit pool, Yan Huai's cultivation was formidable. Luo Jingshan felt a powerful force envelop him, immobilizing him. Bang! Suddenly, another palm struck, blocking Yan Huai's attack. They stepped back simultaneously, both flushed. Gu Qing. Yan Huai's eyes narrowed. It was Gu Qing, a general stationed in Wei State. Yan Huai, it is not proper to start a fight between the younger generation, Gu Qing said. His hooked nose and thin face carried an air of calm authority. Yan Huai frowned. Qi and Wei were stationed together at the blood spirit pool, why stir trouble now? Luo Jingshan smiled. It seems Qi truly has no master this time. Jiang Zhong is the strongest, but even he is wasted entering the blood spirit pool. Humph. Why so arrogant? Qi has many experts. Once you enter the blood spirit pool, you won't be so cocky, Jiang Zhong spat, blood at the corner of his mouth, angry. Oh? Then try and show me. What you see now are just crooked melons and split dates, none of them impressive. Luo Jingshan sneered. The other Wei disciples laughed. Last year, Qi State had 2 top 10 winners. This year, apparently none. Luo Xiaohou and Luo Jingshan is enough to sweep all Daki's forces. Before long, Qi State will be annexed by Wei State, ha ha ha. You will all become servants of the great Wei State. The Wei disciples were proud and disdainful. Is this what the great Wei kingdom has achieved? No wonder it's called the land of barbarians, one said. At this moment, the 4th prince emerged from the camp, his tone cold. Your Highness, the 4th prince. People saluted in unison. 4th prince, one of Qi State's talented disciples this year. Luo Jingshan's eyes brightened, and even the other Wei State geniuses watched intently. At this point, Zhao Lingshan, Princess Zixuan, Li Qingfeng, and others were drawn out of the camp by the commotion. Their aura immediately drew the attention of the Wei State warriors, their presence was different from ordinary disciples. Princess Ziling. Many saluted. Princess. Princess. The Wei disciples' eyes lit up as they stared at the two. Once they saw their faces, nearly all of them were awestruck. Ha ha ha. Qi State sent a princess and a princess this time. Is this just a simple visit? No wonder Qi State hasn't done well these past years. Tut tut, look at them, their bearing and appearance are the best. Seems like luck is on our side this time. The Wei disciples laughed strangely, their eyes glinting with mischief. Chapter 172. Presumptuous. Bold. Too arrogant. Do you think there's no one in Qi? This is too much, daring to cause trouble in our Daki camp. All of them changed color, furious with rage. Zhao Lingshan and Princess Zixuan were both counted among the 4 beauties of Qi. In the hearts of countless talented warriors, they were goddesses. Now the disciples of Wei dared to slander them in public, igniting everyone's anger. For a moment, tension filled the air, and many warriors stepped forward, their breaths tinged with hostility. You people from Wei have dared to cause trouble in Daki. Step forward and face the consequences. Even the 4th prince, usually calm and self-disciplined, could not help but narrow his eyes in anger. Luo Jingshan smiled faintly. That's not true. We are only here to visit the geniuses of the great Qi State, to see how they have cultivated their talents. How is that causing trouble? I've heard that you are the 4th prince of Qi. Surely, you have achieved extraordinary accomplishments. Can you give some advice? Do you dare to challenge the 4th prince? You overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? Ridiculous. The Qi State disciples were furious. If the 4th prince intervened, they feared embarrassment for their honor. Your Highness, do not mind him, someone whispered. Yan Huai's face also darkened. If the fourth prince were harmed, he would face severe punishment. The prince's status was far above ordinary students. General Gu Qing of Wei could not hide a laugh. Yan Huai, you should restrain yourself. Are you worried that the fourth prince of Qi could be defeated by the geniuses of our great Wei state? Haha. Indeed, fourth prince. They don't even have the courage to challenge you. Luo Jingshan sneered. Well, who says I dare not accept? The fourth prince, expression solemn, stepped forward. Fourth brother. Your Highness, the fourth prince. The crowd erupted in shouts. His royal presence was noble and commanding, how could anyone ignore him? Let me fight, the fourth prince said firmly. Yes, I will meet the so-called genius of Wei state myself, he added. This fellow is so arrogant. I don't believe no one in Daki can control him, muttered the crowd, angered and astonished. Yan Huai wanted to intervene again, but the fourth prince stopped him. General Yan Huai, it is unnecessary. The challenge has been made. If I refuse, the other side will think less of me. With a stern expression, the fourth prince advanced. Haha, the fourth prince is indeed heroic, Luo Jingshan laughed, though his tone carried more ridicule than respect. At this moment, outside the Daki camp, several beautiful men and women, accompanied by a frail old man with gray hair, stood quietly, keeping a distance so no one noticed them. The fourth prince of Qi shows his strength with ease. How simple it seems to rise to power, a young man holding an iron fan remarked with a light smile. Your Highness Zhao Wei, the fourth prince of Qi, is said to be the top talent of Qi state. Surely, one of his disciples has entered the blood spirit pool. We must prepare for this, said a young man in a green robe, his expression sly and wicked. This is exaggeration. How could they compare with His Highness Chao Heng of Wei? Look, Luo Jingshan can defeat the fourth prince. His Highness Chao Heng need not intervene, said a woman in purple, her figure enchanting, leaning against the third prince, Chao Heng, exuding temptation and charm. If I'm not mistaken, those who came out with Zhao Wei are the Qi state's talents entering the blood spirit pool this time. How many teenagers are there, Chao Heng? Too weak. A young man standing beside Chao Heng shook his head. His pale face and strange gaze sent shivers down those who looked at him. From his posture, it was clear he was not under Chao Heng. His expression showed disdain, as if observing Qi's geniuses was beneath him. His contempt ran deep, like a dragon looking down upon ants, utterly ignoring them. I've inquired. These students likely just graduated from Tianqing College, Qi State's top school. They're probably only 15 to 17 years old. What can they accomplish in the 5 countries grand contest? I wonder what Zhao Gao, Qi State's emperor, thinks. His judgment seems dim, Chao Heng said with a smile. The warriors of Daki are weak. Even if these are the talents entering the blood spirit pool, few can stand against Luo Jingshan. Most present shared this view, quietly doubting the Qi talent's strength. Luo Jingshan, if you harm me, I will give you 2 choices, apologize and compensate, or retreat. But at that time, it will not be simple, the fourth prince said coldly, glaring at Luo Jingshan. Nearby, everyone stepped back, creating space. The Wei state geniuses laughed among themselves. Luo Jingshan was momentarily stunned. He had intended to draw out a master like the fourth prince, but the prince actually demanded an apology. Too naive. Your Highness, if you defeat me and ask for an apology, that's acceptable. But you may not be able to beat me. How can the strong apologize to the weak? Exactly. How can the strong apologize to the weak? In this world, only the weak apologize to the strong, the Wei geniuses mocked. The fourth prince's gaze was cold. Well, since you want a fight, I will give you one. But if you lose, you must kneel, apologize to Qi State's geniuses, and compensate for the loss. Ha ha. Very well. Defeat me? Make me apologize? Even if I lose all my possessions? Unfortunately, you cannot win. As his words fell, Luo Jingshan moved suddenly. His hands clasped, a wave of scorching air erupted, his entire arm glowing red. Smoke and heat swirled from his palm, a violent temperature radiating outward. Molten fire, heaven and earth. With a grim smile, Luo Jingshan charged at the fourth prince. The technique he used was the lower-level molten flame skill of Xian level, practiced to its peak. No ordinary martial artist could resist it. Immediately, the temperature of the entire camp rose several degrees. Chapter 173. It's the melting inflammation technique. Luo Jingshan actually used the strongest move of the melting inflammation skill in one strike. He really underestimated the fourth prince of Qi. Exactly. There was no need to display such a powerful move for him. The geniuses of the Great Wei State commented in succession, all well aware of how formidable Luo Jingshan's Rongyan's skill was. In the Great Wei State, he had already defeated every top martial artist at the late prefecture level. On the Qi State side, many talents felt the power contained within the technique, their eyes filled with awe. Just as Luo Jingshan's twin palms were about to strike Zhao Wei, the fourth prince moved suddenly. His body flashed like lightning, evading the attack and appearing at Luo Jingshan's side in an instant. So fast. Everyone was shocked. The fourth prince's speed was beyond belief. Arriving beside Luo Jingshan, the fourth prince swung his palm with precise control. The wind whistled sharply along the edge, capable of cutting through a boulder as tall as a person. Luo Jingshan's eyes widened, but he did not panic. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Do you want to avoid me? Impossible. Burn. Boom. A burst of red light erupted from Luo Jingshan's body like a volcanic eruption. Hot energy swept outward in all directions, enveloping Zhao Wei instantly. His form seemed to vanish in the heat wave. Not good. Everyone gasped. The fourth prince had been hit. Broken. Just as Luo Jingshan thought he had gained the advantage, a cold hum echoed. The burning flames split in an instant, and the fourth prince reappeared, smiling, a palm poised directly at Luo Jingshan. Poof! A wound nearly a foot long appeared across Luo Jingshan's chest. His body staggered back as he sprayed blood from his mouth. Whoosh! The fourth prince advanced again. Stop it! The calm on Luo Jingshan's face vanished. Fear replaced it. Flames surged as he desperately tried to block Zhao Wei's attack. Zhao Wei sneered. His right hand accelerated, instantly piercing through Luo Jingshan's dual palm's defense and slapping him across the face. Paw! Shame and anger contorted Luo Jingshan's face. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out 7 or 8 teeth. A palm print marred his cheek, and half of his face swelled rapidly. The Wei State talent's smiles froze. Shock painted their faces, they could not believe their eyes. What was happening? Wasn't Luo Jingshan supposed to dominate the fourth prince of Qi? How did he get defeated in the blink of an eye, without anyone even seeing the full fight? The fourth prince's strength was simply overwhelming. It required no effort at all. Not weak indeed. Even Qin Chen's eyes fixed on him. Though the fourth prince's cultivation was only at the peak of the late prefecture level, his speed and power surpassed all martial artists at that stage. Even those at the early heaven level would hesitate to claim they could defeat him steadily. It was ridiculous. Luo Jingshan had been suspended in the air moments ago. Luo Jingshan, time to fulfill your promise, the fourth prince sneered. You! Luo Jingshan covered half his face, eyes wide with disbelief. He still couldn't comprehend how he had failed. Kneel and apologize. Cold words, for princes sneered, their eyes icy. Yes, who said if you lose, you must kneel and admit your mistake? What is spoken is not forgotten so quickly. If you are willing to accept defeat and apologize, then you are truly people who keep your word, aren't you? The Qi State talents, who had been tense moments ago, exhaled and laughed in relief. 2 steps forward, Jiang Zhongling, who had recovered slightly, shouted, "Don't you dare kneel and apologize." Luo Jingshan's eyes froze. He dared not speak. It was one thing to compensate, but kneeling and apologizing? That would ruin his face completely. How could he face the Wei state again? No apology? You arrogant fool. Jiang Zhong stepped on Luo Jingshan's back with disdain. Do you want us to do it for you? Stop it. Gu Qin could no longer tolerate the scene. His face darkened, ready to intervene. Gu Qin, as a general, should we not refrain from interfering in the younger generation's affairs? Yan Huai sneered, blocking him. Yan Huai, you think you can stop me? Gu Qin's face grew darker, his entire body brimming with genuine qi. Wind and waves surged outward. Push! Push! The qi state talents retreated one by one, pale and fearful. Several of Qin Chen's disciples, however, remained unaffected. If you come to our qi camp to make trouble, if you win, you flaunt your power. If you lose, you want to cheat. Not so easy. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, carrying an oppressive force that instantly shattered Gu Qin's momentum. Under this pressure, Gu Qin, once so formidable, felt like a small boat tossed at sea. Lord Lingwu. Lord Xiaozhan. Everyone saluted respectfully, excitement in their eyes. Xiaozhan, king of Lingwu, was the god of war of Qi state, the idol and spiritual leader of every warrior in Qi. Xiaozhan. Gu Qin's pupils shrank. His arrogant aura withered instantly, as if a mouse had seen a cat. De Wei and De Qi were perennial rivals. Gu Qin knew Xiaozhan's reputation well, it was effortless for him to crush anyone. Xiaozhan, do you intend to start a war between Qi and Wei? Yan Huai asked coldly. Just you? Xiaozhan's gaze was indifferent, as if no one else existed in his eyes. That disdain stung more than ridicule. Even if a war breaks out between our countries, it will take less than a minute for you to die. Without another word, Xiaozhan approached Luo Jingshan. Kneel and apologize. I'm giving you a chance to live. Otherwise, you know the consequences. His tone was calm, without threats, but Luo Jingshan's heart collapsed instantly. Bang! Kneeling, Luo Jingshan's face turned pale, trembling. Why yes. I'm sorry. He even felt tears welling up. He had underestimated Xiaozhan, king of Lingwu. There was no room to argue. Even General Gu Qin dared not oppose him. If you dare disturb our camp in Qi again, there will be no forgiveness. Leave! Jiang Zhong and the rest of the Great Wei warriors bowed their heads, afraid to look directly at Xiaozhan. Let's go. Gu Qin gritted his teeth and led many Wei state warriors away. Wait! Jiang Zhong stopped in panic, retrieving his belongings from Luo Jingshan. Don't forget the compensation you promised. He kicked Luo Jingshan and then laughed as he left. Chapter 174. Cool. It's amazing. Before being defeated by Luo Jingshan, Jiang Zhong had restrained his temper. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, His Highness, the Fourth Prince, appeared and won such a decisive victory. At this moment, Jiang Zhong completely revered the Fourth Prince. Truly terrifying, he was capable of entering the blood spirit pool. If you want to discuss it, just stand there and observe, and send some trash over here, the villains will handle it. Xiaozhan sneered toward a distant area. The crowd was stunned. What did Lord Xiaozhan mean? They followed his gaze and noticed a group of people standing hundreds of meters behind the crowd, watching intently. Those must be Prince Chao Hung of the Great Wei State's men. Disgusting. They instigate from behind but don't step forward themselves. Don't they want to test Qi State's talents? They probably do, but there must be other reasons as well. The Qi State geniuses understood immediately. Those who could rise as talents from countless martial artists were intelligent. Once they considered it, the context became clear. Although the Wei and Qi states had been hostile toward each other for some time, they had not seen the Wei warriors challenge them directly. It could be imagined that the fourth prince of Wei had only just arrived yesterday. His purpose must have been to test the strength of Qi state's princes. But if testing strength was the goal, one should be more open and aboveboard, not hiding behind others. That was truly despicable. Far away, Nian Wuji and his companions, spotted by Xiao Zhan, felt their faces suddenly darken at his ridicule. Xiao Zhan is truly arrogant. Does he think he's invincible? Stepping forward, they wanted to intervene. Promise, don't be rash. The elderly man with gray hair stepped forward. Elderling, why are you stopping me? Nian Wuji frowned. Xiao Zhan is the top expert in Qi state. He has achieved extraordinary accomplishments. If you go forward, you will only suffer losses. Are you saying I am not his match, elderling? Nian Wuji asked, surprised. Shaking his head, elderling replied, it's not advisable. In our sect, only your father, the patriarch, and the 2 vice-patriarchs could contend with him. Others may not be able to deal with him. This man is so strong. Nian Wuji was shocked and narrowed his eyes. In that case, let's go. Let's see who truly ranks among the top 5 countries. Understanding propriety, Nian Wuji and the others did not act rashly and soon retreated. Lord Lingwu, you're letting them leave just like that? Yan Huai and others were indignant. By the rules of propriety, the provocateurs should not be allowed to leave without consequence. Don't make trouble. Shaking his head, Xiao Zhan looked at the 4th prince and Qin Chen. This time, besides the Great Way State, you should also pay attention to the disciples of the Ghost Immortals sect. Ghost Immortals sect? Everyone was puzzled. That's right. Just now, Chao Heng stood with Nian Wuji of the Ghost Immortals sect. He is the son of Nian Shua, leader of the sect, and has achieved great accomplishments. He is said to be a rare genius of the sect in the past 100 years. Moreover, the Ghost Immortals sect is notorious for cruel and insidious methods. Be cautious. Xiao Zhan frowned. The Ghost Immortals sect was one of the most powerful and prestigious sects in northwest China. If united with the Great Way State, Daqi's situation would be extremely dire. In the next 2 days, all the warriors of Daqi felt immense pressure and immersed themselves in intensive cultivation. 2 days later, it was finally the day to enter the blood spirit pool. You 8, come with me. Xiao Zhan arrived at the camp early in the morning and led Qin Chen and the others to a mysterious area in the valley's deepest part. This was an underground world. After passing through a long rock corridor whose end no one could see, they arrived at a massive cave. Many young talents had gathered in the cave. These geniuses radiated palpable energy. Even the weakest among them had cultivation at the peak of the mid-prefecture level. All stood quietly, eyes coldly scanning each other, assessing strength. Everyone knew that these people would be their fiercest opponents in the upcoming 5 countries grand contest. Most were in their early 20s, and almost none were under 20. So, when Qin Chen appeared, all eyes immediately fell on him. Is this the genius of the Great Qi State? So young, what is this? You didn't come here to make up numbers, did you? Everyone was stunned. Participants in the blood spirit pool were typically the core contenders for the 5 countries grand contest, key figures vying for the top 10. Hence, major powers usually adhered to an age limit of 24. The older the candidate, the higher their cultivation and achievements, increasing their chance of entering the top 10. These youths were barely 15. At such a young age, their cultivation was extraordinary. How could they hope to secure top positions in the grand contest? For a moment, the cave erupted in murmurs. Qi State can't even field 8 geniuses? With so few young talents, are they planning to give up this session of the grand contest? It's possible the Great Qi State is cultivating the next generation of the 5 countries grand contest. At their age, 5 years from now, they may still compete. Speculations arose. Ridiculous. A sneer broke the murmurs. It came from an enchanting woman of the Great Way State. With a mean smile, she said, as we all know, the blood spirit pool rewards those with higher cultivation and stronger bodies. These youths are only at the early prefecture level. Even if they enter early, they cannot withstand the horrors of the pool, nor absorb its energy. What a waste! The king of our state will not be bothered by these weaklings. She covered her mouth and chuckled, her body trembling. The two jade peaks of her chest shook, drawing attention. Xiao Zhan's fury and oppressive aura descended. Push! Push! The enchanting woman's face turned white in terror. She staggered backward repeatedly. Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? A low, cold voice came from the Great Way crowd. A burly man stepped forward, eyes cold and piercing like an eagle's. Boom! His aura erupted like a thin volcano, sweeping outward. Wei Qicheng, didn't expect you to come too. Xiao Zhan's pupils narrowed. Wei Qicheng was the strongest man in the Great Way state, top of the 4th level of metaphysics. Ruthless and merciless, he was also known as the Butcher God. Chapter 175. You can come, so why can't I come? Wei Qicheng sneered, his eyes cold and sharp. Take care of your people. If anyone slanders my majesty, the Daki kingdom, I will not be merciful, Xiao Zhan said coldly. Xiao Zhan, shouting at a female disciple doesn't seem fitting for the first master of Qi state. Does the first master only show his power to women? The voice of Yin Pity rang out. It was Ling Zhong, elder of the Ghost Immortals sect. He looked at Xiao Zhan with a strange smile. Ling Zhong, what does Qi have to do with Wei? Since when has the Ghost Immortals sect allied with the Great Wei Kingdom? It seems your ambitions are not small this time. I'm only standing against injustice, Ling Zhong said, eyes sinking, refusing to speak further. Wei Qicheng's gaze was dark, but he didn't speak. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet in the eyes of the killers, there was no disguise. The people of Qi and Wei are fighting again. Well, haven't they been fighting these past years? If not for the agreement among the 5 countries prohibiting large-scale battles, they would have been at war long ago. It's said that tens of thousands of soldiers die or are wounded on the border each year between the Great Wei state and Great Qi state. It looks like there will be a good show to watch. In the last 5 countries' grand contest, Great Wei and Great Qi had a major clash during the preliminaries, resulting in massive casualties. I'm afraid this one will be even more intense. Not to mention Great Qi and Great Wei, even the other forces have lost talented disciples. On the surface, the Northwest looks peaceful, but behind the scenes, the major powers constantly clash. It's strange not to take such an opportunity seriously. Observing the scene, all the members of the other forces whispered among themselves. Qin Chen frowned slightly. Indeed, the 5 Northwest states looked peaceful outwardly, but there was much hidden conflict. Remember the faces of the disciples of the Great Wei state and the Ghost Immortals sect. If you encounter them in the preliminaries, be careful. Xiao Zhan said seriously, pulling Qin Chen and the others aside. Understood, the crowd nodded. Xiao Zhan's expression was solemn. It seemed the Ghost Immortals sect and the Great Wei state might unite. If so, the geniuses on their side would be extremely dangerous. In the previous 5 countries' grand contest, even the Great Wei state alone caused massive losses to Daki's talented disciples. If the Ghost Immortals sect joined in, the outcome would be even worse. On the Wei side, Wei Qicheng spoke to his disciples in a deep voice, everyone, remember, if you meet a Qi state disciple in the preliminaries, show no mercy. If you kill a disciple of Qi state, I'll give you extra reward. Yes. Don't worry. The disciples of the Great Wei state were filled with murderous intent. Wei Qicheng, don't worry. With the help of the Ghost Immortals sect this time, any Daki disciple daring to enter the contest will die. Ling Zhong smiled coldly. But don't forget your promise to the Great Wei state. Don't worry. I will never fail to fulfill the promises of the Great Wei state, Wei Qicheng said with a grim smile. The 5 Northwest states were Daki, Dawei, Daliang, Dasong, and Dazhao. Among them, Daliang was the strongest, followed by Daki and Dawei, then Dasong and Dazhao. In the last 5 countries contest, Daliang, Daki, and Dawei each took 2 top spots, while Song and Zhao took 1 each. The remaining 2 were taken by the Ghost Immortals sect and Ling Tianzong. At this time, other powerful talents also appeared. Look, that's Li Mengbai of Zhao state. He's only 21 this year, yet already a top martial artist at the late prefecture level. Unfortunately, he was born too late. 2 years earlier, he would have been even more formidable. It is said Great Song also produced 2 talents of no small skill. Ling Tianzong's people have arrived. Hiss! Ling Tianzong was the last to appear. As her disciples entered, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The leader was a woman in a white gauze dress. Her skin was as white as jade, flawless and radiant. She's the second daughter of Ling Tianzong, a rare genius of the sect in 100 years. It is said her talent surpasses her sister, Qingxue. She's only 18 this year, yet already a late prefecture-level genius. So beautiful. Everyone was stunned, eyes sparkling. Even Qin Chen took a careful look. Compared with Princess Zixuan and Princess Lingshan, she was just as impressive. Her immortal spirit made people unable to criticize her. Even more surprising, besides Qin Chen, she was among the youngest present. 10 years ago, in the previous 5 countries contest, Ling Tianzong's Yujingse had taken second place with astonishing skill. It was said her strength even surpassed her sister Qingxue. Well, now that you are all here, we needn't waste time. Someone murmured. It was a strong man from Daliang, leading his group deeper into the cave. The cave radiated a huge, dazzling magical power. Gentlemen, to prevent damage to the blood spirit pool, this place has been arrayed. Only members of the 5 countries can open the array by gathering their tokens, a leader explained. The leaders of the 5 countries, including Xiao Zhan, exchanged glances. Each took out a jade card and pressed it into 5 grooves on the stone wall. Suddenly, the cave surged with power. The massive array opened, revealing 2 gaps, each 1 person high. The blood spirit pool lies beyond this array. Men enter from the left, women from the right. Once inside, the array doors will close. After absorbing the pool's energy, the array will automatically release you. Men and women are separated. Everyone was stunned. Seeing the confusion, a strong man explained, inside the blood spirit pool, warriors must enter naked. Clothing is instantly corroded by the pool's energy. Hence, men and women are separated to avoid accidents. Remember, you must not wear clothes, or you will die. The old man's face was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. This blood spirit pool required them to enter naked. Could it be? Qin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had already suspected the blood spirit pool's power. If so, it could greatly enhance his cultivation. Thinking this, Qin Chen immediately followed the other talented warriors into the array. Chapter 176. Buzz, buzz. As Qin Chen stepped into the array, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. He completely lost his sense of direction, and all he could see ahead was a vast stretch of gray. This is a 4th-level bewitching array. Without understanding its operating laws and core, even a 4th-level martial artist would be trapped inside, unable to tell direction until they die here. It seems there must be a top-tier 4th-level array master among the 5 northwest countries. Inside the array, Qin Chen remained calm and composed. With his abilities, he could break this array if he wanted. It would only take more time due to his current cultivation. The vertigo lasted only a few seconds before the scene before his eyes suddenly brightened. A refreshing fragrance instantly rushed into Qin Chen's nostrils. With just a slight inhalation, the circulation speed of true qi in his body surged sharply, and every cell within him erupted in excitement. Looking around, everything was white. With the naked eye, he could only see 2 or 3 meters ahead. Perception was also heavily restricted. Both mental power and eyesight were limited to just a few meters. There was no one around, only Qin Chen. There should be a displacement array embedded within this bewitching array. Every warrior entering will be sent to a different location so that no one encounters another. Since the blood spirit pool required entering naked, the 5 northwest countries had deliberately arranged this array to protect privacy. After taking 2 steps forward, a milky white pool appeared before him. Only the rocks surrounding the pool were blood red, which was why it was called the blood spirit pool. The pool was circular. Shrouded in fog, its size was impossible to determine. The milky liquid inside continuously emitted dense mist. What Qin Chen had inhaled earlier was precisely this mist from the blood spirit pool. Just a trace of it had already caused his true qi to surge violently. If he entered the pool itself. Sure enough, the 5 northwest countries actually possess a pool of spirit marrow liquid. Qin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He never expected that the so-called blood spirit pool was truly spirit marrow liquid. Spirit marrow liquid was an extremely rare and precious substance capable of transforming a warrior's physical body. Even in the martial domain, it was a priceless treasure. Earlier, when he learned that one had to enter naked, Qin Chen had already suspected something. Now that his guess was confirmed, the excitement in his heart was unprecedented. With this spirit marrow liquid, Feng Xiaoyu, Shengguan Shi'er, just wait. One day, I, Qin Chen, will surpass you both and reclaim everything I lost. Removing his clothes, Qin Chen stepped into the pool. Hiss! The instant his feet submerged into the liquid, a piercing pain erupted, as if his skin were being corroded. The pain surged along his blood vessels and spread throughout his entire body. Although spirit marrow liquid could temper the body, the process was unimaginably painful, far beyond what ordinary people could endure. In the martial domain, there had once been a 9-heaven emperor who discovered a pool of spirit marrow liquid and attempted to temper his young son's body. In the end, the boy couldn't withstand the pain and died in the liquid, becoming a lasting joke. Therefore, once inside the blood spirit pool, if one could no longer endure the pain, they had to leave immediately. Persisting recklessly meant death. All major forces had warned their disciples about this beforehand. HNG. As the liquid reached his calves, a muffled groan echoed from the distance. Clearly someone had failed to endure the pain. Soon after, groans rang out one after another as warriors forced themselves into the blood spirit pool. Splash! Ripples spread across the surface. Qin Chen could sense warriors entering the pool all around him. Though none could see one another through the fog, their presence was unmistakable. Ah! Some martial artists couldn't suppress their cries of agony. One by one, they hastily sat cross-legged, circulating true qi to resist the invading energy of the spirit marrow liquid. However, once true qi was used to resist, the absorption rate of the spirit marrow liquid's energy plummeted, severely hindering body transformation. Only by completely opening one's body and mind, allowing the energy to flood into the organs, cells, and pores, could the tempering effect reach its peak. Qin Chen possessed astonishing endurance. He clearly felt the energy of the spirit marrow liquid entering his body, from pores to capillaries, then into muscles, meridians, blood, and finally every part of his body. Every cell began itching violently, followed by searing pain. This was true transformation. The baptism of spirit marrow liquid depends on how much energy one absorbs. The more absorbed, the stronger the body becomes. Such an opportunity must not be wasted. Step by step, Qin Chen advanced toward the center of the blood spirit pool. The liquid gradually engulfed his body. Calves. Thighs. Waist. Chest. The deeper he went, the higher the concentration of spirit marrow liquid, and the greater the pain. The more of his body submerged, the more intense the torment became. By the time it reached his chest, cold sweat streamed down Qin Chen's forehead. His face was pale, his body trembling violently. It felt as if countless red-hot needles were stabbing into every part of his body without pause. As the spirit marrow liquid continued invading, the agony of 10,000 needles spread into his internal organs. Whoosh! Panting heavily, Qin Chen clenched his teeth. Compared to destroying his holy body in the past, this pain was nothing. After gauging the concentration, he realized it was at least twice as strong as the shallower areas. That meant absorption efficiency here was doubled. At the same time, the deeper he went, the thinner the fog became, and visibility increased. Even so, this is still far from my limit, Qin Chen muttered. Splash! Suddenly, a sound of water echoed from behind. Someone was approaching. Qin Chen was startled. someone from the 5 countries had actually reached this depth. Anyone capable of reaching this point must possess a physical body approaching the heaven rank. Recovering his composure, Qin Chen continued forward, gradually vanishing into the thinning white mist. Not long after Qin Chen disappeared, a figure appeared at the spot he had just left. His face was pale, teeth clenched, eyes burning with stubborn defiance, like a rock soaring across the 9 heavens. It was Qin Feng. This is almost my limit. I need to rest here and adapt before going any deeper. Enduring the pain, Qin Feng immediately sat down to cultivate within the spirit marrow liquid at twice the concentration. Chapter 177. Who? A massive amount of spirit marrow liquid energy poured into Qin Feng's body, rapidly transforming his physical form. Qin Feng could clearly feel his physical strength rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is great. I've been suppressing my cultivation for several months, refusing to break through to the heaven rank. I didn't expect the blood spirit pool to be this powerful. It can actually push my already peak physical body even further. Qin Feng was ecstatic. As early as several months ago, his cultivation had already reached the absolute limit of the late peak prefecture rank. His physical body was the same, unable to advance even a fraction further. Yet now, not long after entering the blood spirit pool, his physical body had improved again. How could he not be overjoyed? Not long after. Splash! The sound of water echoed once more from the blood spirit pool. At this moment, geniuses from the major forces had reached this depth. Ha! Seeing that someone was already here, the expressions of these geniuses froze. Who is this guy? Nian Wuji snorted coldly, his brows tightly knitted. It was unforgivable that someone had arrived at this depth before him. He was among the ranks of the great Qi state earlier. His name should be Qin Feng, the number 1 genius of great Qi. Chao Heng, the 3rd prince of the Great Wei state, stepped forward and said, Qin Feng? The number 1 genius of great Qi? Isn't that Zhao Wei, the 4th prince? Nian Wuji frowned. No. Chao Heng's eyes turned cold, like a lone wolf filled with hatred. The true number 1 genius of Qi is Qin Feng. His real identity is the grandson of Qin Batian, the king of Dingwu. The moment Qin Batian was mentioned, the hatred in Chao Heng's voice surged uncontrollably. As the god of war of Qi, Qin Batian had been stationed at the border year-round. More than 1 million Wei soldiers had died at his hands, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Among all people of the Great Wei state, the one they hated most was not Zhao Gao, the king of Qi, but Qin Batian, the Dingwu king, known as the army god of Qi. So he's Qin Batian's grandson? Nian Wuji sneered. Anyone who dares steal my limelight is simply courting death. Nian Wuji had never personally experienced Qin Batian's terror. He only knew that Qin Feng had stolen his spotlight, and that alone filled him with rage. Boom! A terrifying aura swept across the pool. The once calm surface instantly surged as Nian Wuji revealed clear killing intent toward Qin Feng. Nian Wuji, this is the blood spirit pool. It's not suitable to attack here. If you want to deal with him, there will be opportunities later. If the array reacts and expels us, the loss would be enormous. Chao Heng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly stopped him. Nian Wuji was truly reckless, actually daring to attack inside the blood spirit pool. Humph. Sure enough, sensing the disturbance, invisible array fluctuations began to ripple through the pool, forcing Nian Wuji to restrain his aura. Fine. I'll let this brat live for now. Once we're outside, I'll make sure he suffers. With a cold snort, Nian Wuji suppressed his anger and began cultivating in the double concentration area of the blood spirit pool. Only then did Chao Heng finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The people of the Ghost Immortal sect were all insane. Not far away, Li Mengbai and others from the state of Zhao watched silently, their expressions indifferent. Those who could reach this depth were all top-tier geniuses of the 5 countries. Time was precious, and everyone endured the pain while cultivating desperately in the double concentration zone. As for mediocre talents like Zhang Yi, they could at best cultivate in the 1.5 times concentration area. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng could only remain at the outermost edge. At this moment, Qin Chen had already reached the 5 times concentration zone of the blood spirit pool. Crack, crack. The spirit marrow liquid here was so dense and violent that Qin Chen's body was racked with unbearable pain. Every cell felt as if it were being torn apart. The intensity of the pain far surpassed even his previous cultivation of the indestructible holy body. But the effect was equally terrifying. The moment this energy entered Qin Chen's body, his organs, blood, meridians, muscles, bones, every single cell, began vibrating violently. It was like a starving man seeing a table overflowing with delicacies, wine, and meat, unable to wait even a second to devour everything. As each strand of energy entered, Qin Chen's cells squirmed wildly, tearing and devouring the energy with insane greed. This is it. Clenching his teeth, Qin Chen didn't dare let out a sound. His mind was stretched taut, afraid that even a moment of negligence would cause him to faint. Gurgle. Forcing himself deeper, Qin Chen submerged his entire head into the spirit marrow liquid. Ah! Violent energy tore at the skin on his face. Qin Chen's vision instantly went black, he could see nothing. His eardrums ruptured, he could hear nothing. Even the skin across his entire body began corroding. Yet Qin Chen did not move an inch. Like a rock, he sank into the depths of the spirit marrow liquid. From the inside out, every cell of his body was undergoing extreme transformation. Qin Chen's physical strength began to rise at a terrifying speed. No one knew that only by fully submerging the entire body in spirit marrow liquid could one achieve the greatest transformation. Partial contact could only yield shallow improvement. 1 hour later. Finally, a warrior was forced to retreat from the blood spirit pool. He was a 23-year-old martial artist from the Great Song State, at the mid-prefecture rank. The moment he exited the pool, the pain vanished rapidly. His skin became smooth like jade, as if he had been reborn. At the same time, a powerful force began brewing within his body. After leaving the blood spirit pool, you must immediately refine the absorbed energy. Recalling Wang Guoqiang's earlier warning, he quickly sat cross-legged at the pool's edge and began refining the energy. Time passed. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying aura erupted from his body. He opened his eyes, shock written all over his face. I broke through directly to the late peak prefecture rank. His expression was filled with disbelief. From mid-stage to late peak, how long would that normally take? In the outside world, it would take years. Yet here, in just over an hour, he completed the leap. Can I absorb it again? Standing up, he stared at the blood spirit pool. Earlier, his cultivation had been too low, forcing him to withdraw after only an hour. If he could enter again, breaking through to the heaven rank might not be impossible. He took 2 steps forward, preparing to re-enter. Suddenly, an overwhelming array force descended. Before he could react, his body vanished from the edge of the blood spirit pool. The blood spirit pool allows only one absorption. Once a warrior exits, they can never enter again. Chapter 178. Next, more and more martial artists finished absorbing the limit of the blood spirit pool, walked out one after another, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Their auras rapidly transformed. Roars echoed continuously as breakthroughs occurred one after another. Among them, almost half of the participants broke through to a higher realm after entering the blood spirit pool. As for the others, even if they did not break through, their physical strength still improved astonishingly. Soon after, they were escorted out of the blood spirit pool's range. How is it? What did you gain? Outside the blood spirit pool, experts from the various major forces eagerly asked. My lord, my physical strength increased from 30 horses to 40 horses. The amount of true qi in my body has doubled. I broke through from the mid-prefecture realm to the late prefecture realm. One famous genius after another reported their gains. Many powerful figures revealed satisfied expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation. those who had already come out were mostly disciples with weaker foundations. Being able to achieve such improvement was already considered very good. However, what everyone truly looked forward to were the top geniuses of their respective forces. After all, the blood-spirit pool was extremely mysterious. The longer one stayed inside, the more blood essence one could absorb, and the greater one's future achievements would be. Generally speaking, 2 to 6 hours marked the first threshold. Anyone forced out during this period could only be considered average. 6 to 12 hours was the second threshold, representing quite outstanding talent. More than a full day marked the third threshold. Anyone capable of lasting that long was almost guaranteed a remarkable future. During the previous blood-spirit pool baptism, the most powerful genius endured for an entire day and a half before reaching his limit. In the end, he won the championship of the Five Nations Grand Tournament. This time, who would last until the very end? Everyone was watching closely. On the side of the great Qi state, Xiao Zhan, the king of Lingwu, was also paying close attention to this generation of geniuses. For this blood-spirit pool baptism, His Majesty had broken precedent and allowed 4 newly graduated disciples from Tianqing Academy, Qin Chen and the others, to enter. To be honest, although the 4 possessed talent and strength, they were still very young. It was very possible that someone would soon be unable to hold on. However, Xiao Zhan was quite surprised. The first person to be eliminated was Li Qingfeng. Even so, Li Qingfeng had persisted for a full 3 hours before finally being forced out. Lord Xiao Zhan. Li Qingfeng returned to the Great Qi team, his face filled with joy and confidence. At this moment, his body was overflowing with true qi. His cultivation had broken through from the early prefecture realm to the middle prefecture realm, and he was even not far from reaching the peak of the mid-prefecture realm. It could be said that his efforts had paid off. After being defeated by Qin Chen in the final examination of Tianqing Academy, Li Qingfeng had suffered a tremendous blow. During this period, he had trained in seclusion day and night, determined to defeat Qin Chen and reclaim his former glory. Now, after undergoing the blood-spirit pool baptism, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his strength was more than twice what it used to be. He had a strong premonition: if he were to fight Qin Chen again now, he would absolutely crush him within minutes. What about Qin Chen and the others? After bowing to Xiao Zhan, Li Qingfeng immediately began searching for Qin Chen's figure. However, no matter how he looked around, he did not see Qin Chen anywhere. His heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that Qin Chen and the others haven't come out yet? You're the first person from Great Qi to leave the blood-spirit pool. It's true that you broke through to the mid-prefecture realm, but the power of the blood-spirit pool in your body hasn't been fully refined yet. You should take time to absorb it properly. Otherwise, the effect of this baptism will be greatly reduced. Xiao Zhan spoke calmly. What? Qin Chen and the others hadn't come out yet? Xiao Zhan's words instantly made Li Qingfeng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The longer one stayed in the blood-spirit pool, the higher their potential. He had always believed that among the 4 from Tianqing Academy, he ranked first. Yet now, not a single one of them had come out. Not only Qin Chen, even Zhao Lingshan and Wang Qiming were still inside. This realization dealt Li Qingfeng a devastating blow. It's our first time entering the blood-spirit pool. Why is the gap so huge? Li Qingfeng found it unbelievable, his confidence severely shaken. The true test of the blood-spirit pool lay in a warrior's willpower. The stronger one's will, the longer they could endure pain that others simply could not withstand. He had believed his willpower to be extremely strong, managing to last 3 hours. Yet it turned out he was the weakest among the 4. I don't believe it. Even if they last longer than me, it can't be by much. They should come out any moment now. Li Qingfeng clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept reality. An hour passed. Then another hour. More and more disciples from the various forces were eliminated, yet among the Great Qi participants, only Li Qingfeng had emerged. This is impossible. Li Qingfeng felt his mind go blank. He had only lasted 3 hours. Qin Chen's cultivation was similar to his, Or even weaker. How could they possibly persist for so long? At the 6th hour, another figure from Great Qi finally could no longer endure. Lord Xiaozhan. A figure emerged from the mist formation, his entire body surging with true qi. His cultivation had reached the peak of the late prefecture realm, just one step away from the heavenly realm. Some of his true qi even carried faint heavenly realm fluctuations. It was Zhang Yi. How could it be him? Li Qingfeng's expression froze, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In terms of cultivation, Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming were all weaker than Zhang Yi. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yi should have lasted longer than all three of them. But now... Qin Chen, they didn't die in there, did they? Li Qingfeng muttered subconsciously. Xiao Zhan's eyebrows twitched, his expression turning grim. It wasn't impossible. Although the blood spirit pool was an enormous opportunity, it also carried tremendous risks. Once a warrior entered the baptism, if they reached their limit, they had to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, they could faint inside, be overwhelmed by the blood spirit pool's power, and die there. This was something every major force strictly warned their disciples about before entering. Yet every year, some people ignored these warnings and died inside. By all logic, Qin Chen, Zhao Lingshan, and Wang Qiming should have emerged long ago. But they still hadn't appeared. As Li Qingfeng had said, it was entirely possible that they had already perished within the blood spirit pool. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhan's heart tightened with anxiety and concern. Chapter 179. Haha, Xiao Zhan, those young talents of the Qi state aren't dead, are they? Wei Qiqing suddenly sneered, his face full of sarcasm. His words immediately attracted the attention of many people. I remember that Great Qi brought several young talents this time. Why has only one come out so far? It has already been 6 hours since the blood spirit pool opened. Who can still hold on at this point? Anyone who can last this long should at least be at the late prefecture realm. Weren't those Qi state youngsters only at the early prefecture realm? They're not really dead inside, are they? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. If several young geniuses of the Qi state had truly died inside the blood spirit pool, it would be far too outrageous. Great Qi would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire northwest region. Humph, Wei Qicheng, you don't need to worry about us. You should worry about your own talents from the Great Wei state instead, Xiao Zhan said coldly. Our Great Qi state has outstanding geniuses still undergoing baptism in the blood spirit pool. How can your Great Wei kingdom compare? Ha ha ha, still acting tough at a time like this. Wei Qicheng sneered disdainfully and said, outstanding talent. The blood spirit pool has been open for so long. Throughout history, there have only been a handful of people who could last 6 hours at the early prefecture realm. I think you'd better prepare the coffins early. Ha 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 ha. The people of the Wei state burst into laughter. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, his face turning livid as he stopped responding. But deep down, his heart was filled with anxiety. Ling Shan. Qin Chen. Wang Qiming, please don't let anything happen. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiao Zhan silently prayed. At this moment, inside the blood spirit pool, most of the low-end talents had already been eliminated. In the high-level area, Qin Feng and the others still showed no signs of leaving. Everyone who could reach this area was a top-tier genius of their respective forces, proud, arrogant, and unwilling to fall behind anyone else. Seeing that no one withdrew, they all secretly gritted their teeth, engaging in an invisible contest of willpower. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water echoed from the lower area and gradually approached. The people absorbing the blood spirit pool liquid opened their eyes one after another, expressions filled with doubt. At this time, someone was coming to the high-level area. Anyone capable of reaching this place should have arrived long ago. Those who couldn't reach it should have already been eliminated. Arriving only now was extremely strange. Within the thin mist, a figure slowly appeared. Wang Qiming. The pupils of the fourth prince and Qin Feng shrank violently. It was Wang Qiming, the Qi state disciple who had entered together with them. How was this possible? Qin Feng was deeply impressed by Wang Qiming. At the palace earlier, he had casually used his aura to blast this guy away. A piece of trash like him could actually reach the high-level area? What a joke. This kid is only at the early prefecture realm. He can actually make it to the high-level area? Nima, is this still human? A 16 or 17-year-old at the early prefecture realm lasting this long? Everyone was going crazy. One by one, they nearly collapsed. They had been enduring with everything they had, barely holding on after so many hours. Yet this teenager, clearly 4 or 5 years younger than them, was still standing strong. The blow was devastating. Facing everyone's shock, Wang Qiming pressed his lips together and ignored them completely. After entering the high-level area, he immediately began cultivating. Gurgle. The extremely concentrated blood spirit pool liquid corroded his body violently, but Wang Qiming clenched his teeth and endured it. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude toward Qin Chen. If Qin Chen hadn't helped him comprehend the Tao, he would have already been eliminated. Brother Chen, don't worry. I've endured so much to reach this point, I won't let you down. Flames seemed to burn within Wang Qiming's eyes as his body stood firm like a rock. 7 hours. 8 hours. 9 hours. An entire day passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, some of the geniuses in the high-level area began to lose their grip. One genius after another withdrew unwillingly, breaking through their cultivation the moment they reached the shore. Only a handful of the absolute top talents continued to struggle. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the blood spirit pool, in the 5th-tier region, Qin Chen, submerged at the bottom of the pool, suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! It was as if 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his gaze. Incredible! In my previous life, I had only heard of the effects of spirit marrow liquid. I never imagined it would be this exquisite. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Chen was genuinely shocked. The spirit marrow liquid possessed terrifying destructive power, yet it also had astonishing restorative abilities. When he first entered the blood spirit pool, his eyes were nearly destroyed by the violent energy. But after cultivation, not only had they fully recovered, their strength had increased several-fold. Not just my 5 senses, my physical body is at least several times stronger than before. My strength has increased from 50 horses to at least 100. Even my bloodline power has transformed, my defense has reached an extreme level, and even my essence and divine power have broken through to the 2nd layer. Qin Chen was deeply astonished. In his previous life, although he had heard of spirit marrow liquid, he had never personally used it. That was because its effects only worked on warriors below the Xian realm. Once someone above the Xian realm absorbed it, the terrifying power of the spirit marrow would not enhance their body, instead, it would destroy their meridians and turn them into a cripple. Furthermore, spirit marrow liquid also had age restrictions. For warriors over 30, whose bodies and meridians were already fully formed, absorption was impossible. This was precisely why Xiao Zhan and the other powerful kings had not entered the blood spirit pool. I've already absorbed enough spirit marrow liquid. Generally, wherever a spirit marrow pool exists, there should also be spirit marrow crystals. Those are treasures even more precious than the liquid itself. It would be a waste not to take them. With a swing of his legs, Qin Chen swam deeper into the pool. Wherever spirit marrow liquid was formed, spirit marrow crystals were almost always present. They were the true source of the liquid. Each spirit marrow crystal could continuously generate spirit marrow liquid. Even in the martial world, they were priceless treasures rarely seen. Sure enough, at the deepest part of the pool, Qin Chen spotted a milky white crystal resting at the bottom. As expected, spirit marrow crystal. Qin Chen was overjoyed and quickly stored it inside his storage ring. Soon after, he found 2 more spirit marrow crystals. At this location, the concentration of spirit marrow liquid was already 10 times that of the outermost area. This was the true core of the pool. A pool this large can't possibly have only a few crystals. There must be more. Just as Qin Chen prepared to continue forward, ripples of array fluctuations appeared ahead, blocking his path. It was the 4th level, bewitching array. Getting in my way. Qin Chen shook his head, utterly speechless. Did this mere four-layer bewitching array really think it could stop him from searching for spirit marrow crystals? His spiritual power spread instantly, and Qin Chen quickly found several empty gates within the array, passing straight through. As expected, on the other side of the array, he discovered several more spirit marrow crystals. 8 in total. Feeling the 8 spirit marrow crystals inside his storage ring, Qin Chen felt delighted and subconsciously swam upward. Who's there? A clear, melodious female voice, like that of a celestial maiden, suddenly rang out in Qin Chen's ears. Chapter 180. How can there be women here? Hearing that voice, Qin Chen was stunned. Wasn't this the area for blood spirit pool baptism? To enter the blood spirit pool, both men and women had to enter naked. Because of this, the access channels for men and women were strictly separated and assigned to 2 completely different areas. Yet the voice just now was clearly a woman's, clear, cold, and extremely beautiful. No! All of a sudden, Qin Chen seemed to realize something, and his expression changed instantly. When he had been searching for spirit marrow crystals at the bottom of the pool, he seemed to have unintentionally passed through an array. Could it be that he had mistakenly entered the women's cultivation area? With this thought, Qin Chen's scalp went numb. It was already too late to sink back into the water. From the mist on the opposite side, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before Qin Chen. She was an 18 or 19-year-old girl, with willow-like eyebrows and a delicate oval face. Her features were exquisite beyond compare. Long, soft black hair floated across the surface of the pool, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Her skin was jade white. Beneath her delicate collarbones were 2 full, snow-white peaks that made one's blood rush uncontrollably. It was Yu Qianxue, the top genius of Ling Tian's sect. At this moment, however, her expression was anything but pleasant. Shock flashed across her face, followed instantly by fury. Her eyes erupted with blazing anger. Yu Qianxue had been cultivating calmly in the blood spirit pool, assuming that if anyone approached this deep area, it would be another female genius from some force who had arrived unintentionally. She never imagined it would be a man. And considering the special nature of the blood spirit pool, the 2 of them were now completely naked together in the pool. A flush of red instantly climbed up her cheeks, mixing shame and rage. Sorry, that. I seem to have come to the wrong place. Qin Chen laughed awkwardly as he apologized and turned to leave. Staying here was far too embarrassing. But Yu Qianxue's expression only grew colder. Wrong place? Was he joking? In the blood spirit pool, men and women were separated by layered arrays. Casual encounters were absolutely impossible. This man must have exploited some loophole in the formation and deliberately barged into the women's area to humiliate the female geniuses of various forces. Otherwise, since both men and women could cultivate anywhere, why would he specifically come here? In truth, Qin Chen was innocent. He had been completely focused on searching for spirit marrow crystals and had lost track of his position. If he had known he was entering the women's area, he would never have shown himself. Although Yu Qianxue was breathtakingly beautiful and had a fiery figure, Qin Chen only glanced at her with appreciation and had no other intentions. Bastard, you think you can just leave? Yu Qianxue's cold voice rang out like ancient ice. A long sword appeared in her hand, its tip pointing straight at Qin Chen. Terrifying true qi condensed on the sword's edge. What do you want to do? Qin Chen frowned deeply. The spirit marrow liquid was milky white, and thick mist covered the pool's surface. He hadn't seen anything clearly, nor had he made any frivolous moves. It was clearly a misunderstanding, and he had already apologized. Without answering, Yu Qianxue's enchanting body surged violently through the pool. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as the green sword light shot straight toward Qin Chen. So fast! Qin Chen's pupils shrank violently. This was the fastest sword he had ever seen from a prefecture realm expert at the late stage. Without hesitation, the 9-star God Emperor art circulated. True Qi exploded from Qin Chen's arms as he reached out and clamped the sword tip between his fingers, stopping it just inches from his forehead. Are you trying to kill me? Qin Chen's voice turned cold. The power behind that strike exceeded dozens of horses. If he hadn't just broken through in the blood spirit pool, a single careless moment would have cost him his life. So what? Yu Qianxue snorted coldly. She quickly took out an array disc and threw it into the pool. Invisible array power spread instantly, blocking the interference of the fourth layer bewitching formation. Then she stared at Qin Chen with icy eyes as her true qi erupted again. Boom! This attack was even stronger than before. A terrifying sword force burst forth, crashing against Qin Chen's fingers with bone-chilling coldness. A sharp chill spread through his entire body as the sword tip locked firmly onto his aura. Shwa! Sword light swirled around her body, instantly transforming. Sword intent. Qin Chen's pupils contracted violently. This woman was only 19 years old, yet she had already comprehended sword intent. Moreover, under normal circumstances, once true qi fluctuated too violently inside the blood spirit pool, the bewitching array would lock onto the attacker and expel them. But she had thrown out an isolation array disc, completely concealing her aura from the formation. She truly intended to kill him. Butterfly flying body technique. Qin Chen flashed backward and frowned, speaking urgently. Miss, this really was an accident. Is it necessary to fight like this? After all, the mistake was indeed his. Qin Chen still wanted to explain. Accident? Yu Qianxue sneered. No one knew better than her that the bewitching formation in the blood spirit pool had been jointly set up by her father and the president of the Northwest Five-Nation Array Masters Guild. She knew how terrifying the formation was. Without meticulous preparation, it was absolutely impossible to break through it. Furthermore, everyone who entered the blood spirit pool did so to absorb its power and break through in cultivation. No matter where one cultivated inside the pool, the effect was the same, yet this man had deliberately come to the women's area. She wouldn't believe it even if a ghost swore to it. Slightly surprised that Qin Chen could evade her sword light, Yu Qianxue pressed forward again. Buzz! Several sword lights crisscrossed through the air. The piercing hum made one's heart tremble as they shot straight toward Qin Chen's forehead. Splash! At the same time, the pool surface surged violently. As Yu Qianxue moved, her body was partially exposed. Her twin peaks were nearly revealed completely, and the cherry-like points were faintly visible. Be careful, you're about to expose everything. Even in the midst of battle, Qin Chen couldn't help but shout a warning. You! Yu Qianxue's face instantly flushed crimson. Her movement stalled halfway, and she hurriedly sank back into the pool. That really was an accident just now. If I offended you, please forgive me. I'm leaving. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chen turned and dove back into the water. You want to leave? How could it be that easy? Yu Qianxue was so furious her lungs felt like they would explode. Within Ling Tian's sect, she had always been treated like a princess. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She took out another object and hurled it toward the spot where Qin Chen disappeared. Ripples spread instantly across the pool. Underwater, just as Qin Chen was about to retreat, he felt an invisible force slam into him. A third-tier blockade array. Why does this woman have so many damn treasures? Qin Chen was speechless. To him, a third-tier blockade array was nothing, it would take only a moment to break. But doing so would give the other party time to catch up. Chapter 181. Turning around, Qin Chen swam in the opposite direction. But what he didn't expect was that Yu Qianxue's mental perception was extremely strong and had already locked onto him. I'll see where you can run to, bastard. Yu Qianxue was furious. She had guarded her jade-like body for 19 years, yet it had been seen by a man. If she didn't kill him today, how could she possibly vent this hatred? Following her perception, she chased him relentlessly. This woman is fucking relentless. Qin Chen was on the verge of losing his mind. What the hell, he only glanced at her once. If anyone suffered a loss here, it was him, okay? He was naked too, damn it, and even in the dark water. His face darkened. Qin Chen restrained his aura and sped forward. But before he could dive far, he suddenly heard splashing water ahead. Who is it? At the same time, a clear and sharp female voice rang out. Along with it came a wave of icy energy that blocked his path. Oh shit! Qin Chen's scalp exploded. One problem wasn't finished yet, and now there was another. That voice sounded strangely familiar. In an instant, a figure appeared in Qin Chen's mind. Cold energy surged through the water, forcing Qin Chen to surface. Sure enough, a young woman was standing in front of him. When she saw Qin Chen's head emerge from the pool, she screamed. Ah! Shoo, don't shout. Qin Chen was embarrassed and hurriedly whispered. Why are you here? Zhao Lingshan's face instantly flushed red. Her jade-like arms hurriedly crossed in front of her chest, her expression filled with shame and anger. Wasn't this the blood spirit pool area where men were absolutely forbidden? Why was Qin Chen here? Sister Lingshan, what's wrong? Not far away, within the thick white fog, a puzzled voice sounded. Princess Zixuan's graceful figure slowly emerged. Her posture was elegant, her long hair draped over her shoulders. Just standing there, her figure exuded an irresistible allure that could make a man's blood boil. Cough! If someone else comes, don't tell them I was here. Qin Chen leaned close to Zhao Lingshan's ear and whispered quickly. Then he slipped beside her and dove down again, concealing his aura. Princess Zixuan approached Zhao Lingshan with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. Zhao Lingshan lowered her head, her face red like a ripe apple. Thinking about Qin Chen hiding beneath the water, and her own naked state, her heart pounded violently, and her entire body felt hot. An indescribable feeling surged within her. You're fine. Then why is your face so red? Did something go wrong during cultivation? Princess Zixuan frowned slightly. Seeing Princess Zixuan approach the exact spot where Qin Chen had surfaced earlier, Zhao Lingshan's heart nearly leapt out of her throat. I'm fine. It's just that the energy of the blood spirit pool is too overbearing. I couldn't adapt for a moment. Princess Zixuan's expression grew more serious. Although your cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of the prefecture realm here, it's already been a full day. It's extremely rare that you can persist this long. If you can't hold on anymore, you must leave immediately. Yes, Sister Zixuan. I understand. Zhao Lingshan nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Princess Zixuan sensed something and frowned. Sister Zixuan, what is it? Zhao Lingshan's heart jumped wildly. Her hands clenched unconsciously, her palms burning with nervous sweat. It's over. Did she notice something? If Sister Zixuan found Qin Chen here, she would kill him on the spot. Who's there? Princess Zixuan suddenly spoke. Zhao Lingshan was just about to explain when Princess Zixuan's hair swayed. She abruptly turned her head and looked deep into the blood spirit pool. From the dense fog, a beautiful woman emerged, holding a long sword, her gaze icy and filled with killing intent. It was Yu Qianxue. Did either of you see any strangers pass by just now? Yu Qianxue asked coldly, murderous aura surging around her. Princess Zixuan frowned. This Ling Tian sect genius had quite the attitude. Did she think she was interrogating prisoners? No. It's just the two of us here. Princess Zixuan sneered, her tone clearly displeased. Yu Qianxue wanted to say more, but hearing Princess Zixuan's tone, she lost interest. She snorted coldly and continued searching elsewhere in the blood spirit pool. What nonsense! Princess Zixuan watched Yu Qianxue's back disappear and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Strangers. Everyone here was a top genius of their respective forces. Who could possibly sneak in? And with weapons, no less. Fighting was strictly forbidden in the blood spirit pool. Once true qi fluctuated violently, the array would expel the offender. Did she really think she could casually wield a sword here? Ridiculous. Since you're fine, I'll leave first. If you can't endure it anymore, exit the blood spirit pool immediately. If anything happens, call me, I'll be nearby. After reminding her, Princess Zixuan disappeared back into the fog and resumed cultivation. You can come out now. Zhao Lingshan whispered toward the water. Splash! Qin Chen emerged. His nose stopped less than half a foot away from Zhao Lingshan's soft, full peak. That crazy woman is gone, right? Qin Chen spoke, his breath brushing across Zhao Lingshan's chest. Zhao Lingshan's face turned crimson instantly, red all the way to the tips of her ears. What did you do to her? And how did you even get here? Zhao Lingshan glared at Qin Chen suspiciously. That murderous look in Yu Qianshue's eyes earlier was impossible to miss. Qin Chen had clearly pissed her off badly. Misunderstanding. Everything was a misunderstanding. I don't even know how I got here. I didn't do anything. I was chased by that crazy woman for a long time. Qin Chen coughed twice. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, he really would have been screwed. To repay you, I'll help you a bit. With a low shout, Qin Chen suddenly raised his hands and pointed toward Zhao Lingshan's body. What are you doing? Zhao Lingshan was shocked. Before she could react, a numb sensation spread across her body. Several acupoints were tapped in rapid succession. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Did Qin Chen want to take advantage of her? But after 2 quick taps, Qin Chen withdrew his hands. All right. You can continue cultivating. Remember, spirit marrow liquid can also temper bloodlines. Your cold constitution will benefit greatly from this baptism. Thanks for earlier. I'm leaving. Qin Chen turned and dove back into the water. Zhao Lingshan let out a long breath. Her face remained flushed, and for a moment, she couldn't even describe what she was feeling inside. Chapter 182. What am I thinking? Zhao Lingshan almost stamped her feet and took a long, deep breath. After quite a while, she finally managed to calm herself down. But why? At this moment, she suddenly discovered something strange happening in her body. When she had been cultivating in the blood spirit pool earlier, she had already been holding on at the very limit. The pain throughout her body had been almost unbearable, and she had been struggling desperately just to endure it. But now, that intense pain had actually disappeared. Her entire body felt relaxed and light. What was more, at the places Qin Chen had pointed earlier, there was a faint trace of coldness flowing through her meridians. Could it be that Qin Chen had casually helped her earlier, yet it had actually allowed her to better endure the blood spirit pool and greatly strengthened her resistance? Her eyes widened as Zhao Lingshan sucked in a sharp breath. She knew very well how terrifying the power of the blood spirit pool was. Every talented warrior dreamed of staying inside it for as long as possible. However, so far, among the 5 northwestern countries, no one had ever found a way to allow talented disciples to remain in the blood spirit pool even a little longer. Yet Qin Chen had somehow enabled her to endure it more easily, and the improvement was obvious. Thinking of all the extraordinary methods Qin Chen had displayed during this period, Zhao Lingshan couldn't help but tremble. Just how many secrets were hidden within him? After calming her emotions and no longer dwelling on it, Zhao Lingshan resumed cultivating in the blood spirit pool, following Qin Chen's instructions to continue baptizing her bloodline. The damned thief, he actually ran away. In the high-level area of the blood spirit pool, Yu Qianshue's eyes were icy cold, filled with killing intent. She had searched the blood spirit pool for a long time, yet still couldn't find Qin Chen's figure. Her chest rose and fell violently with suppressed anger. Humph. But I've already remembered his appearance. If I ever meet him outside, he won't get away so easily. Her eyes flashed coldly as Yu Qianshue clenched her teeth, her red lips pressed tightly together. At this moment, in the men's blood spirit pool area, Qin Chen slowly poked his head out in the zone with 10 times the concentration. I've basically searched the bottom of this marrow pool. Even if there are any remaining marrow crystals, there won't be more than 1 or 2 left. I'll leave some behind for the geniuses of the 5 northwestern countries. If all the marrow crystals were taken, the entire marrow pool would gradually dry up and eventually lose its spirituality. Qin Chen once again began cultivating in the spirit marrow liquid. At present, he had already absorbed enough of it. After all, between the 5 times concentration zone earlier and the 12 meridians of the 9-star God Emperor art, the amount of spirit marrow liquid he absorbed in 1 day was almost equal to what other geniuses absorbed in 10 days. What Qin Chen wanted to do now was to use the remaining energy within the spirit marrow liquid to break through his current realm. Outside the blood spirit pool. A day later, most of the warriors had already been eliminated. At this moment, those who could still remain inside were the elites among elites from the major forces. In the Great Qi region, Xiao Zhan looked anxious and uneasy. So far, nearly 80% of all the talents who entered the blood spirit pool for baptism had been eliminated. However, among the 8 disciples from the state of Qi, 6 had not yet been eliminated. The 4th prince, Qin Feng, and Princess Zixuan might still be able to hold on, but the other 3. Qin Chen. Xiao Zhan found it hard to imagine that, with Qin Chen's cultivation level, he could persist until now. Your Majesty, this is truly nerve-wracking. With a long sigh, Xiao Zhan didn't know what else to say. If Qin Chen and the others were to die inside the blood spirit pool, it would be disastrous. Now, they could only pray silently. High-level area of the blood spirit pool. More and more people left, and fewer remained. From the original crowd, only about 10 people were left. All of them were top geniuses from the major forces. Among them were Qin Feng, Nian Wuji, Li Mengbai, Chao Heng, and others. What surprised everyone was that Wang Qiming was still holding on. Did the warriors of Great Qi take some kind of aphrodisiac this time? Even a kid this young can still persist. This is fucking ridiculous. Chao Heng looked utterly depressed. At this moment, his teeth were clenched, and cold sweat poured down his body. Even he was barely holding on, yet Wang Qiming still hadn't been eliminated. Not only him, other geniuses were equally stunned. What kind of terrifying willpower did a 16 or 17-year-old boy need to persist until now? Who? Inside the blood spirit pool, Wang Qiming finally opened his eyes. My body's absorption of the blood spirit pool has already reached its limit. If I keep going, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. He stood up and walked decisively toward the lower concentration area, then directly went ashore and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. That brat is finally gone. Seeing Wang Qiming leave at last, everyone let out a sigh of relief. An hour after Wang Qiming left, the 4th prince Zhao Wei could no longer endure it. Unwilling to glance at Qin Feng, who was still cultivating cross-legged, Zhao Wei had no choice but to grit his teeth, return to the shore, and begin breaking through. Soon after, Chao Heng and Li Mengbai, 2 famous geniuses, were eliminated one after another. In the end, only Nian Wuji and Qin Feng remained. Kid, I have 2 sons. Nian Wuji stared at Qin Feng, sharp light shooting from his eyes. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left in the blood spirit pool. Whoever could persist until the very end would become the one who had endured the longest in this baptism. My favorite thing is a challenge. Let's see who can last to the end. Clenching his teeth, Nian Wuji pushed his cultivation to the limit, his face turning ferocious as he forced himself to continue. Outside the blood spirit pool. The crowd was in an uproar. It's almost been 2 days, and there are still people who haven't come out? According to past records, the longest anyone ever lasted was only a day and a half. How are so many people still holding on this time? Especially in the state of Qi, 6 people still haven't come out. This is completely abnormal. What's abnormal about it? I'm afraid those low-level brats have already died inside. Maybe some of the others from Great Qi have also died in the blood spirit pool. The crowd whispered among themselves. This session of the blood spirit pool baptism was far beyond anything ordinary. So far, with both men and women combined, more than a dozen people still hadn't emerged. In the past, this would have been absolutely unimaginable. Especially when it came to the state of Qi, everyone wore strange expressions. They didn't know whether Xiao Zhan should feel happy or distressed. Several geniuses who had come out of the high-level area clearly knew that Wang Qiming hadn't fallen. But none of them spoke up. It was too shameful to admit they couldn't compare to a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Some people even cursed in their hearts, secretly hoping that Wang Qiming wouldn't be able to hold on and would die inside the blood spirit pool. This made the outcome even more chaotic and unpredictable. Chapter 183. Well, someone is coming out again. In the men's area, another figure emerged, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Isn't that one of those low-level brats from the state of Qi? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Zhan suddenly looked up and saw Wang Qiming walking out of the formation. Are you alright? Ha ha ha, great, this is great. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Zhan rushed over in a few steps, grabbing Wang Qiming's shoulders with both hands, his face filled with excitement. Wang Qiming looked at Xiao Zhan in confusion. What was going on? Was Lord Xiao Zhan really this excited? Ha ha ha, it's good that you're fine, really good. Come here, quickly. Xiao Zhan's smile bloomed, his eyes narrowing into slits. In his view, Wang Qiming being alive not only meant Wang Qiming was safe, but also that Qin Chen and the others were very likely still alive as well. TCH, it's just one more life saved. Look at how excited you are. On the side of the Great Wei State, Wei Qicheng sneered mockingly. Wei Qicheng, say one more word of bullshit and believe it or not. Xiao Zhan turned his head in fury. You think I'm afraid of you? Wei Qicheng sneered coldly, murderous intent surging from his body. That's enough. This is the blood spirit pool baptism area. You'd better restrain yourselves. Several experts from other forces frowned and spoke up. This place gathered the geniuses of all major forces. If something went wrong, who could bear the responsibility? Humph. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. He was in a good mood today, so he didn't bother arguing further. Turning his head back, he looked at Wang Qiming again and suddenly froze. You've broken through to the heaven realm? Earlier, Xiao Zhan hadn't paid close attention, but now he clearly saw that Wang Qiming had advanced from the early prefecture realm straight to the heaven realm. This was unprecedented. Although the blood spirit pool could help people break through, most only advanced one small realm. Advancing 2 realms was already extremely rare. But Wang Qiming had leaped from the early prefecture realm to the early heaven realm, an entire major realm jump. In the entire history of blood spirit pool baptisms, this was almost unheard of. At the very least, nothing like this had happened in the past 100 years. It was just luck, Wang Qiming said modestly. But in his heart, he knew very well that without Qin Chen's help, such a breakthrough would have been impossible. My God! Everyone else was shocked. Advancing an entire major realm, this genius from the state of Qi was simply defying the heavens. Although Wang Qiming's heaven realm aura was still unstable and clearly weak, it only needed a few days of consolidation before it would completely stabilize. Off to the side. Li Qingfeng and Zhang Yi stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Yi, in particular, felt like he was about to go insane. When he entered the pool, he had been 2 minor realms higher than Wang Qiming. But when they came out, Wang Qiming was an entire major realm ahead of him. The contrast made him look like complete trash. At that moment, another figure stepped out of the formation. It's another genius from the state of Qi. This time, it was from the women's side. Zhao Lingshan slowly walked out, her aura calm yet vibrant, filled with spiritual elegance. Her true Qi surged, she had also broken through to the heaven realm. Everyone was stunned. Another heaven realm. Since when had breaking through to the heaven realm become this easy? People were losing their minds. Had the effect of the blood spirit pool been enhanced this time? Otherwise, how could it be so much better than before? Soon after, more geniuses emerged one after another. It had to be said. The blood spirit pool baptism this time was far superior to any previous one. Aside from a few who were stuck at the peak of the late prefecture realm, almost everyone else had broken through to the heaven realm. There were more than 10 heaven realm warriors. In the past, only the top 5 geniuses among the 5 countries could break through directly during the baptism. Anyone who broke through a few days later could barely compete for the top 10. But now, before the baptism had even ended, there were already more than 10 Heaven Realm talents, completely shattering all previous records. 2 hours later, Princess Zixuan and the fourth prince also stepped out of the formation. Both of them were naturally at the Heaven Realm, already reaching the peak of the early Heaven stage. Their auras were extremely stable, clearly stronger than Wang Qiming's. After all, their foundations were far more solid. Even if Wang Qiming and Zhao Lingshan had caught up from behind, surpassing them in a short time would be difficult. By the way, have you seen Qin Feng or Qin Chen? Xiao Zhan asked anxiously. By now, it had been 2 full days since entering the blood spirit pool. So far, only Qin Chen and Qin Feng had not emerged. When I left, Qin Feng was still cultivating, the fourth prince said solemnly. But I didn't see Qin Chen at all. He hasn't come out yet? Qin Chen still not appearing was not a good sign. I didn't see Qin Chen either, Wang Qiming added. This. Everyone exchanged uneasy looks. Qin Chen didn't die in there, did he? Zhang Yi couldn't help blurting it out. Secretly, he felt delighted. If Qin Chen really died inside, at least he wouldn't be the most humiliated one. If you fart, Qin Chen won't fucking die in there. Wang Qiming exploded in anger, staring coldly at Zhang Yi. The pressure of Wang Qiming's Heaven Realm aura instantly enveloped Zhang Yi. He struggled to breathe, his face turning red. He hasn't come out yet. I suspect he died inside, it's not without reason, Zhang Yi said grimly. Besides, did you see him in there? Even this kid dared to talk to him like this now, yet he didn't dare fight back. After all, he hadn't even broken through to the Heaven Realm. Wang Qiming slowly exhaled, his expression ugly. Indeed, from the moment he entered the blood spirit pool until he left, he hadn't seen Qin Chen even once. If Qin Chen was really inside, how could he not have encountered him at all? Could it be that? No. Qin Chen will be fine. Wang Qiming clenched his teeth. He refused to believe Qin Chen had suffered an accident. He hasn't come out yet? Princess Zixuan's eyes widened as she spoke instinctively. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wasn't that she had feelings for Qin Chen, she just felt that, although Qin Chen was annoying, it would be too unfair for him to die in the blood spirit pool. I hope Qin Chen will be alright. Xiao Zhan sighed deeply. At this point, all they could do was pray, even though it felt like nothing more than a desperate hope. Within the crowd, Zhao Lingshan clenched her fists tightly, her heart in turmoil. She wanted to tell everyone that she had seen Qin Chen in the blood spirit pool, but if she spoke up, it would cause enormous trouble. By then, she wouldn't be able to explain anything clearly. They waited. Another half-day passed. A figure finally emerged from the formation. But this time, it was someone from the Ghost Immortals sect. Mid-Heaven Realm. The moment they saw it, the entire crowd was shaken. Chapter 184. Everyone saw that Nian Wuji's true qi surged violently, his cultivation having reached the mid-heaven realm. The dense and terrifying aura even forced several powerful experts present to subconsciously step back. In an instant, everyone went insane. Mouths hung open, eyes wide, brains completely frozen. What the hell was going on with this blood spirit pool baptism? Mid-heaven realm warriors had appeared. In the past 100 years of blood spirit pool baptisms, the strongest talent had only ever broken through to the peak of the early heaven realm. Some people had even concluded that for talents under the age of 24, the heaven realm early stage was the absolute limit achievable inside the blood spirit pool. Yet now, Nian Wuji of the Ghost Immortals sect had shattered that conclusion, breaking through straight into the mid-heaven realm. This was the first time in the entire history of the blood spirit pool baptism. For a moment, the crowd fell into complete silence. Many people were utterly speechless. Was this thing even letting people live anymore? At just 22 years old, the probability of Nian Wuji breaking through to the mystic realm before 30 had instantly risen to nearly 60%. It was almost certain. In the near future, the Ghost Immortals sect would produce a heaven-defying powerhouse. Ha ha ha. Wuji, Excellent. Truly excellent. If the sect master learns that you've broken through to the mid-heaven realm, he'll be overjoyed. Elder Ling Zhong of the Ghost Immortals sect was ecstatic. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he hurried forward, laughing loudly. However, what puzzled everyone was that Nian Wuji's expression was extremely gloomy, without even a trace of joy. Wuji? What's wrong? Elder Ling Zhong was confused. This was an earth-shaking breakthrough, yet Nian Wuji looked like someone had just dug up his ancestral grave. Could something have gone wrong during the breakthrough? The moment that thought appeared, Ling Zhong's heart skipped violently. Wuji, you didn't damage your foundation, did you? As he spoke, he rushed forward anxiously to investigate. For a genius, what mattered most wasn't current cultivation, but future potential. If breaking through to the mid-heaven realm came at the cost of irreparable damage, then no matter how high the cultivation, the future would be dark. If that were the case, he would definitely be punished by the sect master upon returning. Elder Ling Zhong, I'm fine. Nian Wuji raised his head and snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. But Qin Feng persisted longer than me in the blood spirit pool. That alone is unforgivable. His fists clenched tightly, his face twisted with ferocity. I, Nian Wuji, am the #1 genius of the 5 Northwest countries. How can the son of some prince be superior to me? So that's why you're angry? Ling Zhong staggered and almost cried. Your sister. It's just that someone stayed longer than you. Do you really need to look like your parents just died? I thought something was wrong with your body, I was scared shitless. You've already broken the blood spirit pool record that stood for centuries. What the hell more do you want? Wuji, even if Qin Feng lasted longer, that doesn't mean his cultivation will surpass yours. There's no need to care this much. Ling Zhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speechless. That's true. Nian Wuji's eyes lit up, confidence quickly returning. Staying longer didn't necessarily mean achieving greater cultivation. In the end, he would still be the most dazzling genius of this blood spirit pool baptism. Just as he was indulging in that thought. The formation ahead flashed again. A graceful figure slowly stepped out. Someone's coming out again. Wasn't Nian Wuji the last one? Obviously not. Didn't you hear him just now? Qin Feng from the state of Qi hasn't come out yet, and neither has Yu Qianxue of Ling Tian's sect. It's Miss Yu Qianxue. The slender figure emerged from the mist, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was Yu Qianxue. The moment everyone sensed her aura, their minds blanked again. Mid-heaven realm. Another mid-heaven realm. The true qi surrounding Yu Qianxue was dense and vigorous, impossible to conceal. This was unmistakably the mid-heaven realm, and an exceptionally strong one at that. The crowd completely lost their minds. In the past, seeing one mid-heaven realm talent was already a miracle. Now there were two. Was this some kind of fucking joke? This. Nian Wuji's confidence shattered instantly, his face twisting in disbelief and fury. At that moment, the formation activated once more. Someone else is coming out. Everyone stared again. From the men's side of the formation, a tall and slender young man walked out. Long hair draped over his shoulders, eyes like cold stars, his presence sharp and unrestrained. It was Qin Feng. And his aura. Rolling like surging smoke, piercing straight into the heavens, even sharper than Nian Wuji and Yu Qianxue. Hiss! A chorus of sharp breaths echoed. Everyone was nearly numb. There was no doubt. Qin Feng had also broken through to the mid-heaven realm, and his foundation was even stronger. 3 mid-heaven realm geniuses. Hiss, my god! What the hell is wrong with this blood spirit pool baptism? This is completely against the heavens. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, eyes lifeless, brains completely crashed. In the past, none of this had ever happened. Now there were 3 at once. No one could describe the shock in their hearts. Their minds simply couldn't process it anymore. So, No one else will come out now, right? No. Qin Feng should be the last one. This blood spirit pool baptism is finally over. The crowd let out long breaths. After enduring so many shocks, this session of the blood spirit pool baptism had finally come to an end. Without question, the appearance of 3 mid-heaven realm talents ensured that this baptism would be eternally recorded in the history of the 5 Northwest countries. As discussions broke out, the crowd slowly began to disperse. Where the hell is that bastard? Qin Chen scanned the cave coldly, searching for Qin Chen. That humiliation couldn't possibly end so easily. Yet no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find his figure anywhere. Wait, why hasn't the enchantment array closed yet? Hasn't the blood spirit pool baptism ended? Suddenly, a puzzled voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads. They saw that the outer formation of the blood spirit pool was still operating, flickering continuously. All expressions changed instantly. The enchantment array was designed to close automatically once all living disciples exited. It would only reopen 5 years later using the combined keys of the 5 countries. But now, the array was still active. Which meant someone was still alive inside and hadn't come out yet. At that moment, the crowd was stunned beyond belief. What time was it already? Who the hell was still inside the blood spirit pool? Who hadn't come out yet? Chapter 185. For a moment, the crowd was restless. No one could remain calm. The 3 men from Qin Feng's side finally came out, and all of their cultivations had broken through to the mid-heaven level. This alone had already created a record in the history of the Shuling Pool's baptism. Everyone thought this was the absolute limit. But who would have expected that someone could persist for an even longer time than Qin Feng and the others? Was this defying the heavens? Qin Feng and his companions had all broken through to the mid-heaven level. Then what kind of cultivation would the final person reach? Late heaven level? Or something even more terrifying? Li Mengbai of the state of Zhao has come out. The top geniuses of Qi and Wei have also come out. So have those from the state of Daliang and the state of Song. Then who the hell is still inside? Looking around at all the top talents present, everyone was completely baffled. Logically speaking, all the geniuses who had stayed inside until now should already be out. So who was still trapped inside the blood spirit pool? Could it be that the last one who hasn't come out is Little Dust? Yes, it must be him. Zhao Lingshan and Wang Qiming were both excited. In their eyes, the person who hadn't emerged yet was most likely Qin Chen. It must be that thief. On the side of Ling Tian's sect, Qin Chen narrowed her eyes coldly. That rogue had already proven capable of passing through the illusion array and entering the high-level region where she had been earlier. It was entirely possible that he could persist until now. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze forward, silently waiting. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. In the blink of an eye, another entire day passed. The array still hadn't closed, and no one came out. Something's wrong, isn't it? Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. It had already been nearly 3 days, yet someone was still inside. Was this a joke? The power of the blood spirit pool was extremely violent. Ordinary geniuses being able to last 1 day was already impressive. 2 days was record-breaking. 3 days was already beyond human limits. Staying for this long, was this person even human, or some kind of blood beast? Could the array be malfunctioning? Everyone froze. Although a 4th-order array might not be able to operate indefinitely, it shouldn't fail like this. In fact, the array enclosing the blood spirit pool had been replaced several times over the past 100 years. The most recent upgrade was just over 10 years ago. After all, maintaining such an array required enormous energy and regular upkeep. Still, a breakdown at this moment wasn't impossible. Immediately notify the 5-nation array mage union and have them send someone to inspect it, a powerful expert said with a frown. Just as his words fell. Buzz! After more than a day of silence, the array suddenly rippled again. A blurry figure slowly emerged from within. The figure was hazy, but it was clearly a young boy. Who is it? At this moment, everyone stared intently forward. A boy who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old walked out of the array under everyone's gaze. When they clearly saw his face, everyone froze. Expressions turned stiff. Eyes bulged. Jaws nearly hit the ground. This. I'm not seeing things, am I? Isn't that one of the low-level disciples from the state of Qi? How could it possibly be him? How could someone so young stay in the blood spirit pool for so long? Everyone was so shocked they could barely believe their eyes. As expected, it's little dust. Wang Qiming was ecstatic. It's Qin Chen, how could this be? Qin Feng's pupils shrank violently, cold light flashing in his eyes. It really is that rogue. Yu Qianshue's eyes erupted with killing intent. You are. Standing in front of the array, Qin Chen was startled by the nearly cannibalistic looks everyone was giving him. What the hell? He had just walked out of the array. Why did it look like everyone wanted to tear him apart like hungry wolves? Those gazes made Qin Chen's scalp tingle. The peak of the late prefecture level. Xiao Zhan stared at Qin Chen in shock, sensing the aura on his body. His brows knitted slightly. After staying in the blood spirit pool for so long, Qin Chen had broken through from the initial peak of the prefecture level to the late-stage peak of the prefecture level. The blood spirit pool contained abundant energy, so there was no concern about an unstable foundation. Qin Chen had broken through without restraint. However, recalling Wang Qiming's performance, Xiao Zhan wasn't just shocked, he was puzzled. Qin Chen had persisted even longer than Wang Qiming, yet his cultivation was lower. What was going on? Qin Chen, you finally came out. I was worried. When Xiao Zhan reached Qin Chen's side, he let out a sigh of relief. At this point, all 8 geniuses from the state of Qi who had entered the blood spirit pool had returned safely, with none falling. No matter the gains, simply coming out alive was already a blessing. By the way, why were you inside for so long? It's been more than 3 days, nearly 4. That's even longer than Qin Feng. Xiao Zhan asked, clearly confused. The moment he spoke, everyone's eyes locked onto Qin Chen. Their gazes burned like fire, as if they were staring at a naked beauty. Nearly 4 days. No matter how talented or how strong one's body was, it should be impossible to last that long. So how did he do it? It turns out I stayed inside too long. Feeling the blazing curiosity of the crowd, Qin Chen finally understood why everyone was staring at him like this. He coughed lightly. Actually, I came out on the 2nd day. But for some reason, the array didn't send me to the exit. Instead, it transported me to a remote area. I got lost and wandered around for 2 whole days before finally finding the exit. Qin Chen gave a bitter smile, looking extremely depressed. Is that really what happened? Xiao Zhan stared at him in shock. Yes. Qin Chen nodded helplessly. What? Hearing this explanation, everyone mentally collapsed. Brother, are you fucking kidding us? They had thought he had some heaven-defying method to remain in the blood spirit pool for so long. Who would have thought it was just because the array malfunctioned? That was too damn cruel. Everyone felt like crying without tears, yet strangely, they also felt relieved. After all, if Qin Chen had truly cultivated in the blood spirit pool for 4 days, how could he only reach the late-stage prefecture level? Anyone who stayed for more than 2 days had almost all broken through to the early heaven level. If someone truly stayed for 4 days, reaching at least mid-heaven level would be the bare minimum. The 4th order enchantment array suddenly trembled and slowly fell silent. This signified that the final disciple had exited the blood spirit pool. The next time it would open would be 5 years later. Let's go. Seeing this, the powerful figures led their respective geniuses out of the cave. As Qin Chen passed by Chao Hung of the Great Wei State, the latter let out a cold snort. Just wait. Even if you lasted longer than me, 3 days from now, the first 5 kingdoms competition will begin. I'll let you know who the real #1 genius is." His icy gaze swept over the geniuses of the great Qi state. "With your strength, you'd better be careful." With a cold sneer, he turned and left. Chapter 186. Zhao Wei, the fourth prince, looked at the gradually disappearing geniuses from the Ghost Immortal School and the Great Wei State. He frowned and said, "I'm afraid the Ghost Immortal School and the Great Wei State will target us in the first test 3 days from now." Princess Zixuan sneered. "If they want to kill us, can't we kill them? In terms of strength, we are not weaker than them." Qin Chen glanced at Princess Zixuan. Although she was just a woman, she possessed a formidable character. However, the most powerful, Qin Feng, remained silent, while Yu Guang swept a cold glance toward Qin Chen. Although his movement was subtle, Qin Chen keenly sensed it. "It seems Qin Feng wants to kill me. Let him try." Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. A chill ran through his heart and a sneer appeared on his lips. Qin Feng thought he could easily crush Qin Chen, but when he tried, he would understand the meaning of regret. Xiao Zhan said in a deep voice, "You all need to be careful. Don't underestimate the Great Wei State or the Ghost Immortal Sect. Although we have a genius at the mid-heaven level, and the Ghost Immortal Sect does as well, I've observed that Chao Heng of the Great Wei State should also reach the mid-heaven level in 3 days. Moreover, their overall strength exceeds ours, and if they unite, it will give them a significant advantage." Xiao Zhan's heart grew heavy. No matter how exceptional the talents of this Shuling Pool session were, in terms of basic strength, the Great Wei State and the Ghost Immortal Sect were superior to the Great Qi State. A union between them would be dangerous. The group returned to their respective stations. Suddenly, Qin Chen felt a cold gaze upon him. He turned his head, and his expression froze. His face contorted in surprise. Ling Tianzong's Yu Qianxue was staring at him coldly, her eyes full of murderous intent. Qin Chen touched his nose awkwardly and muttered to himself. "Does she not even care if I use my own blood?" Back at the camp, other talented disciples of the state of Qi had already gathered around and looked at Qin Chen with envy. Damn, the blood spirit pool is truly worthy of its name. In just a few days, even the lowest-ranked disciples broke through to the peak of the late prefecture level. Some were in shock. "What's this? I heard Qin Feng, the grandson of King Dingguo, stayed for nearly 3 days. His cultivation broke through to the mid-heaven level, breaking the previous Shuling Pool record." A warrior who had known this beforehand couldn't help boasting. "Hiss, that much? Looks like we're lucky to have this preliminary test of the 5 countries." Other warriors' eyes shone brightly. Their own talents and strength could influence their performance positively in the first test. "No, wait. I heard it was Qin Chen who persisted until the end." Some people whispered, puzzled. "I heard the same thing," said another well-informed disciple. "You don't understand. It's Qin Chen who persisted until the end," but a man's expression grew strange as he teased, drawing attention. "But what?" others asked impatiently. Seeing everyone's curiosity, he quickly revealed the secret. It said Qin Chen stopped accepting the baptism on the 2nd day. He didn't leave because he chose to persist, but because he got lost in the array of the blood spirit pool. As a result, he stayed for over 4 days. What? Lost? Everyone froze, dumbfounded. Their minds reeled. "Brother, this is the blood spirit pool. Once the baptism ends, the array automatically transfers the disciples to the exit. And he got lost? Are you kidding me?" Many people couldn't contain themselves and laughed uproariously. "This is incredible. I'm sure Qin Chen will become famous throughout the 5 countries. The first disciple in Shuling Pool history to get lost in the array, ha ha ha. It's unbelievable." However, because of Qin Chen and Jiang Zhong's earlier display of overwhelming strength, and because Qin Chen had broken through to the late peak of the prefecture level, most people took it as a joke and didn't fully grasp its significance. As many guessed, when the news spread, all the forces in the 5 northwestern countries were amused. There were only 2 points everyone cared about. There were 3 mid-heaven level geniuses in this session of the blood spirit pool baptism. Qin Chen had gotten lost in the array. Suddenly, Qin Chen getting lost became the topic of conversation among all warriors in the demon ancestral mountain range. Who are they trying to fool? This guy was definitely in the blood spirit pool and has done something shady. At Ling Tianzong's camp, Yu Qianxua sneered as she received the news. According to Qin Chen, he only stayed for 2 days, but she had seen him 2 days later. Clearly, Qin Chen had lied. Furthermore, the concentration required in the blood spirit pool meant that non-top-tier talents could not appear nearby. Yet Qin Chen had. If he couldn't endure for 2 days, she would believe him? Naturally, Qin Chen ignored these rumors. Back at the camp, he immediately sat down and began to meditate. The baptism of the blood spirit pool had pushed his physical strength to the extreme, and his cultivation reached the peak of the late prefecture level. In truth, Qin Chen could not yet reach the heaven level. He knew that cultivation had to be gradual, not radical. Otherwise, the foundation would be unstable, causing serious repercussions in the future. Even though the blood spirit pool offered minimal side effects, Qin Chen did not rush to reach the heaven level. He planned to consolidate his strength for a few days before attempting to break through again, thus avoiding hidden dangers. 3 days passed in a flash. Qin Chen immersed himself in hard training, oblivious to worldly affairs. On the 4th day, dawn broke. Bang! A bell rang throughout the camp, waking everyone present. All soldiers walked out one by one and saw Xiao Zhan and the others standing in the open space at the center of the camp, waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the first test of the 5 countries grand contest. Follow me. Xiao Zhan murmured as he led the crowd forward. Where are we going? Qin Chen asked, curious and puzzled. Little dust, you don't know? We're heading to the test area in the Demon Ancestral Mountain Range, Wang Qiming explained from the side. The first test is in the Demon Ancestral Mountains? We don't need to return. Qin Chen was confused. Of course not. This is the first time we're here in the Yaozu Mountain Range. Otherwise, why would all the warriors from so many forces be stationed in this mountain range? Wang Qiming was speechless, he hadn't even realized this. Ah, I see now, Qin Chen suddenly understood. Indeed. In the valley outside the blood spirit pool, not only were the forces qualified to enter the pool stationed, but some talents from other forces were also present. They could not enter to witness the baptism themselves. Chapter 187. The people around overheard the conversation between the two and staggered, nearly falling over. One by one, their eyes were filled with a devilish glare directed at Qin Chen, and cold sweat ran down their faces. Qin Chen was so arrogant. He didn't even know where the first test of the 5 countries grand contest was. How indifferent could he be to the great Qi state? And yet, such a person had also gained the chance to enter the blood spirit pool. It was completely unreasonable. Grief and indignation coursed through the crowd, but they had no choice but to bury themselves in their toil. In the distance, mountains began to emerge. After walking for more than an hour, everyone stopped. Before them lay a huge mountain forest. The top warriors of all major forces had gathered there, each with their respective talents. At the front of the forest was a stone platform. A gray-haired old man stood aloof above it, scanning the crowd. Wang Qiming whispered, Chen Xiao, that man is Wei Tianming, the first master of Daliang State, and also regarded as the first master of the 5 northwestern countries. 20 years ago, he broke through to the late peak of the 4th-level Xian realm. Now, he is only 1 step away from the 5th-level sect realm. He is known as a half-step master, and is the closest to the sect level in the 5 northwestern countries. In the 5 northwestern countries, no one had yet reached the 5th level. So being a half-step master made him the strongest. Of course, this referred only to the general population of the northwestern countries. Among sects, the leaders of Lingtian sect and Guixian sect were also half-step masters, each just 1 step away from sect level. Therefore, all the top warriors of the 5 northwestern countries were determined to reach sect level. Once they broke through, they would become the first masters of the entire northwest. It is true that some of the true energy in this man's body has begun to transform toward the 5th level sect realm. Unfortunately, because of his age, his chi and blood are starting to decline. Without taking risks, his probability of breaking through to sect level in his lifetime is less than 30%. Even at a glance, Qin Chen could clearly perceive the situation inside Wei Tianming's body. Wei Tianming swept his gaze across the arena and exuded an overwhelming aura. He said, "This year, over 1,700 young warriors from the 5 northwestern countries are participating in the preliminary test of the 5 countries grand contest. The first round will be a survival trial, and the second round will take place in the challenge arena. Those who perform well will receive the rewards provided by the 5 countries. The top 20 in the arena will receive even greater rewards. I hope you all seize the opportunity. Now, let me announce the rules of the first round, the survival trial. The training ground lies in the vast mountain forest before you. Many powerful blood beasts roam there. Your task is to survive for over 5 days while hunting enough blood beasts. But rest assured, all blood beasts above the 4th level have been cleared by us. The strongest you will encounter is the 3rd level blood beast. All you need to do is kill 1 blood beast at the sky level, 3 at the late 3rd level, 10 at the mid 3rd level, or 20 at the early 3rd level to pass the first round of the test. The proof of your exam will be the blood crystals from the blood beasts. After the trial, only blood crystals are recognized, not the person." As Wei Tianming explained the rules, all the warriors of the major forces at the bottom of the arena inhaled sharply. It's outrageous. 3 blood beasts at the late prefecture level. Blood beasts roam freely and often fight. Though they lack intelligence, their instincts are ferocious. They're also extremely strong. Normally, even a warrior at the peak of the late prefecture level may struggle to kill a single blood beast at the same level. But to pass the exam, you must hunt 3, it's practically impossible. With our current level, we can only hunt the mid-prefecture level blood beasts, and the number required is 10. However, the early prefecture level blood beasts are much weaker than the mid-stage ones, and the number required is 20. This seems much easier. Easier? Don't be fooled. How many of us aim to pass the exam by killing at least 30,000 blood beasts at the early prefecture level? What kind of number is that? Yes, and do you think blood beasts are stupid? If we focus on only one type, it will take all 5 days just to finish. Qin Chen secretly nodded. Hunting low-level blood beasts may give everyone hope, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Basically, the preliminary trial rules were designed to eliminate 80 to 90% of the participants. Don't forget, the exam recognizes only blood crystals, not the person. This means anyone can plunder the blood crystals from others, a warrior said in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes sharpened, they were instantly on guard. Before entering the contest, they had already investigated the rules. Every session had been ruthless. Not only did they face powerful blood beasts, but they also had to contend with other warriors. Even more dangerous were other martial artists. Human opponents could be far more terrifying than blood beasts. Wei Tianming continued, "To ensure your safety, before entering the training ground, each of you will receive a transmission jade token. If your life is in danger, crush the token, and you will be sent out immediately. Of course, crushing the token signifies automatic failure of the assessment." Within half an hour, specially assigned personnel distributed the jade tokens. This must be the transmission jade card provided by the mainland Array Mage Union. When you use it, it will clear your presence instantly, Wang Qiming whispered. No wonder, even with the jade tokens, the annual mortality rate remains so high. Half an hour passed in a flash. The 185 warriors from the state of Qi participating in the exam gathered together. Xiao Zhan said, "I have only one request, return alive. Let's go." As his voice fell, a light from the array appeared. One by one, the famous martial artists stepped into it and vanished. To avoid being targeted, the participants were randomly teleported into the training ground, reducing the chance of meeting someone they knew. Not far away, Chao Heng and his followers from the Great Wei State sneered as they watched the state of Qi's warriors enter. Listen carefully, Prince Chao Hung said coldly. Once you enter the training ground, you may be killed. Anyone you kill will earn you 100,000 silver coins. If you kill a warrior who entered the blood spirit pool, you will also gain part of their metaphysical skills or a third-level treasure soldier. Hearing this, all the top talents of the Great Wei State became excited. Qin Chen followed the stream of people into the array. His vision cleared, his body lightened, and when he returned his senses, he had already appeared in a dense jungle. Chapter 188. Just now, the array stimulated 3 breaths in total, and the pattern circulated about twice. According to the transmission range of the random transmission array, I should have been transported more than 300 kilometers away. Qin Chen calculated silently in his mind. He looked up. In front of him stretched a vast mountain range, disappearing into the horizon. Among the lush forests, countless opportunities for killing seemed to lurk everywhere. Let's look around first. Ordinary people, when dropped into such an unfamiliar environment, would be cautious and vigilant. However, Qin Chen's face was calm, as if he were out for a leisurely stroll. In this primitive forest, he wandered at ease. He had barely walked 2 steps when suddenly, his pace halted. Bang! A mysterious rusty sword appeared in his hand, and Qin Chen thrust it to the side as if nothing had happened. Bang! The ground ahead suddenly exploded. A pangolin-like blood beast, the size of a small boulder, burst from the earth. It transformed into a phantom and lunged at Qin Chen, fangs bared. But the mysterious rusty sword was already in its path. Poof! The pangolin seemed to commit suicide, colliding with the sword. Its eyes, filled with cruelty, showed no fear. The creature's head was cleaved cleanly, blood spraying everywhere. Hee, an iron-backed pangolin of the mid-prefecture level is lucky today. Qin Chen dug out a blood crystal the size of his thumb and smiled slightly, tucking it into his bag. Anyone else witnessing this would be shocked. The iron-backed pangolin was one of the most fearsome blood beasts at the mid-prefecture level. Although its attack was ordinary, its defense was comparable to that of a late-stage prefecture-level blood beast. On top of that, it could burrow underground, making it extremely tricky and dangerous to confront. Any top martial artist at the late prefecture level would struggle, and could even die. Yet Qin Chen had killed it in a single blow. Remarkable. He was just about to step away when suddenly... More than 10 meters ahead, a ripple of the array flashed. A white light streaked across, and a warrior appeared before Qin Chen. It was Luo Jingshan, who had come to the barracks of the state of Qi before. As soon as he appeared, he was stunned, quickly scanning the area with vigilance. Then his face broke into ecstasy. Ha! I didn't expect such luck. As soon as I arrived, I meet a genius from the Great Qi state, and one who entered the blood spirit pool. Ha, not bad at all. Luo Jingshan trembled with excitement. According to Prince Chao's rules, capturing a genius meant immense rewards. And now, as soon as he arrived, he encountered Qin Chen. It felt like divine providence. If he let this opportunity slip, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Die! Fearing Qin Chen might escape, Luo Jingshan grinned grimly and leaped into the air. Boom! Genuine qi flared around him, igniting a fierce red flame. Melting flame, fire of 10,000 melts. The red flame, like a hurricane, swept toward Qin Chen. The fire blazed, scorching the air and raising the temperature of the surrounding forest. Seeing Qin Chen standing frozen, Luo Jingshan was ecstatic. The boy hadn't even attempted to crush his jade token. It was too late. But just as he was about to revel in his victory, Qin Chen raised his head and stared at him, smiling faintly. Luo Jingshan froze. This boy was an idiot. Even facing death, he still smiled. Did the Qi state really let such a fool enter the blood spirit pool? Next moment, the towering flames engulfed Qin Chen. Who, a third-class treasure, here I come. Luo Jingshan laughed as the fire descended, but then his smile froze. When the flames dissipated, Qin Chen stood unharmed, not even a hair singed. Luo Jingshan's eyes nearly fell from his sockets in shock. How could this be? His melting flame skill had near-infinite power. Even a top-tier late-stage prefecture-level martial artist would be incinerated. Qin Chen had just emerged from the blood spirit pool, his cultivation not yet consolidated. How was this possible? Startled, Luo Jingshan raised his hands to strike again. It's your turn to attack. Is it my turn? Qin Chen grinned, a trace of cold flashing in his eyes. Poof! The sword light struck. Luo Jingshan's eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, his head was flung into the air, blood spraying 2 feet away. Even in his final moments, Luo Jingshan never saw how he died. If you want to kill me, be ready to die. Qin Chen showed no mercy to those who sought to kill him. The remains of Luo Jingshan's body were scattered. Qin Chen curled his lips. This guy was simply pitiful. Turning to leave, Qin Chen disappeared into the jungle. Elsewhere in the mountain forest, chaos erupted. Qiao Heng, we've delivered the blood crystals. Don't lie, 2 disciples of the state of Qi shouted fiercely, swords in hand. Arrogant. Qiao Heng grinned grimly. I said all Qi state disciples will die. Whoosh! 2 black lights burst from Qiao Heng's hands, sweeping toward them. Qiao Heng, your highness. The 4 princes of the great Qi state won't let you escape. With a sharp shout, the 2 Qi state warriors smashed their jade tokens simultaneously. Poof! A flash of light, and both disappeared into the forest. Yet in the void, a severed arm fell, blood splattering the ground. How fast they are! Qiao Heng grinned at the broken arm, then moved silently into the forest. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the jungle, similar battles raged. Wherever disciples of Great Qi met those of Great Wei, fights broke out. Likewise, disciples of the Ghost Immortals sect were hunting down Great Qi state talents. For them, 5 days were enough to complete the preliminary trial. Their priority was eliminating Qi state disciples. In a dense part of the jungle, Qin Feng observed calmly. Qin Chen, do you really think you can hide in this jungle? Sneering, Qin Feng took out a black puppet from his body. The puppet resembled a mouse with red eyes and radiated a sinister aura. Go! The puppet was thrown forward, its eyes spinning as it scuttled into the forest, sweeping ahead. Qin Chen, this demon ancestor mountain range will be your grave. With a grim smile, Qin Feng floated into the forest, following his puppet as he disappeared into the dense jungle. Chapter 189. Outside the first test. This time, the big match of the 5 countries has finally begun. I wonder how many talents from this session will make it to the second round. According to past experience, only 1/10 of the students reach the second round. That means 90% will be eliminated. Well, anyway, Tianfeng Kingdom has never expected how many disciples will break into the second round. I just hope there will be few casualties in this assessment. The leader of a small country could not help but sigh, earning the nods of approval from other small countries. For these small countries, participation was the focus. It was enough for their disciples to survive and gain experience. Breaking into the second round was a distant hope. Of course, it would be better if even 2 disciples managed it. Look! Someone's been eliminated. So fast. The assessment has just begun. Has someone really been eliminated already? As they spoke, a sudden light appeared on the platform. That was the transmission exit of the random array. When the array lit up, it clearly meant that someone had been eliminated and was being sent out. Bang! In full view of the spectators, 2 bloody warriors fell from the white light. One had lost an arm, blood gushing from the wound. The other had a chest wound nearly a foot long, blood spraying like a fountain, barely alive. Everyone was stunned, exchanging shocked glances. The 2 eliminated disciples looked miserable. Not only were they out of the test so quickly, but they were so severely injured they might have died. Which faction were they from? What terrible luck! Xiao Zhang. Su Guang. You. Seeing the two, Xiao Zhan rushed over, face a mix of anger and shock. He quickly pulled out 2 medicinal pills and pressed them to their wounds, simultaneously using his hands to stop the bleeding. Soon after, a doctor arrived and began treatment. It turns out they're disciples of the state of Qi. Qi is one of the 5 great powers. How could they be eliminated so early? There must be foul play. The crowd murmured. After treatment, the two slowly regained consciousness. Lord Xiao Zhan. Seeing him, their noses tinged with bitterness, tears forming. Don't worry, you two. You'll be fine. By the way, what happened? Xiao Zhan asked. One of them gritted his teeth, eyes full of resentment. It was Chao Heng of the Great Wei State. Yes. As soon as we entered, they were already together, planning to cooperate. We ran into Chao Heng. Without a word, he snatched the blood crystal we had obtained from a blood beast and then attacked us. If we hadn't crushed our jade tokens in time, we would have died on the training ground. It's him. Xiao Zhan's face darkened, eyes flashing coldly. Huh. Well done. His Highness the Third Prince is indeed decisive. Pity he didn't kill these 2 useless fools. A mocking voice came from the Great Wei side. Gu Qing sneered. What did you say? Xiao Zhan snapped, glaring. What? Am I wrong? Survival experience is the survival of the fittest. Weaklings get eliminated, they can only blame themselves, not others, Gu Qing said disdainfully. That's right. If Wei State disciples were eliminated, I wouldn't be relieved. I'd punish them severely. Unlike some countries, when their disciples are eliminated, they cry like children, Wei Qicheng added, sneering. The disciples of the state of Wei laughed heartily. Damn it, Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, but had nothing to say. In a survival test, where strength mattered more than etiquette, complaining would only make matters worse. Let's go back. They lifted Xiao Zheng and Su Guang and returned to their base. Buzz. Meanwhile, over the following hours, more disciples were eliminated from the array. Nearly half were from the state of Qi. Each emerged covered in blood, disheveled, some barely alive. In just 3 hours, 30 Qi state disciples had been eliminated. Most had been defeated by the Great Wei State and the Ghost Immortals sect. Encounters were fierce and deadly. Xiao Zhan's face was grim. In 3 hours, 30 eliminated. After 5 days, how many would remain in the state of Qi? He was further worried because many disciples could be killed before even using their jade tokens. How many casualties would there be? Meanwhile, Wei Qicheng's arrogance irritated Xiao Zhan to the point of fury. Xiao Zhan, weren't you very proud before? Now, Wei Qicheng is showing you what happens when you offend the Great Wei State. In this session of the 5 countries contest, no one from Qi will break into the top 10, Xiao Zhan thought. The angrier Xiao Zhan got, the more satisfied Wei Qicheng seemed. This session of the Big Five would not be peaceful. The rivalry between the 2 great powers was a danger for the smaller forces. Many small countries silently prayed that the conflict wouldn't spill over to them. Meanwhile, in the dense jungle, Qin Chen walked leisurely. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is incredibly strong. No wonder places like the Soul Pool exist here. There must be some great secrets hidden in the Demon Ancestor mountain range, he mused, sensing the aura around him. He had studied maps of the Daki region and knew the 5 northwest countries were in the far northwest of the Tianwu continent, remote and barren. He had never heard of this place in his previous life, but after his rebirth, he realized it was extraordinary. Mountains capable of producing a soul pool must hold great secrets, and countless dangers. Moreover, the mysterious iron sword in his hand originated from a relic in the Xingluo secret place, located somewhere in the Demon Ancestor mountain range. This iron sword was clearly an artifact from before the Dark Age. Even now, Qin Chen had not discovered its origin, which only deepened his curiosity about the Demon Ancestor mountains. Chapter 190. When I become stronger, I can take a closer look. Just as he thought this, sounds of fighting came from ahead. Looking forward, he saw a young warrior battling a green phoenix-whorled leopard at the early stage of the prefecture level. The young man was at the peak of his cultivation at the early stage of the prefecture level. Clearly, he was a disciple of a small force, yet he was fighting the leopard with remarkable skill. Although his cultivation was low, he had exceptional combat talent. His sword danced in a flurry, forcing the green phoenix-whorled leopard to retreat repeatedly. His body was covered in scars. That green phoenix-whorled leopard is no match for him. Qin Chen shook his head slightly. Sure enough, after 5 breaths, the green phoenix-whorled leopard was forced into a corner and slain. Who? The young warrior, just about to collect the blood crystal, suddenly noticed Qin Chen. His face changed instantly. The genius of the 5 great powers. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the young warrior did not dare touch the blood crystal of the leopard. He turned and fled immediately. Am I that terrifying? Watching him retreat, Qin Chen was puzzled. How did this small force genius view someone from the 5 great powers as a beast of prey? The man was about to disappear into the jungle. Suddenly, a flash of light, like electricity, appeared. In an instant, it was gone. The small force genius's terrified eyes widened as his body was sliced in 2, falling heavily to the ground, blood flowing freely. Qin Chen's pupils constricted. A trash at the early stage of the prefecture level dares to participate in the 5 countries big contest. Truly a death hunt. Not far away, behind a large tree, a warrior in the robe of the Great Way State watched, a grim smile on his face. It seems he has already been baptized in the blood spirit pool, Qin Chen murmured, pausing to watch. The Great Way State warrior searched the fallen bodies and retrieved 2 blood crystals. He frowned in disappointment. Only 2 blood crystals from early-stage prefecture-level blood beasts? Worthless. Then he turned to Qin Chen with a grim smile. But my luck is good, I met the genius of the Great Qi State, a genius who has entered the blood spirit pool. Qin Chen frowned. For the sake of blood crystals, you have no trace of mercy? Mercy? What's that? The warrior of the Great Way State didn't expect Qin Chen to see him. He narrowed his eyes and laughed. I didn't expect you'd be brave enough to challenge me, would you? Qin Chen's expression remained calm. Are you so certain you can kill me? The Great Way State warrior laughed aloud. Do you think entering the blood spirit pool is safe? Qin Chen, grandson of King Wu of the state of Qi, champion of Tianqing College this year, right? Have you investigated me? Qin Chen's eyes narrowed. You overthink. We have information on the talents from De Qi entering the Shuling pool, mainly for the 4 princes and Qin Feng. You are just passing by. A person who gets lost in the blood spirit pool isn't worth my attention. The only thing I care about is the identity of someone entering the blood spirit pool. Prince Chao Hung has decreed that killing any genius who enters the blood spirit pool earns a 3rd-order treasure soldier, the Great Way State warrior said, laughing. A 3rd-class treasure soldier? My life is only worth that. How worthless, Qin Chen murmured, a trace of a smile curling on his lips. You're not so easy to behead, the warrior sneered. You must have mistaken your identity for power. Now I'll show you the gap between you and me, another genius of the blood spirit pool. The Great Way State warrior drew his sword in a flash. In an instant, he dashed tens of meters to Qin Chen and swung it down. The saber whined, a terrifying aura erupting from it. Array patterns shimmered over the blade. It was a 2nd-class treasure soldier saber, the top of its class. Boom! Qi surged from the blade like a hurricane, wrapping Qin Chen with slicing force that could cleave the air itself. Whoosh! Qin Chen retreated sharply, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! A massive stone in front of him shattered into dust. The saber's Qi sliced the surrounding trees into sawdust. Several large trees toppled, sending clouds of smoke and dust into the air. If you want to hide, can you hide? The decree of heaven is to be cut. The Great Way State warrior roared, gripping his sword with both hands. Black sword Qi burst from the blade, sharp as a chisel, carving a long gully in the ground. Boom! Rocks and trees around them exploded. The invisible sword force enveloped everything, locking all objects under its destructive power. Under the saber chi, Qin Chen felt an invisible grip, as if he could not evade it. If you don't want me to hide, why should I hide? Smiling, Qin Chen's iron sword appeared in his hand. He condensed his true chi and thrust it forward. Cool Wind Sword Technique. The Cool Wind Sword technique was developed by Qin Chen in his previous life. Simple yet profound, it contained the essence of swordsmanship in its purest form. Ha, the genius of the Qi state wields a rusty sword? Unarmed? The Great Wei State warrior laughed in disbelief at Qin Chen's weapon. But Qin Chen's attack did not weaken. True Qi surged to its peak, driving his strike with incredible power. Bang! The two forces collided violently, shaking the air. Over 10 trees were obliterated. A massive pit formed between them, rocks shattered everywhere. The sword Qi lingered in the air, continuous and unstoppable. What? The Great Wei State warrior's face fell. He collided with Qin Chen's sword Qi. Pooh! He spat a mouthful of blood, stumbling back 10 steps. Only then did he stabilize, his body severely injured. In contrast, Qin Chen stood unmoved, as steady as a rock. Chapter 191. How can it be that you're only 15 or 16 years old and already this strong? The warrior of the Great Wei State wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Qin Chen in disbelief. In his opinion, Qin Chen was far too young. Although he had reached the late stage of the prefecture level, he should not have been able to compare with him. After all, before entering the blood spirit pool, the Wei State warrior had already been a peak warrior of the middle prefecture level. In contrast, Qin Chen seemed only at the early stage of the prefecture level before entering the pool. What was more astonishing was Qin Chen's age. To achieve such accomplishments, he must have relied on countless pills and gifted treasures. Even so, his real chi must be fragile, and his combat experience should be far inferior to his own. Yet, against him, Qin Chen held the upper hand. I didn't expect you to survive. Qin Chen shook his head, unable to hide his disappointment. He had used less than 10% of his strength with his sword just now. By calculation, even that small fraction should have broken the other warrior's defense. Yet, they had only injured each other. I must have misjudged my angle or timing, Qin Chen thought to himself, analyzing his mistakes and learning from them. It wouldn't have been like this before rebirth. But now, after the changes in his cultivation, such miscalculations were possible. Why not just practice on this guy in front of you? Qin Chen muttered under his breath, his eyes shining. He shook his head slightly, suppressing a sigh. Meanwhile, the Wei State warrior's anger boiled, almost exploding. Damn it! In the previous fight, he had the upper hand, so why did Qin Chen act so calmly now? Do you think you can beat me? Ridiculous! With a roar, the Great Wei State warrior's aura surged, a dark blue glow spreading over him. His strength increased at an astonishing speed. This is blood power? Qin Chen was surprised. Ha ha ha! That's right, the Wei State warrior laughed wildly, brimming with confidence. This is the legendary second-grade Bluestone blood. Once activated, my strength more than doubles. Do you really think you could have defeated me earlier? Laughing, he regained his confidence, his body like a wild dragon as he charged at Qin Chen. This time, his momentum was even more terrifying. The air around him whipped into a hurricane, trees shaking violently. The sound of his charge was deafening, enough to shake mountains and seas. Qin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Well done. He lifted his rusty sword and surged forward. Boom! Their bodies collided in midair with the force of thunder. Rocks splintered, and a gully several meters long was carved into the ground. The sheer strength was unimaginable. Any ordinary warrior witnessing this would be shocked. How could a prefecture-level warrior possess such power? Boom! Boom! The two continued fighting fiercely, discarding weapons and exchanging iron fists. Trees shattered under their blows, the jungle around them a scene of devastation. Yet neither gained the upper hand. Both were evenly matched. How can you be so strong? The Great Way State warrior roared, eyes wide with disbelief. He had activated his blood power, doubling his strength, yet he still did not dominate. How could this be? The young man's body was small, but his strength, how could it be so terrifying? I won't believe it. You can't be stronger than me. The Great Way State warrior bellowed. His true chi surged violently, shimmering with light and color. His blood essence boiled, his strength rising again by a fifth. Bang! Qin Chen was slammed backward, flying more than 10 meters. His legs carved 2 gullies into the rocky ground as he landed. But he immediately regained his vigor, swinging his fists with relentless force. The Great Way State warrior almost vomited blood. Was this guy made of iron? One punch landed, and nothing happened. It's too strong. I can't hold him, he muttered, horrified. Qin Chen, meanwhile, shouted as he pushed himself to the limit. The Way State warrior's confidence reignited. Just a bit more strength, he thought, and he could crush Qin Chen. Die! The Great Way State warrior roared, eyes blazing, hair standing on end. His strikes became more violent. Boom! Boom! Iron fists rained down on Qin Chen, each capable of annihilating a martial artist at the late stage of the prefecture level. Even ordinary early Tian level warriors would be seriously injured. Okay, that punch is slightly heavy, that one slightly lighter, this punch is perfect, Qin Chen thought, carefully analyzing his own strength during the fierce battle. Having broken through to the late peak of the prefecture level in the blood spirit pool, Qin Chen now fully understood the slight gaps in his power. Every strike mattered. Ordinary martial artists would never notice such details, but Qin Chen could not forgive himself for losing control. The opponents he had faced before were all too weak. Now, finding someone who matched him was rare, and he could not afford to let his guard down. To prevent the other party from sensing his true strength, Qin Chen deliberately kept himself on the defensive, feigning struggle. Not good. Damn it! Damn it! With wide eyes, Qin Chen kept retreating, looking as though he might be destroyed. This only made the Great Way State warrior more frenzied, burning all his blood essence and chi. By now, the warrior's skin glowed bright red, and his body teetered on the edge of collapse. Oh! I'm about to blow. Almost. Shoo, this is dangerous. If he strengthens just a bit more, I don't think I can hold him. Qin Chen shouted, feigning fear. At first, the Way State warrior was confident that one more push would destroy Qin Chen. But as the battle dragged on, his confidence crumbled. Every time Qin Chen appeared to struggle, he recovered instantly, vigorous as ever. Meanwhile, the Way State warrior pushed his blood and essence to the extreme, his body nearing its limits, on the verge of explosion. Chapter 192. The Great Way warrior himself could no longer hold on, but Qin Chen, in the battle, gradually became familiar with his own strength. At first, his efforts were slightly unbalanced, but later, every punch achieved the effect he intended, almost without mistake. Damn it! Finally, the warrior of the Great Way State could not endure any longer. After prolonged exertion, his body was overloaded, and blood seeped from his pores. No, if I go on, I'll lose myself. This boy is truly evil. I'd better retreat first. Changing his mind, the Way warrior unleashed one final blow with all his strength, then suddenly retreated into the distant mountain forest. Boy, wait. If I don't kill you, I will not be a man. The Great Way State warrior was furious. If word got out, no one would take him seriously if he failed to kill Qin Chen. He would become the laughingstock of the Great Way State. I'm going. Isn't this exciting? Let's see if you can hold on. Seeing the other party attempt to flee, Qin Chen shouted, though he nearly tripped in his excitement. But the Way warrior's speed in retreat was relentless. Disappointed, Qin Chen muttered, forget it. I'm almost familiar with my own strength. Time to end this. He narrowed his eyes, legs pressing against the ground. Bang! The rock beneath him exploded, and Qin Chen's body shot forward like an arrow from a bow. In a flash, he caught up to the Great Wei State warrior. What? The warrior of the Great Wei State turned his head mid-run, only to see Qin Chen rapidly approaching. His eyes widened in fear. If he hadn't realized by now that Qin Chen had been feigning weakness, it was sheer stupidity. Create a new world. In the shadow of death, the Wei State warrior roared. He pushed his blood and true qi to the extreme, throwing a fist while holding the jade card in his left hand, ready to crush it at any moment. Die! Qin Chen murmured, colliding with the Great Wei State warrior's fist with one strike. Poof! The Wei warrior's body split into pieces instantly, falling to the ground. Even the jade card had no chance to strike. I originally wanted to kill you, but you killed innocent people. Your hands are stained with blood, so I have no choice but to end you. Qin Chen shook his head as he looked down at the fallen warrior. If the other party hadn't killed geniuses of smaller forces, Qin Chen might have spared him. But anyone who murdered indiscriminately was a vicious person. If Qin Chen didn't act, they would continue harming others. Even a talented warrior backed by a powerful state could commit evil if left unchecked. Taking a breath, Qin Chen searched the warrior's belongings. He found a storage ring. This man is definitely a genius of the Great Wei State. A ring like this was impossible for a normal person to possess. Using mental force to erase the marks, Qin Chen opened the storage ring. His eyes suddenly focused. Inside, there were more than 10 blood crystals, but that was not all. Several silver notes and secret scripts were also stored within. What angered Qin Chen was that the silver notes bore stamps from different cities of the state of Qi. In Tianwu, all silver coins were monopolized by the 4 silver banks, which dominated the land. Even military regions could not rival their influence. Each note bore a distinct city stamp. For example, some came from Tianfaiyinzhuang, others from Shuani City, and still others from Huisher City. Yet the Great Wei State warrior possessed many silver notes from multiple cities of Qi. This could only mean he had killed at least several Qi warriors, otherwise, how could a genius of the Great Wei State have so many Qi silver notes? The Great Wei State. Putting away the storage ring, Qin Chen's eyes turned indifferent. Though he did not feel deeply for Qi, he was still a member of the state. Knowing that the Great Wei warriors were slaughtering his comrades stirred his blood. In that case, let's continue to hunt the talents of the Wei State and practice more. Qin Chen entered the mountains, searching for traces of the Great Wei warriors. The Wei warriors had been arrogant in these forests, hunting and killing Qi disciples indiscriminately. When they encountered Qin Chen, nearly all were excited and eager to engage. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the mountain forest. It's almost there. Damn, you're so strong. That was dangerous. I nearly died. Just a little more. Each time Qin Chen met a Wei disciple, he restrained his cultivation, refined his techniques, and became more attuned to his body. Eventually, Qin Chen had defeated 11 Wei State disciples in one night. From each of them, he collected silver coins and treasures from other regions, all while leaving countless lives behind. Only 11? Where are the top talents of the Great Wei State? Qin Chen frowned. Apart from the first warrior he had faced, he had yet to encounter other geniuses from the Great Wei State who had entered the blood spirit pool. The mountain forest was vast, finding them was not easy. Just as Qin Chen prepared to continue his hunt. Suddenly, he stepped back. Danger! Poof! A sword light shot from a distant tree, moving so fast that Qin Chen barely had time to blink. The strike split a rock at his feet in two, which immediately crumbled into dust. Had he not reacted in time, the sword would have been lethal. This was no ordinary genius. Someone had cultivated a destructive sword technique to perfection, capable of cutting and killing without hesitation. Why her again? Qin Chen's lips curled into a bitter smile as he gazed deep into the mountain forest. Lecher, finally, I found you. Let's see where you're heading this time. A low, graceful voice rang out. From a tree, a figure leapt down, a poised warrior. It was Ling Tianzong's disciple, Qin Chen. Chapter 193. She held a streamer sword and wore a silk and feather coat. Her figure was curvaceous, giving a strong visual contrast in the barren mountain forest. Such a figure, such a face, any man would be captivated, unable to look away. But Qin Chen's eyes held not the slightest infatuation. Instead, there was a helpless, wry smile. Lingshanzong was one of the top sects in the 5 northwest countries, famous for its swordsmanship, and could be called a formidable kendo sect. Yu was the most outstanding genius of Lingshanzong in the past 100 years. After being baptized in the blood spirit pool, Yu, only 19 years old, had reached the mid-stage of Tian level and had understood the meaning of the sword. Among all the top talents in the 5 northwest countries, Qin Feng and Nian Wuji had also reached the mid-stage of the Tian level, yet their ages were far beyond hers. Qin Chen, you took advantage of me in the blood spirit pool. Today, in front of the snow, I will make you know what regret is. Yu held her sword, eyes burning with anger, though inside she was genuinely surprised. Earlier, she had exerted only 70% of her strength, and even a warrior at the early stage of Tian level would have been seriously injured by her sword. Yet Qin Chen had escaped. She wondered how he had sensed her sword. As I said, that day's incident was just an accident. Why can't you understand that? Qin Chen was speechless. This woman's brain seemed made entirely of stubborn muscle. Accident? Do you think I'll believe that? Believe it or not, it was an accident. To be honest, I didn't see anything at all. No need to make such a fuss about it. Fuss? Yu was nearly furious. The two had been naked in one place. Though the blood spirit pool's water blocked most, many parts had been exposed. If that wasn't enough, what else could he want to see? Humph. I won't kill you yet, but you will be free from death and never escape living. From now on, you won't want to practice martial arts anymore, saving yourself, a lecher, from harming others. Yu Qianxue's eyes became fierce. She mobilized her true qi and continuously infused it into her sword. On the surface of the sword, a resplendent glow bloomed, diffusing a terrifying aura. It's a third-class treasure. Qin Chen clicked his tongue and frowned. This could be troublesome. Yu Qianxue's accomplishments were extraordinary. She had reached the mid-stage of Tian level and understood the meaning of the sword. Even so, her weapon was only a third-class treasure. Yet the combination of her skill, cultivation, and weapon made her strength instantly reach an unimaginable level. Bang! Before Qin Chen could react, Yu Qianxue moved. Her body darted like a startled goose, approaching Qin Chen in a moment. Sword light flowed, forming a faint sword flower, stabbing toward his chest. In just an instant, the cold tip of the sword was only a few inches from Qin Chen. The fierce sword qi faintly penetrated the void, touching Qin Chen's body. It's really boring fighting the wastes of the Great Wei Kingdom just now. Now it's time to spar with this quiet snow. Lightning-fast thoughts flashed through Qin Chen's mind. He stepped on the ground and dashed to one side. Shwa! The fierce sword spirit cut through the void, striking a nearby tree. The tree splintered instantly, turning to dust. Why dodge? Yu Qianxue's brows rose in surprise. If Qin Chen had evaded before by accident, this second evasion could not be explained away. This kid, he's strange. Yu Qianxue dared not underestimate Qin Chen. Though his cultivation was only the late stage of the prefecture level, he had broken through the bewitched array in the blood spirit pool and now evaded her attacks repeatedly, a feat beyond ordinary warriors. However, no matter how special he is, today I will abolish him. This brat will not escape. Shwa! When one move failed, Yu Qianxue adjusted her posture. With a flick of her arm, her Liuguang sword spun through the void, striking from the backhand toward Qin Chen with unimaginable speed. The Liuguang sword seemed fused with her body, requiring no extra effort, moving with grace and precision. Yet Qin Chen's body flickered like a shadow, evading again. The sword light passed less than an inch from his skin. Hum. With a low hum, Qin Chen continued her assault. Sword light flickered like circulating starlight, constantly approaching Qin Chen. But his body moved like a dream, legs turning into shadows, continuously retreating. The sword light followed every motion, yet it never pierced him. Hateful. Heavenly maidens scatter flowers. Qin Chen drew a deep breath, eyes steely, and used a mid-level Xian sword skill. Sword light enveloped Qin Chen, and countless sword flowers appeared, exploding layer by layer across the void. They formed a dazzling barrier, enclosing him completely. At the same time, a terrifying sword aura shrouded Qin Chen. It seemed only one sword light remained between heaven and earth. No matter how he moved, escape was impossible. Impressive swordsmanship. Qin Chen could not help but speak, eyes shining. To him, a Xian-level sword skill was usually mediocre. But Qin Chen's application elevated it to the level of heavenly sword art, a rare feat, especially in the remote 5 Northwest countries. This son of a bitch, he's still commenting now. Qin Chen almost spat blood at Qin Chen's words. He remained so composed even in life-or-death combat. Was this man sane? It's a pity that although there are heavenly maidens, they lack a strong sense of flowers. Such a pity, such a pity. Qin Chen sighed again. What do you know? Eyes sharp, Qin Chen narrowed her gaze, lips curved into a smile. This brat even dares to evaluate her swordsmanship while ignoring virtue. Her own sword skill, praised even by her father, had no flaws. How could he possibly understand? But before Qin Chen could speak, Qin Chen, surrounded by sword flowers, suddenly stopped and retreated. Almost. 2 sharp lights flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. His right hand raised, forefinger and middle finger pinched into a sword, thrusting toward the center of the sword light. This guy, you can't die. Qin Chen's eyes widened. She knew how powerful she was. Qin Chen, though injured, was still full of resistance and had a chance of survival. But if he countered, it would trigger a rebound in the sword. The surge of power would crush him instantly, beyond his control. This guy. Qin Chen exhaled, already imagining the inevitable outcome for Qin Chen. She could not help but close her eyes. Chapter 194. Although Qin Chen said time and again that she wanted to kill Qin Chen, this was only out of anger. In fact, she only wanted to give Qin Chen a painful lesson, to make him understand the consequences of spying on her. Who knew that Qin Chen would fight back so fiercely against her sword moves? It was as if death itself had returned to him. Her heart was in turmoil, and she dared not open her eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable breath emanated from the front. This kind of aura was like that of a peerless swordsman roaming the rivers and lakes. It was also like a peerless sword, unsheathed, startling the world. Qin Chen could not help but open her eyes. Then she saw Qin Chen's unprecedented momentum rising from his fingers, pointing into the void with his sword moves. Pooh! There was no flaw in his sword moves. The sword seemed to shatter instantly. Sword light fell like dominoes, each strike breaking in an instant. That finger sword shattered all the light of her sword. It was like a fairy descending from the sky. Qin Chen was dumbfounded. How is this possible? She murmured to herself, feeling an impulse to cry. She had spent more than 10 years perfecting her sword moves, only to be shattered by a martial artist at the late stage of the prefecture level, who was even 2 years younger than herself. The psychological impact left Qin Chen pale, unable to react for a long time. She had practiced swords since the age of 3, mastered sword moves by 5, and could display a complete set by 7. Within Lingshanzong, she was regarded as a unique prodigy. All along, Qin Chen had never met a worthy opponent in Kendo. She had always considered herself the top talent in Kendo across the 5 Northwest countries. She had even planned to leave the Northwest for the vast mainland to cultivate at a higher level after winning first place for Lingshanzong in the 5-country grand match. But at this moment, Qin Chen's single finger shattered all her expectations. She carefully recalled, although Qin Chen's finger move was extremely simple, it contained more profound kendo principles than the sword meaning she had practiced and studied for over 10 years. At this moment, Yu Qianxue was deeply distracted. Qin Chen had never expected that his casual finger move would have such a profound impact on Yu Qianxue. Good opportunity. No longer hesitating, Qin Chen's body suddenly turned into a streamer of light and disappeared into the mountain forest. Why wait when such a perfect chance presented itself? Not good. As Qin Chen moved, Yu Qianxue recovered from her shock. Looking up, she saw that Qin Chen had vanished into the mountain forest. Her teeth clenched. He had escaped during the battle, unforgivable. In that state, even an ordinary ground-level warrior could have been killed easily. That brat, he didn't take the opportunity to attack me. Yu Qianxue could not understand. If Qin Chen had seized the chance, 9 times out of 10 she would have been struck down instantly. Well, does he think he can run away? She took an array plate from her body, eyes glinting with shrewdness. Like the bewitched array of the blood spirit pool, her father had also contributed to the setting of the array across the 5 kingdoms. This made it far from easy to locate Qin Chen. Why? But when she activated the array plate again, Qin Chen's trace had already disappeared. How is this possible? Yu Qianxue was furious. The array plate no longer registered any trace of Qin Chen. Damn it! Clenching her teeth, Yu Qianxue could not help but feel angered. This brat had previously broken through the bewitched array of the blood spirit pool. He must have studied arrays to some extent, and perhaps carried a treasure that blocked his trace. Don't let me meet you again. In an instant, she vanished into the forest. Her interest in continuing the pursuit had disappeared. At this moment, only Qin Chen's pointed finger lingered in her mind. After running for hundreds of miles, Qin Chen finally came to a stop. Taking out the transmission jade card from his body, he glanced at it. If you want to track me, there's no way. He was curious about how Yu Qianxue had tracked him so quickly. Upon examining the jade card, he discovered the method and blocked its tracing function with a few strokes. Well? Someone. Suddenly, Qin Chen looked up into the depths of the jungle. Who is it? Someone seemed to have noticed Qin Chen on the opposite side. A voice murmured, and the shrubs parted. Several warriors stepped forward. Among them were 2 men and a woman. Is it you? Seeing Qin Chen, Zixuan's brows furrowed in recognition. Princess Zixuan is a genius of Qi state. This seems to be Qin Chen, the woman said excitedly. The 2 male warriors were less excited, but their eyes carried a trace of hostility. Why are you here? Princess Zixuan frowned. Why can't I be here? Qin Chen touched his nose. Zixuan's question seemed strange to him. This was a training ground. Wasn't it normal for him to be here? Princess Zixuan seemed slightly embarrassed by her own question but quickly regained composure. You didn't meet the warriors of the state of Wei? Princess Zixuan, we certainly didn't. Otherwise, how could you move safely through this forest? You would have been killed by the warriors of the Great Wei state. The young man in white smiled as he spoke. Princess Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then said, Qin Chen, follow us. It will be safer. Qin Chen laughed. Thank you, Princess Zixuan, but I'm used to acting alone. Qin Chen, you should go with us. We encountered a warrior of the state of Wei and almost died. Thanks to Princess Zixuan's help, we survived. You may not know, but the warriors of the state of Wei are chasing the warriors of Daqi. You'll be safer if you follow us, the woman beside Zixuan said. By Jing, Qin Chen is a genius who has entered the blood spirit pool. Even if he is alone, he won't have any problems. Don't you agree, Qin Chen? The young man in white asked again. Qin Chen glanced at the young man in white. He seemed familiar. How could he have repeatedly avoided him when they met? Something felt off. Chapter 195. Who said the mountain forest is so dangerous? Not only are there powerful blood beasts, but also the martial artists of the Great Wei state. Since Princess Zixuan has invited me so sincerely, I'd like to join in. Otherwise, How could I not give Princess Xixuan face? Qin Chen touched his nose. This guy. With a puff, the young man in white spat blood directly. This Qin Chen was far too shameless. Hadn't he seen Princess Xixuan invite him? And he hesitated for so long. What's more, he had just said he was used to acting alone, yet he agreed to join in at the blink of an eye. Wasn't that too fast? Once we reach the purple pool, we won't have to worry about the environment when we meet the 4 talents. We won't have to worry about the environment when we meet the top 4 talents, Bai Jing said happily when Qin Chen agreed to join. Her round face was full of excitement. Among them, the strongest was Princess Xixuan, who had reached the early stage of Tian level. Among the remaining 3, the strongest was the young man in white, who had reached the peak of the late stage of the prefecture level and was only 1 step away from the Tian level. Although Bai Jing and the other young man were at the peak of the late stage of the prefecture level, they were much weaker than the young man in white. Now, with Qin Chen joining, although his cultivation was only at the peak of the late stage of the prefecture level, he was a genius who had entered the blood spirit pool, making him a formidable addition. In this way, as long as they did not encounter top-tier warriors like Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect, they would not be in any real danger. Bai Jing, you worry too much. This guy managed to survive the blood spirit pool. What kind of ability does he have? He hasn't even reached Tian level, yet he entered the blood spirit pool. He's a genius. Once he enters the blood spirit pool and breaks through early Tian level, it will be effortless for him, the young man in white sneered. He wasn't joking. Once Qin Chen could accept the baptism and break through Tian level, it would be easy for him to reach the highest late stage of the prefecture level, and even step halfway into Tian level. Lu Feng, you can't say that. Qin Chen is still young. To have such accomplishments already is impressive, Bai Jing said. Powerful? Only you think he's powerful. I don't understand how he got into the blood spirit pool. Maybe he went through some backdoor. He is just a son of the Qin family. Qin Feng is the top genius of Qi state. Compared to Qin Feng, he's a waste, the young man in white taunted. I think you have a brain problem, Qin Chen finally couldn't hold back after hearing their bickering. What did you say? The young man in white roared in anger. Sure enough, your brain is sick. I can't even understand what you're saying, Qin Chen shook his head. Looks like the disease isn't minor. Your brain is sick, the young man in white said coldly, glaring at Qin Chen. Make it clear to me. If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for being rude. You want to be rude to me? Qin Chen looked at him. For someone like him, one finger could crush a group of men. Qin Chen's contemptuous look drove the young man in white crazy. Boom! True Qi surged violently from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out, striking Qin Chen fiercely. You waste! Duel me! That's enough! At this moment, Princess Xixuan finally spoke, frowning slightly with an indifferent expression. You are all disciples of Qi state. If you meet, it is fate. Why so much hostility? Moreover, everyone is training, and foreign enemies are nearby. Why are you still in the mood to fight? Princess Xixuan, it's not me who is haggling. It's Qin Chen who insulted me, the young man in white hurriedly explained. Well, what you said earlier was too rude. No wonder Qin Chen isn't happy, Princess Xixuan replied. The young man in white looked crestfallen. He hadn't expected Princess Xixuan to side with Qin Chen. Seeing her expression when looking at Qin Chen, he understood immediately. It must be Princess Xixuan. As a princess of Qi state, she treated all Qi martial artists fairly, without prejudice. Well, I don't care about a trash, he muttered in relief, understanding the situation. Qin Chen was surprised to see Princess Xixuan speak up for him. He hadn't expected this little girl to defend him and even alter her usual demeanor. Qin Chen, let me introduce everyone. This is Princess Xixuan. You should know her. This is Huang Zhan from Shuani City. This is LV Feng, eldest son of the Lord's mansion in Baiyu City. Don't mind what happened earlier, LV Feng always speaks like this. And I'm Bai Jing, from the Bai family of Tianmu City, the girl in yellow introduced Qin Chen. Huang Zhan nodded slightly. LV Feng snorted coldly and did not look at Qin Chen. Let's go, Princess Zixuan murmured, and the team immediately moved forward. Qin Chen, it's lucky we didn't encounter the warriors of the Great Wei State or the Ghost Immortals sect. You don't know how cruel they are, they hunt and kill Qi State warriors everywhere. We didn't even have time to focus on killing blood beasts, and so far, no one has collected blood crystals, Bai Jing explained enthusiastically along the way. Qin Chen nodded slightly. Along the way, he realized that although Bai Jing looked delicate and gentle, she was warm-hearted and straightforward. LV Feng spoke often with Princess Zixuan, clearly showing that he wanted to pursue her. In this mountain forest, blood beasts were rarely cleared, and the group moved slowly. Shrubs and brambles were everywhere, and the vegetation was dense, a paradise for blood beasts. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes, and a red bull with flaming lines covering its body rushed out. Medium-level blood beast, Flame Bull. Don't let it escape. Bai Jing shouted. Before her words fell, LV Feng rushed forward. His body was like lightning, his robes flowing elegantly. He drew his sword, and in a dazzling flash, the sword pierced the flaming bull's head. Pooh! With a soft sound, LV Feng's sword easily pierced the bull's head, killing the medium-level flame bull. Elder brother LV Feng's heavenly song 13 strike becomes more exquisite with each execution. It is worthy of the ancestral sword skill of the LV family in Baiyu City. One strike pierces a flaming bull's head, ordinary sword techniques cannot do this, Huang Zhan praised. Then he extracted the blood crystal from the bull and handed it to LV Feng. It's just a mid-level blood beast, LV Feng said disdainfully. Her tone showed she had no respect for a mid-level prefecture beast. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Princess Zixuan, her posture natural and unrestrained. Chapter 196. Qin Chen couldn't help laughing. He had killed a blood beast at the mid-prefecture level, yet it felt as if he had slain a blood beast king. Wasn't that too much? He shook his head. Despite not being weak at the moment, he knew his future achievements would inevitably be limited. Qin Chen, what are you shaking your head for? Seeing Qin Chen shake his head, LV Feng looked angry. Nothing. Humph, LV Feng snorted coldly. Qin Chen's attitude and expression clearly showed he didn't look up to him. Don't think I'll let you see what virtue I have. But he said no more, and the group moved forward. Next, they encountered several blood beasts, all mid-prefecture level, and even some at the early stage of the prefecture level. These were easily dealt with by the group. At this rate, we should be able to gather enough blood crystals in 2 days, Bai Jing said excitedly. If they had acted alone, collecting enough blood crystals would have been as difficult as reaching the sky. But together, their efficiency multiplied 10-fold or even 100-fold. Especially with masters like Princess Zixuan leading, encountering blood beasts caused no panic at all. However, we have ventured deep into the forest, and the next blood beasts will be stronger. We must be careful not to get injured. Most importantly, stay alert for warriors from other forces, Princess Zixuan reminded them. Yes, Bai Jing and the others responded in agreement. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the trees ahead. A wolf-like blood beast, taller than a person, emerged from the foliage. The wolf was covered in scales, with barbed spines along its back and a tail like a steel whip. Its cold eyes stared at the group without mercy. Be careful, everyone. That's the iron-backed wolf, a late prefecture-level blood beast, Princess Zixuan murmured. The iron-backed wolf was among the most terrifying blood beasts at the land level. Cruel by nature, it moved with incredible speed, and its defense far surpassed that of ordinary wolf-type blood beasts. It was truly formidable. Leave this iron-backed wolf to me, Princess Zixuan said, stepping forward. Princess Zixuan, wait a moment, LV Feng said, chuckling. He glanced at Qin Chen with a sneer. Princess Zixuan, don't worry. It seems we have someone here who hasn't even fought yet. This iron-backed wolf isn't particularly powerful. Why not let him handle it? Otherwise, some people have been eating free food all along, without even knowing where it comes from. Qin Chen touched his nose. He hadn't fought at all. For the mid and early stage blood beasts, LV Feng, Bai Jing, and the others had been active in combat. Before Qin Chen could intervene, the fights were over. LV Feng, eager to perform in front of Princess Zixuan, had even killed a mid-stage blood beast alone. Now, facing a late-stage iron-backed wolf, LV Feng suggested Qin Chen take the lead. What a joke, this was clearly their trap. LV Feng, Qin Chen has just broken through the late stage of the prefecture level in the blood spirit pool. His accomplishments may not be enough. It's too dangerous for him to face the iron-backed wolf alone. We should fight together. Even one iron-backed wolf is dangerous, and we don't need Princess Zixuan's help to kill it, Bai Jing frowned, realizing LV Feng's implication. Bai Jing, don't say that. Qin Chen is a genius who entered the blood spirit pool. Across the entire Qi state, only 8 such talents exist. Moreover, his elder brother is Qin Feng, the renowned first genius of Qi state. If Qin Feng were here, even a group of iron-backed wolves wouldn't be a problem. As Qin Feng's younger brother, it's easy for Qin Chen to handle one iron-backed wolf, LV Feng said sarcastically. Not to mention, he glanced at Qin Chen and sneered, along the way, Qin Chen hasn't even lifted a hand. We've had to share the blood crystals all along. How could he take anything for himself? And yet you keep defending him? Bai Jing's face flushed with anger. Are you talking nonsense? Anyway, don't worry about it. If Princess Zixuan wants him to act, she can let him. My purpose is not only to let Qin Chen contribute some strength, but also to gauge his abilities. That way, when we face enemies later, we will know his strength and avoid accidents, LV Feng explained eloquently from the side of the group. Princess Zixuan's heart moved slightly. Truth be told, apart from Qin Chen's defeat of Jiang Zhong in the camp earlier, she did not truly know how strong Qin Chen had become. This iron-backed wolf was indeed an opportunity to test him. Qin Chen, are you sure you want to face this iron-backed wolf? Princess Zixuan asked. LV Feng sneered inwardly. As a man, Qin Chen wouldn't admit uncertainty, would he? Of course he would step forward. But the iron-backed wolf was no ordinary foe. Even Qin Chen might not handle it easily. Let him take a little hardship, he could afford it. I'm not sure. You'd better handle it. What if I get hurt? Qin Chen said, shaking his head repeatedly. LV Feng almost spat blood. Is Qin Chen too spineless? In front of Princess Zixuan, he showed no backbone. Is this even a man? Princess Zixuan was also puzzled. With Qin Chen's abilities, even if he wasn't a match for the iron-backed wolf, he was far from powerless. How could someone so capable act so timidly? How could anyone like such a timid person? Qin Chen, you are still not a man, LV Feng sneered, feeling proud of himself. Everyone could now see his true colors. You go if you're a man. I'm not, Qin Chen said, shaking his head. You waste. I heard that when Qin Feng was in Wangdu, he once asked you to fight for life and death and promised to let you hold your hands. You refused back then. I didn't believe it, but now I do. Today, I'll show the difference between you, a genius who entered the blood spirit pool, and me. Waste is waste, even entering the blood spirit pool doesn't change that. With a sneer, LV Feng rushed toward the iron-backed wolf. He was full of pride, ready to kill it quickly and prove who the real genius was. Poor fellow, Qin Chen muttered, his eyes flashing with a trace of pity as he looked at Bai Jing. Be more careful. Ah! Bai Jing froze. What did Qin Chen mean? Chapter 197. With LV Feng's cultivation, they could handle an iron-backed wolf at the late prefecture level. Although there might be some trouble, what accidents could possibly happen? Bai Jing was puzzled. Sure enough, under LV Feng's attack, the iron-backed wolf soon bled from its fur. Ouch! With a low roar, the iron-backed wolf turned and fled. Evil animal! Where do you think you're running? LV Feng was overjoyed. He had thought he would need to exert considerable effort to deal with the iron-backed wolf. But he never expected it to be so weak. How could he waste the opportunity in front of Princess Xixuan? For a moment, LV Feng felt a little grateful to Qin Chen. If Qin Chen hadn't hesitated before, how could LV Feng have such a perfect opportunity to show off? Leaping forward, LV Feng chased after the wolf into the forest. But suddenly, he froze, as if seeing something unbelievable, and hurriedly tried to retreat. It was too late. Ouch! A fierce roar echoed, and several iron-backed wolves emerged from the mountain forest. The lead one, covered in silver scales, shone like a silver moon and charged straight at LV Feng. Damn it! Princess Xixuan's face turned pale, and she rushed forward immediately. Bang! Poof! LV Feng's chest was slashed by the silver-clawed wolf. A wound nearly a foot long opened, blood gushing out, and he fell pale to the ground. If Princess Xixuan hadn't rescued him in time, the iron-backed Wolf King's claw alone could have ripped him in two. Ouch! A howl rang out. The head of the iron-backed Wolf King emerged from the forest, cold eyes scanning the people around, with more than 10 wolves accompanying it. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What was happening? Just a moment ago, it was a single iron-backed wolf. How did so many appear? Moreover, the leading wolf was covered in silver scales, as if forged from iron and gold, radiating surging chi and blood. It was a heaven-level blood beast. Under the command of the iron-backed Wolf King, more than 10 iron-backed wolves surrounded Qin Chen, saliva dripping from ferocious mouths, sharp teeth bared. No! An ambush! How could I forget this? These damned animals! Princess Xixuan's pupils constricted suddenly. Iron-backed wolves were cunning, dangerous, and cruel. They knew how to use tactics against human warriors, and countless warriors fell to them every year. Previously, she had only seen a single iron-backed wolf. Princess Xixuan had thought it was a lone wolf, so she let LV Feng step forward. Who could have known that the wolf was deliberately used as bait to lure them into an ambush? If she had gone first, she could have been surrounded herself. Fortunately, LV Feng had taken the lead. LV Feng, are you okay? Brother LV Feng, how are you? Huang Zhan's face turned white, a chill running down his back. LV Feng was the strongest among them, aside from Princess Xixuan. Now surrounded by so many iron-backed wolves, if he couldn't fight again, everyone would be in extreme danger. Qin Chen, you dare to pit me? LV Feng turned his head, growling at Qin Chen with ferocious eyes. If Qin Chen hadn't hesitated, how could this ambush have occurred? How was I supposed to know there'd be so many iron-backed wolves? You wanted to be the first, so how can you blame me? Qin Chen said innocently, touching his nose. Seeing Qin Chen's expression, LV Feng felt his rage reach its limit. Alright, it's time to stop arguing. LV Feng, you handle the iron-backed wolf with silver scales. I'll deal with the iron-backed Wolf King. Qin Chen, can you restrain the remaining iron-backed wolves? Princess Xixuan's face was dignified, and the joints of her hands holding the sword had turned white. No problem, LV Feng said deeply. Princess Xixuan, there are 2 wolves with silver scales. I'm afraid the 3 of us can't hold them off, Huang Zhan said nervously. Among the more than 10 iron-backed wolves surrounding them, there was the silver-scaled king, 2 leader wolves with silver spots, and nearly 10 ordinary iron-backed wolves. It was impossible for them to deal with so many. Delay them as long as possible. I'll deal with the iron-backed Wolf King as fast as I can, then support you. Remember, if you can't hold on, we'll all die, Princess Xixuan commanded calmly, showing absolute composure. Qin Chen looked at her, his heart moved. He hadn't expected a princess to be so righteous and considerate, acting decisively rather than abandoning everyone in danger. In fact, her personal survival rate would have been as high as 70% if she had fled alone. By staying and fighting, she reduced it to only 30 to 40%. Ouch! As Princess Xixuan issued her command, the iron-backed Wolf King also made its move. With a howl, more than 10 iron-backed wolves charged at the group. A great battle erupted. Everyone fought with full effort, showcasing their unique skills, leaving no room for error. Boom! Sword shadows, fist power, and palm winds collided, scattering through the forest as smoke and dust filled the air. Princess Zixuan fought the iron-backed wolf king alone, her sword radiating a dazzling glow, trying to strike it down quickly. However, the iron-backed wolf king was cunning. It did not directly confront her, instead using its flexible body and powerful speed to evade, forcing Princess Zixuan into hasty attacks and putting herself at risk. On the other side, LV Feng fought one of the iron-backed wolf leaders at the late prefecture level. Though wounded and forced to parry frequently, he persisted and was not inferior. Meanwhile, Huang Zhan and Bai Jing were surrounded by nearly 10 ordinary iron-backed wolves, constantly retreating and unable to support. Originally, with their two abilities combined, they could fight 1 or 2 ordinary wolves at most. But now, with 10 ordinary wolves and a more powerful silver-scaled leader, they were overwhelmed. At first, they had hoped to take down a few ordinary wolves together. But the iron-backed wolves were cunning, refusing direct confrontation, while the leader constantly sought opportunity. They had to abandon that plan. For a moment, the humans were in grave danger. These wolves clearly intended to kill them all. It's impossible to continue like this. We'll all die. You break through first, and then I'll break through later, Princess Zixuan said anxiously. These iron-backed wolves were far too cunning. If the battle continued at this pace, everyone would die. Chapter 198. No, we can't go. Princess, why don't you go first? Bai Jing said, gritting her teeth. If they broke through the encirclement first, they might have a chance to escape, but that would push Princess Zixuan into a desperate situation. Surrounded by so many iron-backed wolves, she would surely fall. Hateful. The real problem is that the other iron-backed wolf leader is too insidious. If we can kill it, maybe the pressure will lessen a lot, Huang Zhan added. Qin Chen, go and lead the leader of the iron-backed wolf away, LV Feng suddenly said, his voice commanding. No. In that case, Qin Chen will be in danger, Bai Jing said anxiously. Humph. He didn't contribute anything before. Now, you want him to lead away the leader of an iron-backed wolf? Do you want us all to die here? LV Feng's tone turned cold. Moreover, just letting him lead away the leader of the iron-backed wolf is not a big deal. Qin Chen is a genius who entered the blood spirit pool. Can't he handle such a small task? No matter what, Qin Chen cannot lead away the iron-backed wolf leader. Bai Jing said angrily. Then you'd better die here, LV Feng snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. How could Bai Jing be so naive? I'll do it. Qin Chen stepped forward. If he didn't, Bai Jing and the others would not be able to hold on. No, you can't deal with the iron-backed wolf leader, Bai Jing said, anxious. Do you really think that just because you want to attract the leader, you can lead it away? With the cunning of the iron-backed wolf, it will rush in, kill you first, then turn back and tear into us. Bai Jing, Qin Chen has agreed. What are you talking about? Do you want Princess Zixuan to die here? LV Feng said angrily. Bai Jing was simply too foolish. Even saying this to Qin Chen, how could he be willing to lead away the iron-backed wolf? What an idiot. LV Feng glared at Bai Jing, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. If she continued to ruin his efforts, he would not forgive her. I'll lead it away. I've been practicing the swan goose body technique. Maybe I can escape the pursuit of the iron-backed wolf, Qin Chen said, teeth clenched, eyes flashing with determination, the determination to die if necessary. It's suicide, LV Feng sneered from nearby. The iron-backed wolf was extremely fast. Bai Jing might escape using the swan goose body technique, but Qin Chen was facing the leader. This was no different from dying. Seeing Bai Jing's worried expression, Qin Chen's lips curved in a faint smile. He stepped forward, and an invisible momentum bloomed across his body. The mysterious iron sword appeared in his hand. He looked coldly at the iron-backed wolf leader and said, Bai Jing, you don't need to lead it away. The leader of the iron-backed wolf will come to me. With that, Qin Chen leapt over Bai Jing and Huang Zhan and confronted the iron-backed wolf leader. "Qin Chen, don't be reckless," Bai Jing said in a hurry. He hadn't even dared to fight an ordinary iron-backed wolf before. Now he was facing the leader. How could he hope to prevail? But it was too late. The iron-backed wolf leader, sensing a challenge, let out a terrifying howl. Its powerful limbs kicked the ground, and in an instant, like a bolt of black lightning, it shot toward Qin Chen. Roar! It opened its massive mouth, filled with sharp teeth, eyes cold and murderous. Its forelimbs and claws were like blades, whistling through the air, the force enough to crush a mountain. A terrible smell of blood and beast filled the area. "No! Qin Chen, retreat!" Bai Jing shouted anxiously. The leader of the iron-backed wolf was insane. Even LV Feng might not withstand it, let alone Qin Chen. "Qin Chen, don't overexert yourself," Princess Zixuan also shouted, warning him. But Qin Chen ignored them. Expressionless, he advanced toward the iron-backed wolf leader without retreating. Bai Jing's heart sank. She seemed to see Qin Chen being torn apart. She closed her eyes in fear. Poof! Ouch! But instead of a scream from Qin Chen, a shrill roar came from the iron-backed wolf leader. What happened? Opening her eyes, Bai Jing saw a 2-foot-long wound on the back of the iron-backed wolf leader. Its steel-hard scales had been ripped apart, blood spraying onto the ground as it howled in fury, glaring viciously at Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood calmly, a single drop of blood dripping from the iron sword in his hand. How is this possible? Bai Jing gasped, unable to believe her eyes. Qin Chen hadn't been hurt. The leader of the iron-backed wolf was the one seriously injured. Not far away, Huang Zhan and LV Feng were equally stunned, eyes wide. They had seen with their own eyes that Qin Chen dodged the leader's attack and, with a single, gentle strike of his rusty sword, carved a massive wound into its back, as easily as cutting vegetables. LV Feng was shocked and nearly went mad. This was the iron-backed wolf leader, extremely fast, close to early heaven-level strength. Even he could barely avoid it. Moreover, its defense was terrifying. Even with all his strength, he could only cut a few inches. Yet Qin Chen had carved a 2-foot wound with a gentle strike. What the hell was going on? The ordinary iron-backed wolves besieging Huang Zhan and Bai Jing, hearing their leader's roar, changed targets. They howled fiercely and charged at Qin Chen. In an instant, 4 or 5 iron-backed wolves attacked from all directions. "Qin Chen, be careful!" Bai Jing shouted in alarm. Before she could finish, a flash of sword light streaked across the clearing. Puff! 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 Blood sprayed from the necks of 5 iron-backed wolves. Fear flashed in their cold eyes as they fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. One sword. 5 iron-backed wolves dead. This. Everyone was stunned. Was Qin Chen really human? Could he really just be a late prefecture-level warrior? Chapter 199. Well, after killing 5, the rest will be easy. Qin Chen's gaze fell on the iron-backed hell wolf leader as he muttered to himself. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the late prefecture level. Compared to when he had just entered the blood spirit pool, his strength was more than 1.5 times stronger. With such power, how could a mere iron-backed hell wolf at the peak of the late prefecture level survive even a single sword strike? The reason he had only seriously injured the iron-backed hell wolf leader earlier was to lure the remaining ordinary iron-backed wolves to attack him, saving Bai Jing and the others from pressure. Now, with 5 ordinary iron-backed wolves killed by a single sword, and only 1 temporarily holding Bai Jing back, there were just 4 left. The situation had become much easier. The iron-backed hell wolf leader, who had been badly injured earlier, finally reacted. Seeing Qin Chen staring at it, it let out a low roar and began to retreat. Trying to run. Qin Chen took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the iron-backed hell wolf leader. The iron sword stabbed out again. The wolf leader's pupils shrank violently. Its head twisted as it desperately dodged to the side, trying to avoid the attack. But it was fast. Qin Chen's sword was faster. Pooh! As if it had eyes, the iron sword pierced straight through the iron-backed Hell Wolf leader's skull. Qin Chen withdrew the sword, and blood sprayed into the air. The iron-backed Hell Wolf leader stared at Qin Chen, terror filling its eyes, before its vitality completely dissipated. Bai Jing and the others stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. Even the iron-backed Hell Wolf leader couldn't dodge Qin Chen's sword. How terrifying was Qin Chen's cultivation? It was laughable that they had once thought Qin Chen was weak. And now, it's your turn. Qin Chen turned his head toward the remaining 4 ordinary iron-backed wolves. In a flash, his figure plunged into the battle. Puff! 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 4 sword strikes pierced their bodies simultaneously. The 4 iron-backed wolves let out miserable howls before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You two are safe now. Take the blood crystals and retreat. Be careful not to get hurt by the raging iron-backed Hell Wolf King, Qin Chen said, glancing back at Bai Jing and Huang Zhan. The 2 of them were completely stunned. From a life-and-death crisis to complete safety in such a short time, the sudden reversal was so overwhelming that they hadn't even had time to react. In mere moments, an iron-backed Hell Wolf leader and 9 ordinary iron-backed Hell Wolves had all died at Qin Chen's hands. Even an early Heaven-level warrior might not be able to do this. Was Qin Chen stronger than an early Heaven-level warrior? Both were shaken to the core. They weren't the only ones shocked, LV Feng was utterly shaken as well. Earlier, he had repeatedly provoked Qin Chen, claiming Qin Chen was inferior to him and not even worthy to be his opponent. Now it was obvious. It wasn't that Qin Chen wasn't his match, Qin Chen simply didn't bother acknowledging his existence. Qin Chen, thank you for saving me. Huang Zhan finally came to his senses and spoke awkwardly, his face filled with shame. Earlier, his attitude toward Qin Chen had been cold and dismissive. Yet Qin Chen had still saved him without hesitation. Don't worry about it. We're all on the same team, Qin Chen said with a smile, completely unconcerned. Saving Huang Zhan had taken no effort at all. Besides, Huang Zhan hadn't spewed garbage like LV Feng. Qin Chen, hurry and save LV Feng and Princess Zixuan. They can't hold on much longer. Bai Jing shouted anxiously. Sure enough, a furious roar echoed through the forest. Turning his head, Qin Chen saw the iron-backed Hell Wolf King battling Princess Zixuan. The beast had completely gone berserk. Its silver scales shone brilliantly, and a terrifying aura surged skyward. Its speed and strength skyrocketed as it launched a ferocious assault on Princess Zixuan. Seeing its subordinates slaughtered in an instant, the iron-backed Hell Wolf King had lost all reason. On the other side, the iron-backed Hell Wolf leader fighting LV Feng had also gone mad. Black scales covered its body, faint red light pulsing across it, making it even more ferocious. LV Feng, already injured, had been barely holding on earlier. Now, he was forced to retreat again and again. Suddenly, he was struck by the wolf leader and spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't dodged slightly, that claw would have torn him in half. Qin Chen, save me! LV Feng shouted in panic. At this moment, he didn't care about dignity anymore. Qin Chen glanced at him in surprise. Save him? This shameless bastard had insulted him non-stop earlier and even tried to scheme against him. Now that he was in danger, he still had the nerve to ask for help. There really were people this thick-skinned in the world. Qin Chen, we're both geniuses of the Qi state. I treated you badly before because I wanted to test your strength, there was no malice. LV Feng shouted desperately when he saw Qin Chen didn't move. As he spoke, the pain from his wounds intensified. His foot slipped, and bang! He was struck in the chest again, blood splattering. Didn't you say I was just trash and that you wanted me to see the gap between us? Qin Chen said with a smile. Perfect. I'll watch from the side. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. You! LV Feng was so furious his lungs nearly exploded. Damn bastard. Just wait. When this is over, I'll make you pay, LV Feng cursed inwardly. But outwardly, he shouted, Qin Chen, I admit I was wrong. But we're all geniuses of the great Qi state. You can't watch me die. Princess Zixuan is here. Oh? If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot, Qin Chen said lightly. He had clearly seen the hatred flashing in LV Feng's eyes. For such a despicable villain, Qin Chen couldn't even be bothered to argue. Ignoring LV Feng, Qin Chen drifted toward Princess Zixuan and asked calmly, Princess Zixuan, do you need my help? What do you think? Princess Zixuan was already being pushed back by the crazed iron-backed Hell Wolf King. Seeing Qin Chen still chatting casually, she was so furious she almost exploded. Move aside. Qin Chen stopped teasing her and rushed forward, the rusty iron sword flashing. Shwa! The rusty sword transformed into a blazing streak of light and slashed downward. The iron-backed Hell Wolf King's expression turned solemn. It had seen Qin Chen slaughter its subordinates earlier. In its rage, it didn't retreat but charged forward instead. Its steel-like silver tail swept Princess Zixuan away as it roared and lunged toward Qin Chen. Boom! Silver light erupted, carrying terrifying destructive power. Qin Chen, be careful. Princess Zixuan shouted urgently, her pupils shrinking. The iron-backed Hell Wolf King was too cunning. It had gone mad on purpose just to draw Qin Chen in and kill him. Chapter 200. Now, Qin Chen had truly attracted its attention. The iron-backed Ghost Wolf King wanted to kill him in a desperate situation to avenge its own kind. This iron-backed Ghost Wolf King was far too cunning. Qin Chen, be careful and retreat quickly. Don't fight the iron-backed Ming Wolf King. It's too strong, you're no match for it. Princess Zixuan shouted. She wanted to rush over to help and said at the same time, Qin Chen, just hold it off. Leave the rest to me. No need. Qin Chen didn't listen to Zixuan's words. Instead, he gave a light shout and took a small step forward. This scene made Princess Zixuan's breathing stop for a moment. The others felt their hearts leap into their throats. What was Qin Chen trying to do? The iron-backed Ghost Wolf King had deliberately gone berserk earlier just to lure Qin Chen in and kill him. Couldn't he see that? This was the frenzied king of the iron-backed Hell Wolves. Even Princess Zixuan was struggling to resist it. She could barely hold on, yet Qin Chen wasn't retreating at all. At this moment, they couldn't interfere even if they wanted to. Princess Zixuan didn't have time to reach him. They could only watch as Qin Chen and the iron-backed Ming Wolf King approached each other and instantly clashed. Shwa! Brilliant sword light and razor-sharp claws tore through the air at the same time. Man and beast crossed paths and landed on the ground simultaneously. For a moment, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. What had just happened? Did Qin Chen get hurt? With their level of cultivation, they couldn't see what had happened at all. Only Princess Zixuan stood frozen, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open, her face filled with shock. Puff! A wound nearly a foot long appeared on the back of the iron-backed Ghost Wolf King. Blood spurted out wildly. The wound was several inches deep, exposing flesh and bone. Qin Chen, on the other hand, was completely uninjured. Was it Qin Chen who had gained the upper hand and injured the iron-backed Ghost Wolf King? Bai Jing and the others sucked in a cold breath. The terror on their faces was impossible to suppress. Princess Zixuan had fought the iron-backed Ming Wolf King for a long time earlier, yet she had barely managed to leave any serious wounds on it. But the moment Qin Chen attacked, the Wolf King was injured. Didn't this mean that Qin Chen's cultivation surpassed Princess Zixuan's? How was that possible? No one could believe it. Princess Zixuan was a veteran genius of the Great Qi state, famous for several years already. After bathing in the blood spirit pool, she had broken through to the early heaven level and was one of the top 10 geniuses of the 5 northwestern countries. And Qin Chen? Although he was well known, his rise had come far too late. His name had only started circulating in recent months. During the blood spirit pool baptism, he had merely broken through to the late prefecture level. The gap between the two was obvious, even an idiot could see it. But now, even Princess Zixuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, unable to believe her own eyes. Ow! The iron-backed ghost wolf king was injured, and the ferocity in its eyes grew even more intense. It stared at Qin Chen with deep hatred. Letting out a long howl, its aura surged violently. Boom! A terrifying wave of blood beast aura burst from its body, shaking the surrounding forest. Silver-white light bloomed over its surface, making it look like a demonic god. Crack! Crack! A deathly blood-red glow flashed from its eyes as it locked onto Qin Chen. It's gone berserk again. Princess Zixuan sucked in a cold breath, her body trembling slightly. Frenzy was an ability possessed by some blood beasts. By stimulating their bloodline power, they could greatly increase their strength. While not rare, not every blood beast could do this. However, some blood beasts could enter frenzy twice. Such beasts possess terrifying talent and were destined to become kings of the mountain forests once fully grown. But this iron-backed ghost wolf king had entered frenzy again, on top of its first frenzy. If this continued, its strength would reach an unprecedented level, several times stronger than before. Qin Chen, let's join forces. We must hold on until the second frenzy ends. A second frenzy usually lasts only a short time. As long as we endure it, we'll win. Princess Zixuan's expression was solemn as she shouted urgently. At the same time, light flickered around her body as her bloodline power began to activate. No! Leave it to me. Qin Chen grinned and stepped forward once more. Bai Jing and the others were completely dumbfounded. What was Qin Chen trying to do? Was he really planning to fight the iron-backed ghost wolf king alone? This was a wolf king in its second frenzy. Before they could even react, Qin Chen had already made his move. His body shot forward like lightning, charging straight at the silver iron-backed wolf king. Seeing this, Bai Jing and the others were utterly stunned. Ow! Seeing Qin Chen daring to attack head-on, the iron-backed hell wolf king grew even more furious. Its blood-red eyes were cruel and cold, like a demon from purgatory. It roared as it lunged forward like black lightning, terrifying energy blooming from its claws as it struck at Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you! Princess Zixuan felt like she was going insane. Her heart nearly stopped beating. Was it really that hard for this man to cooperate with her? Why did he insist on charging forward alone to die? Who did he think he was? Gritting her teeth, determination flashed in Princess Zixuan's eyes. She stomped her foot hard and rushed forward as well. Huh! The defense and speed of the iron-backed ghost wolf king are even stronger than I expected. That sword strike only left a wound. But this one won't be so lucky. While charging forward, a faint smile appeared on Qin Chen's lips. At the instant he was about to collide with the iron-backed Ming Wolf King, he suddenly drew his sword. Shwa! It was as if a silver flash passed through the air, and as if nothing had happened at all. Qin Chen and the iron-backed ghost wolf king crossed paths once more and landed on the ground. Silence. Deathly silence. Bai Jing raised her hand to cover her mouth, terror filling her eyes. Was Qin Chen dead? Princess Zixuan also came to a halt, staring ahead in disbelief. How could Qin Chen be this foolish? Why did he insist on fighting alone? Drip. The sound of liquid hitting stone rang out. Everyone saw that blood was dripping from the rusty sword in Qin Chen's hand. Bai Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. Was the iron-backed Ming Wolf King injured again? There was no time to think. A thin crack appeared between the eyebrows of the iron-backed ghost Wolf King. Blood slowly flowed out. The massive body of the Wolf King collapsed heavily to the ground. No sound followed. It was dead. The iron-backed ghost Wolf King was dead.